Martial Peak Chapter 1480 to Chapter 1512. Half an hour later, Yang Kai sighed helplessly with a distressed look on his face. Even with his attainments and knowledge in alchemy, he was unable to identify the type of spirit pill. He could only vaguely tell from its medicinal fragrance that it was used for cultivation and was not harmful. Could it be a lost spirit pill from ancient times? Yang Kai frowned as he secretly guessed. If this was the case, it was understandable that he couldn't recognize it. After all, a spirit pill refined by a cultivator tens of thousands of years ago would definitely be somewhat different from one now. Even though he couldn't identify it, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. For the time being, he carefully put away this Origin King-grade spirit pill, waiting for an opportunity to confirm it later. In any case, he wouldn't use the spirit pill carelessly, so he would eventually figure it out. Considering all this, Yang Kai took out another object and began studying it. It was a finger bone. Speaking of which, Yang Kai's harvest from this trip to the Emperor Garden alone was enormous. He had obtained several 110,000-year-old spirit medicines, several dozen pills with pill veins, an Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace, and an Origin King-grade pill that had formed pill clouds, each of which was extremely valuable. This finger bone was also obtained from the hidden mountain valley. It was the only bone left behind by the owner of this mountain valley after his death. Yang Kai simply respected that alchemy grandmaster and wanted to bury him in peace, but when he was burying his remains, he had inadvertently discovered this finger bone that had not been weathered into dust. It could be said that good deeds were rewarded with good deeds. What secrets were hidden in this finger bone? Yang Kai didn't know, so he could only begin studying it now. Holding this finger bone in his hand, Kai Yang carefully observed it. He found that although it had been here for tens of thousands of years, this bone was still as smooth as jade, pure and flawless, as if it had been refined by its owner using some kind of special secret technique. Thinking so, Yang Kai suddenly became excited. He had never seen a cultivator refine a part of their body like an artifact, but since the other party had done so, there must be some profound meaning behind it. Perhaps this finger bone really did hide some great secret. Pushing his Saint Chi, Yang Kai tried to pour his own Saint Chi into the phalanx, but to his great disappointment, the Saint Chi in the phalanx disappeared. This finger bone did not accept his Saint Chi at all. There were no changes either. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his Saint Chi. Since the finger bone did not accept him, there was no point in continuing to probe. It did not respond to the infusion of Saint Chi. What about divine sense? Yang Kai thought. He immediately urged his divine sense power. In an instant, a vast sea of divine sense appeared like a mist-like existence, wrapping around the finger bone. Divine will manifestation. Only when one's spiritual power reached a certain level. Only the invisible power of the divine sense could undergo such a miraculous transformation, turning into something that could be captured with the naked eye. Yang Kai's knowledge sea was nourished by the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, so even if he did not deliberately cultivate, his divine sense was constantly growing, so although his cultivation was only at the first-order origin returning realm, the strength of his divine sense had barely reached the standard of divine will manifestation. This was something even ordinary origin kings could not achieve, something he could be proud of. Moreover, Yang Kai's divine sense was a variant conflagrated knowledge sea with great destructive power, so even the mist-like existence appeared fiery red. This time, Yang Kai guessed right. This finger bone did not accept Saint Chi, but it reacted very sensitively to divine sense. When the fiery red divine sense wrapped around it, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the finger bone. Immediately, an incomparably huge suction force emerged from the finger bone, instantly sucking in Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai did not panic. Although he did not know what would happen next, this kind of suction force was not too dangerous, and if he wanted to resist, he could take back his divine sense. Thinking of this, he didn't resist. Instead, he followed the pulling force and allowed his divine sense to enter his finger bone. In an instant, Yang Kai seemed to have arrived in another world. Under the probing of his divine telekinesis, his surroundings were gray and hazy. There was nothing but mysterious runes that swam around like fish in the water. This? Yang Kai looked stunned. He actually felt the fluctuations of divine sense from these mysterious runes. These runes were actually also produced by divine sense. Needless to say, this was obviously the divine sense of the alchemy grandmaster. Yang Kai hadn't expected that this person not only had such high attainments in the alchemic Tao, but also had such a high cultivation. To be able to manifest such a clear manifestation of one's divine sense, one had to be at least a third-order origin king. After perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai's divine sense, these mysterious runes seemed to have been activated and rushed towards Yang Kai, instantly merging with his divine sense. Yang Kai's body shook and his eyes flashed as he allowed these runes to merge with his divine sense and began to carefully comprehend the mysteries hidden in them. At first, Yang Kai was confused, but as time passed and more runes merged with his divine sense, he gradually figured out what mysteries were contained in this finger bone. After these runes were rearranged and combined, what was left to Yang Kai was actually an ancient alchemy book. The True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. Yang Kai had read a lot of alchemy books, and it was from the true alchemic way he obtained from Medicine King's Valley that he began to embark on the path of alchemy. However, there was no alchemy book that could be compared to this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. The various knowledge and alchemy techniques contained in the true alchemic way, as well as the spirit arrays used in alchemy, were like child's play in front of this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. This alchemy book was not created by the Mountain Valley's master and was instead inadvertently obtained from a ruin. It was with this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture that the Mountain Valley's master was able to reach the pinnacle of his alchemy skills and become the most famous alchemy grandmaster of tens of thousands of years ago. However, when his time came, the Mountain Valley's master could not bear to let this peerless book be buried with his death. He was also afraid that such a wondrous book would fall into the hands of a junior and bring shame to its name, so he spent a great deal of effort to transform the information contained in this wondrous book into his own divine sense and leave it in his finger bone. He then used a secret technique to refine his finger bone, turning it into an artifact so that it would not be eroded by the flowing time. Great Emperor. In this way, even if he died, the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture would be passed down through this special method. If it was really a junior who found his skeleton, they would definitely ignore it, which would only result in him missing the opportunity to obtain the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the idea of burying it, so he was able to obtain the finger bone by chance and obtain the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. This information was also left behind by the alchemy grandmaster. After Yang Kai learned about it, he was very surprised and felt that his luck was really good. But soon, he put these distracting thoughts behind him and concentrated on swimming in the sea of alchemy knowledge. Although the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture came from ancient times, far before the Mountain Valley's master lived, what Yang Kai obtained today was not entirely the orthodox True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. It also contained the unique understanding of the Mountain Valley's master and his own alchemy experience, making it much more valuable than the pure True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. It could be said that the Mountain Valley's master had integrated his entire life's worth of alchemy experience into the True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. Yang Kai was fascinated by it. For a long time, many of the questions he had encountered in alchemy could be answered here. In terms of alchemy, although Yang Kai had a unique advantage, in the end, he was still groping his way forward. There were very few people in this territory who could guide him. When he was in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai would occasionally consult the highly respected the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui, but since coming to Tongxian territory, he had to rely on himself. What's more, Yang Kai did not dare to casually expose his proficiency in alchemy. So, as his strength improved, Yang Kai had faintly realized that his alchemy skills and understanding of alchemy had reached a limit. This limit was not his personal limit. As long as he worked hard, he would eventually be able to break through. It was just that this breakthrough could take 10 years, 20 years, or even longer. But now, things were different. With this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture, Yang Kai had a master who could teach him alchemy, and he could consult with him at any time and place. In just a moment, Yang Kai felt that his understanding of the alchemic Tao had become more thorough. Yang Kai became more and more fond of this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture, completely unaware of the passage of time as he continued to absorb knowledge from it greedily. After half a month, Yang Kai slowly exhaled and withdrew his divine sense from the finger bone, a tired look on his face. Continuously releasing his divine sense for half a month had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. However, his eyes were shining brightly, looking extremely excited. Half a month was naturally not enough for Yang Kai to fully comprehend the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. He had only roughly browsed through it, but even so, the harvest he had gained was huge. It was hard to imagine what kind of sublimation his alchemy skills would achieve once he fully comprehended the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. A pill can only be called a spirit pill if it has a spirit? Yang Kai muttered to himself while stroking his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. There were many alternative ideas in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture that had inspired Yang Kai greatly. Just the idea of pills having a spirit could allow his alchemy skills to soar qualitatively. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture could be studied in the future, there was no need to rush, but Yang Kai had a rough idea of what that Origin King grade spirit pill with pill clouds was. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture not only contained all kinds of magical ideas, but also the life experiences of the Mountain Valley's owner as well as many long-lost pill recipes. Each of these recipes was extremely precious and many of them had already gone extinct. Through these pill recipes and descriptions, Yang Kai vaguely understood the type and purpose of that spirit pill. Yang Kai took out the Origin King grade spirit pill again and observed it in the palm of his hand, a smile appearing on his face after a long time. There's no mistaking it. Judging from the color, size, fragrance, and various traces inside the spirit pill, it should be a dragon flame purple marrow pill. It turned out to be a precious dragon flame purple marrow pill. Yang Kai could not help feeling shocked. The dragon flame purple marrow pill was an Origin King grade low-rank spirit pill, and the materials needed to refine it were extremely complex, with as many as 50 to 60 of them. Its role was also very simple for a cultivator. To improve one's strength. Once a cultivator broke through to the Origin King realm, their cultivation would become very difficult. The world energy produced by ordinary earth veins and even high-rank saint crystals could not meet the cultivation requirements of an Origin King realm master, so in ancient times, the dragon flame purple marrow pill was another way for Origin Kings to improve their strength. Absorbing the medicinal efficacies contained in this pill was also helpful to a cultivator's growth, but this method had both advantages and disadvantages compared to ordinary meditation. On the one hand, as long as there were enough pills, one's strength would increase very quickly, far from being comparable to meditation. On the other hand, the strength improved by this method may be somewhat unstable, and if one took too many spirit pills, it would cause a certain burden on the cultivator's body. Therefore, no cultivator's growth depended entirely on the medicinal efficacies of spirit pills. Even if they took pills to cultivate, they would only do so occasionally and in a very restrained manner. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had basically not taken any pills to cultivate, so his foundation was extremely solid and his Saint Chi was pure and vigorous. Understanding the purpose of this Origin King grade spirit pill, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little excited. This was a spirit pill that could increase the strength of an Origin King realm master. After being refined by the Mountain Valley's owner, it had formed pill clouds, and after tens of thousands of years of flowing time great emperor's accumulation, Yang Kai was unable to determine just how amazing the medicinal efficacies contained inside it were. He could only vaguely guess that if he had the ability to take this pill now and safely refine it, his strength would most likely reach the Origin King realm, saving him many years of bitter cultivation. This was a terrifying increase. However, all of this was just a guess. Yang Kai had some self-awareness and knew that such a spirit pill was not something he could covet right now. Reluctantly putting away the dragon flame purple marrow pill again, Yang Kai dispelled the restlessness in his heart and calmed his mind before taking out two other things from his space ring. One was as red as blood and was only the size of a heart. The other was completely black and rolling. Two strange stones. One was the blood essence stone he had accidentally obtained in the Emperor Garden, while the other was the stone mongoose embryo that Yang Kai had stored for many years. There were a total of 2 stone mongoose embryos, both of which were brought over from Tongxian realm. When Yang Kai first arrived on Shadowed Star, one of the embryos had fused with a blood essence stone, giving birth to a stone mongoose, which Yang Inflammation named Xiao. As for the other stone embryo, although it was on the verge of maturity, because it didn't have a blood essence stone as its heart, it couldn't break out of its shell. It wasn't until this trip to the Emperor Garden that Yang Kai finally got what he wanted. Yang Inflammation had always envied Yang Kai for having a stone mongoose, so Yang Kai had always wanted to hatch the second stone mongoose and give it to her. Yang Kai didn't know if Yang Inflammation still wanted it, but when he thought about Yang Inflammation's current situation, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling bitterly. Regardless of whether she wanted it or not, letting the blood essence stone and the stone embryo fuse together was the right thing to do. Thinking so, Yang Kai put the two strange stones together. Strangely enough, the moment the stone embryo, which had been resting peacefully in the black book space, touched the blood essence stone, countless black threads burst out from inside it and wrapped around it. In the blink of an eye, the two were tightly linked together, as if they had become one, but it would probably take a long time for them to fully fuse. This scene made Yang Kai a little surprised, and after thinking about it for a moment, he silently called out a few times with his divine sense. A moment later, the stone mongoose appeared in front of him like a small whirlwind, staring at Yang Kai with a pair of clear and innocent eyes. "I'll leave this to you, is that okay?" Yang Kai pointed to the black and red fusion of strange stones in front of him and asked. Although the stone mongoose's IQ wasn't high, it could still understand Yang Kai's orders and looked in the direction Yang Kai was pointing. After seeing what was in front of it, the stone mongoose's eyes bulged with joy and excitement. It could feel that inside this fusion of black and red stones, a companion was being born. The stone mongoose nodded repeatedly, a look of desire filling its face. "Good, take it away, remember to report to me at any time." Yang Kai ordered faintly, and the stone mongoose immediately picked up the fusion of the two strange stones before disappearing. Yang Kai estimated that it wouldn't be long before a second stone mongoose was born, something Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to. The next thing Yang Kai needed to check was the space ring of the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple. This woman and Xianxia had both fallen on the Emperor Garden's ice path, and Xianxia's space ring had been banished into the void by Yang Kai with his space blade, never to be recovered, leaving only the ring of Demon Blood Temple's temple master. As a temple master, her wealth was naturally extremely rich. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped her space ring before pouring out everything inside. There were countless saint crystals, at least several tens of millions, various artifacts of different grades, hundreds of jade bottles filled with pills, and some materials for alchemy and artifact refining. The dazzling lineup was too much for the eyes to take in. Yang Kai raised his brow. Although most of the things here were no longer of interest to him, they were still a considerable amount of wealth. Patiently sorting them out, Yang Kai kept what was useful for himself and put the rest aside to replenish High Heaven Sect's storehouse. Although there weren't many people in the sect right now, because High Heaven Sect had sealed off its entrance and had no communication with the outside world, it had to be self-sufficient in terms of cultivation resources. These things that Yang Kai didn't care about were treasures to the disciples. After sorting them out, Yang Kai quickly finished. This is... Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he picked up an animal skin book with a look of amazement on his face. This animal skin book was also placed inside the space ring of Demon Blood Temple's temple master. At first, Yang Kai hadn't noticed it, but it wasn't until he was almost done counting that he discovered it. This animal skin book wasn't big, but its pages were red, as if they had been soaked in blood. Through these pages, Yang Kai could smell a strong bloody smell. This shouldn't be. Yang Kai's heart suddenly jumped and he quickly flipped to the first page, but what he saw stunned him for a moment before he burst into laughter. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. What was recorded on this animal skin book was the complete set of the Demon Blood Thread secret techniques. Since obtaining the Demon Blood Thread secret techniques from Demon Blood Temple's disciple Deng Ning, Yang Kai had been cultivating them. Moreover, this secret technique had helped him a lot, repeatedly performing miraculous feats in battle, making Yang Kai rely heavily on it. Although the Demon Blood Thread secret techniques had various restrictions for Demon Blood Temple's disciples to cultivate, this secret technique seemed to be tailor-made for Yang Kai. Yang Kai had more capital and backing than any other Demon Blood Temple disciple, and that was his endless supply of golden blood. Unfortunately, Yang Kai only obtained the first half of this secret technique from Deng Ning. After cultivating the Golden Blood Thread secret technique, Yang Kai faintly felt that this secret technique should also have some transformations, and after meeting Demon Blood Temple's temple master, this guess was confirmed. Unfortunately, he couldn't obtain the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. However, after killing Demon Blood Temple's temple master, Xianxia found it in her space ring. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. Demon Blood Temple was filled with endless internal disputes and revered personal strength. Since this beautiful woman was Demon Blood Temple's temple master, she would naturally carry this kind of treasure with her, so after her death, it had fallen into Xianxia's hands. Xianxia was ecstatic and carefully studied the secret technique, confirming that it was indeed the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Not only did it include the first half of what he had cultivated, but it also explained the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. There was also the method to refine the blood condensing pill. The blood condensing pill was a unique pill created by Demon Blood Temple that could increase a cultivator's vitality. Every disciple who cultivated the Demon Blood Thread secret technique was eager to obtain this pill because increasing one's vitality would increase the power of their Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Deng Ning had performed meritorious deeds in Luyan's desert and was rewarded with the first half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique as well as a blood condensing pill. Xianxia felt like he had obtained a priceless treasure. After all, in Demon Blood Temple, only the elders and temple masters were eligible to take blood condensing pills. The disciples below had no way to obtain them other than as a reward. Xianxia carefully studied the refining method of the blood condensing pill, but after understanding how to refine it, he immediately lost interest in this pill. This could not be helped though, as refining this kind of evil pill required him to collect a lot of fresh blood, preferably human blood. If Xianxia wanted to increase his vitality, it was very simple, all he had to do was take some life-revitalizing jade cream. During his trip to the Emperor Garden, Xianxia had obtained a large amount of the purest life-revitalizing jade cream, so how could he put this blood-condensing pill in his eyes? However, the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique was something Xianxia greatly desired. After all, his golden blood threads transformations were too simple when used in battle. If he could master the second half of the secret technique, his golden blood thread would be able to play a greater role in the future. Since he was not in a hurry to cultivate, Xianxia still had one last harvest he had yet to examine. It was the stone tablet that had flown out from the stone tablet containing the artifact refining Dao during his battle with Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. When she saw the stone tablet at that time, Shuiyu's face changed greatly and she even begged Xianxia to hand it over. Originally, Xianxia had intended to do so. After all, he did not know what value this stone tablet had, but before he could reach an agreement with Shuiyu, the Emperor Garden had suddenly closed and teleported him to the Endless Sea. Xianxia guessed that Shuiyu was probably hopping mad right now. To be honest, Xianxia was quite curious about this stone tablet that Shuiyu attached so much importance to. Now that he had taken it out, he naturally intended to study it. The stone tablet was not very big, only about the size of a palm. Xianxia did not know why it had been hidden inside the stone tablet, but if the battle had not been so fierce and the stone tablet had not been destroyed, the stone tablet would likely have never seen the light of day again. All of this could only be said to be a coincidence. What was even more coincidental was that this stone tablet had actually flown to him, allowing him to obtain it. No matter what this stone tablet was, Xianxia could tell at a glance. Shuiyu had said that it had no use for an origin-returning realm cultivator and was only useful for origin kings, so he was quite curious about it. Half a month later, the door of First Heavenly Palace opened with a bang and Xianxia stepped out with a calm expression. After half a month of research, he finally figured out what secrets were hidden in this stone tablet. Star refining art. This was not a martial skill, but a secret technique that taught a cultivator how to refine the star sources of stars. When he figured it out, Xianxia was taken aback, never having expected that the stone tablet would record such an incredible thing. Refining the star sources of stars was extremely difficult, and only Origin King Realm Masters were qualified to do so. Once a cultivator refined the star source of a certain star, that Origin King Realm Master would become the ruler of that star, the Star Master of that particular star. The power of a Star Master was something Xianxia had already understood when he first entered the territory of a star. The entire territory of a star was vast and boundless, but there were still very few existences who could become a Star Master. The biggest reason for this was that to become a Star Master, not only did one need to possess extraordinary cultivation, but there were also great risks associated with it. A star source was the essence of a star, and refining it was destined to be a magnificent feat with both risks and benefits. If it was successful, it would naturally allow the refiner to obtain unimaginable benefits, but if it was a failure, it would result in the complete annihilation of one's soul. Since ancient times, countless masters had tried to conquer a certain star and refine its star source. These masters were all famous existences, and it could be said that each of them was a genius among geniuses, a master among masters. However, those who succeeded in refining a star's star source and became a star master were still extremely rare. It was unknown how many geniuses had fallen in the process of conquering a star. The situation of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, which Yang Kai was familiar with, was similar. Hengluo Chamber of Commerce had 7 or 8 stars under its jurisdiction and more than a dozen origin kings, but there was only one star master. No one else dared to try to refine a star's star source. After all, this was dancing on the tip of a blade. If they succeeded, they would gain glory and the admiration of the entire star territory, but if they made the slightest mistake, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. None of these origin king realm masters dared to take their lives lightly. No wonder Xueyu said that this stone tablet was useless to origin returning realm cultivators and was only useful to origin kings. Hengluo Chamber of Commerce was a major force in star territory and had a star master as its leader, so it naturally had a method to refine star essence, but compared with the star refining art recorded in the stone tablet, the method it had was far inferior. The star refining art could be said to be the most advanced secret technique, the most perfect way to refine the origin of stars. Xueyu's trip to the Emperor Garden this time was also for this star refining art. Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's president Aio's Cultivation had been stuck at the second-order origin king realm for many years, unable to make any further progress, but if he could refine a star's star source, he would be able to break through to the peak of the third order. Xueyu did not know where Xueyu had obtained news that there was an extremely powerful secret technique in the Emperor Garden, so she had personally led a group of elites to explore it. Otherwise, with Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's financial resources, how could Xueyu risk her life? However, when the star refining art appeared, she missed it by a hair's breadth. Yang Kai did not recognize the 3 ancient characters on the stone tablet, but Xueyu did, which was why she had acted so eagerly at that time. The role of the star refining art was still too distant for Yang Kai. Not to mention that his cultivation was not high enough. Even if it was high enough, he would not dare to refine a star's star source without full assurance. As such, after studying it for a while, Yang Kai put it away. After leaving First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai had only taken a few steps when he met a few people from High Heaven sect. After seeing that it was Yang Kai, these people quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, sect master. N. Is everything alright in the sect?" Yang Kai asked casually. Reporting to sect master, there has been no change in the sect since you entered retreat. Everyone is working diligently, except for Great Elder who has returned from the 6th layer. Oh? She's back? Yang Kai was a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized it wasn't a big deal. Yan Yun was still in a deep sleep and would not wake up for at least a dozen years, so there was no use for her to remain there, so she would naturally return to High Heaven sect. After all, she had been instructed by Yang Yun to assist Yang Kai with all her strength, so how could she remain in the 6th layer? It would be inconvenient for everyone to communicate and meet. Good. Yang Kai nodded lightly before ordering, "Tell Huang Wan to take Lin Yuner to see me at Great Elder's residence." Yes. Although the others didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to see Huang Wan and Lin Yuner, they didn't ask and quickly left. 100 Flowers Peak, where Yang Yun and Yi Shiyun used to live. Although there were still hundreds of flowers blooming and competing with one another, Yi Shiyun was now the only one left in 100 Flowers Peak. When Yang Kai arrived, he found her resting in the stone pavilion, seemingly deep in thought, not even noticing his arrival. It wasn't until Yang Kai lightly coughed that Yi Shiyun suddenly woke up, raised her eyes, and said lightly, "So it is sect master, subordinate greets sect master." Saying so, she got up gracefully. There's no need to be polite. Yang Kai waved his hand and sat down across from her, pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a sip before asking indifferently, "Is Yang Yun alright?" Master is fine, she will just continue to sleep for a while, sect master doesn't need to worry." That's good, Yang Kai nodded lightly before suddenly asking, what does Great Elder plan to do in the future? Yi Shiyin glanced at him suspiciously before stroking her hair and asking, what is Sect Master referring to? Why does Great Elder ask a question you already know the answer to? You staying here is only for the sake of the Great Emperors. I don't know why you are so obsessed with the Great Emperors, but do you plan to stay here until she wakes up? Yi Shiyin gently nodded, is there a problem? There is no problem. Yang Kai smiled lightly, it's just that Great Elder is willing to waste the flowing time Great Emperor like this, not wanting to advance further in the origin returning realm? Advance further? Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes shrank as a strange light flashed across them, if Sect Master has something to say, just say it directly, why bother speaking in riddles with this subordinate? You're my senior, so don't call yourself a subordinate, it's making me feel uncomfortable, Yang Kai's mouth twitched, it's like this. Now that High Heaven Sect no longer needs to worry about being invaded, the defenses around it are impregnable, and as long as we don't go out, we won't be harmed at all. We also don't lack supplies, so I want to leave this place. Leave this place? Yi Shiyin frowned slightly, not understanding what Yang Kai was talking about. A voyage, a departure from Shadowed Star. Yang Kai stared at her. Yi Shiyin couldn't help feeling moved, Sect Master means. I just want to ask if you want to leave with me. Yang Kai grinned, you should have reached the limit of the origin returning realm, right? The reason why you haven't been able to break through should be because of the suppression of the world principles here. If you can escape this shackle, I think with your aptitude and strength, there is a good chance you can break through to the origin king realm. And we now have the conditions to do so, what do you think? Leave. Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes filled with expectation, but she quickly regained her calm as she turned to Yang Kai and asked, will Sect Master come back? Naturally, Yang Kai nodded. Of course, Yang Kai nodded, I won't lie to you, I want to leave here just to find some people. After I find them, I will return. Although Star's territory is vast, it is not easy to find a place to settle down. Of course, I won't give up on High Heaven Sect. Good. Yi Shiyin also relaxed, although Sect Master's intentions are good, please forgive this subordinate for boldly refusing. Give me a reason. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Master is still asleep, so I can't leave. Besides, if Sect Master and I leave at the same time, once something happens in the sect, no one will be able to take charge of the overall situation. Sure enough. Yang Kai nodded lightly, as if he knew she would say this. Yi Shiyun's eyes flashed as she asked in amazement, Sect Master actually just wanted to tell me about this, he didn't really want me to follow, right? Heh. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, the choice is in your hands, whether you want to go or not is up to you. I didn't say anything, but... Yang Kai's expression changed and he said seriously, thank you. Being able to resist breaking through to the Origin King realm and still insisting on staying in High Heaven Sect to guard the door for Yang Kai, Yi Shiyin deserved his sincere thanks. Both of them were well aware of this, so Yi Shiyin did not try to deny it and simply nodded lightly. Suddenly, she raised her head to look outside and asked softly, did the Sect Master call these two people here? Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate and nodded, The people who came were naturally Huang Wan and Lin Yuner. The little girl was led by Huang Wan as they strolled over from that side. However, upon seeing such a large scale of beautiful flowers, Lin Yuner rushed into the flower bed like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. Huang Wan was shocked and quickly ran over, caught Lin Yuner, and dragged her over to the stone pavilion. Lin Yuner's face was filled with unwillingness as she pouted. Greetings Sect Master, greetings Great Elder, Huang Wan bowed respectfully to Yi Shiyuner. Huang Wan bowed while quietly sizing up Yi Shiyun. She had been in High Heaven Sect for some time now, so she naturally knew that there was a powerful Great Elder in the sect, but unfortunately, she had never had the chance to meet her. Now that she had been summoned by Yang Kai, she was fortunate enough to see Yi Shiyun. Sit. Yang Kai gestured before beckoning to Lin Yuner. The little girl rolled her eyes at him before hiding in Huang Wan's arms, glancing vigilantly at Yang Kai from the corner of her eyes, leaving Yang Kai speechless. Have you gotten used to living here? Yang Kai turned to Huang Wan and asked. Thanks to Sect Master's blessings, Subordinate and Yuner are doing well here. Good, if you need anything, go find Wu Yi, she will take care of everything. You are not outsiders, so there's no need to be polite. Many thanks for sect master's kindness, Huang Wan said gratefully. Right, this is an origin condensing pill. Take it and enter retreat for a while, you should be able to break through to the origin returning realm. Remember to go to Rising Dragon Palace when you need to break through, there is a 10,000-year incense and a 9-branch jade crystal tree there. These two things can help you expel your heart demons and comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, greatly increasing your chances of breaking through. Yes. Huang Wan nodded as she took the origin condensing pill from Yang Kai's hand and carefully stored it away, her heart filled with emotion. 2 months ago, she was still struggling to make a living and couldn't even afford 100 spirits pill, but now, not only was she living in the beautiful high heaven sect with rich world energy, but she also didn't have to worry about cultivation resources. She even had heaven-defying treasures like the 10,000-year incense and 9-branch jade crystal tree to help her break through her shackles. The difference was like heaven and earth. Huang Wan couldn't believe she could live such a life every day, and the gratitude she felt towards Yang Kai in her heart grew stronger and stronger. After all, if it weren't for Yang Kai bringing her back, what would have happened to her and Lin Yun'er in the future? She didn't even dare imagine. Sect Master, what instructions do you have for summoning this subordinate this time? Huang Wan looked at Yang Kai respectfully. Yang Kai smiled lightly but didn't answer, instead turning his head to look at Yi Shiyun. Since Huang Wan brought Lin Yun'er here, Yi Shiyun had been observing the little girl, her powerful divine sense silently covering Lin Yun'er's body. Seemingly noticing something, a look of surprise flashed across Yi Shiyun'er's eyes. Great Elder, have you discovered something? After waiting for a while, Yang Kai asked. Yi Shiyun gently nodded and beckoned to Lin Yun'er, little girl, come here. Strangely enough, although Yi Shiyun's demeanor was serious and her expression was meticulous, Lin Yun'er was not afraid of her. Hearing her call, she only hesitated for a moment before walking over obediently and standing in front of Yi Shiyun. Don't be afraid. Yi Shiyun flashed a smile as she stretched out her jade white hand and held Lin Yun'er's wrist, immediately pouring her Saint Qi into Lin Yun'er's body to carefully investigate. As time passed, the expression on Yi Shiyun's face became more and more strange. After a long time, she took a deep breath and let go of Lin Yun'er, a look of surprise flashing across her eyes. Huang Wan stood in place in fear as she stared nervously at Yi Shiyun, wondering if she had discovered anything. Ever since Yang Kai had told her about Lin Yun'er's strangeness, Huang Wan had also paid more attention to her. She discovered that it was indeed as Yang Kai had said. Lin Yun'er's small body actually contained a huge amount of strength that was completely different from her age and size. This kind of power was pure. Huang Wan didn't know if Lin Yun'er had contracted some strange illness. After coming to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai had asked several of the elders, but no one could give him a clear explanation. Now that Yi Shiyun seemed to be lost in thought, Yang Kai immediately pinned his hopes on her. After all, it was rumored that this great elder was once the leader of Star Emperor Mountain and was extremely knowledgeable, but for some unknown reason, he had left Star Emperor Mountain and lived a life of seclusion. For some unknown reason, he suddenly reappeared and joined High Heaven Sect. Great Elder, Yun'er, she. Seeing Yi Shiyun not speaking for a long time, Huang Wan became even more nervous. Don't worry. Yi Shiyun comforted her lightly, there's nothing wrong with this little girl, it's just that her physique seems a bit strange. Special constitution? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. And, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why the vitality in her body is so vigorous. It's just that I don't know what kind of physique she has, so I'll have to read some ancient books to find out. Yi Shiyun frowned slightly. Yang Kai gently nodded, this was in line with his own judgment. He had also guessed that Lin Yun'er's physique was special. Although special constitutions were extremely rare, that did not mean they did not exist in this world. Yang Kai had encountered some such cases. Little Senior Sister Xianning Chang's sacred spirit medicine body, beguiling demon Queen Shan Qing Luo's poison widow constitution, and Shuiyu's dragon marrow phoenix body all belonged to the category of special constitutions. Special constitutions were innate and possessed all kinds of incredible magical effects. For example, Xianning Chang's sacred spirit medicine body allowed her to possess outstanding alchemy skills and standards. Alchemy was an instinct for her, so she didn't need to be taught by others and could improve her own cultivation with the help of alchemy. As for what kind of physique Lin Yun'er had, no one knew, but since her physique allowed her to possess such great strength, it should be related to her combat prowess. Yang Kai looked at her as if he was looking at a piece of unpolished jade. This little girl was so young and her body was so thin, yet she already possessed such strength. If she was allowed to grow up, in terms of pure strength, even the monster race, which had always been famous for their physique, would be left in the dust. Great Elder, since you have nothing better to do, why don't you accept a disciple and teach her? Not only will she relieve your loneliness, but she will also have someone to show filial piety to you in the future. Killing two birds with one stone, Yang Kai suddenly said with a smile. Yi Shiyan glanced over at him and said lightly, so sect master called this little girl over because he had ideas about me. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, you also know the current situation in our sect. Besides you, no one else is worthy of teaching. This little girl has a special physique, so if anyone else were to teach her, they would only mislead her. It would be more reassuring to leave her with Great Elder. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Huang Wan's eyes lit up and she quickly pleaded. Although she couldn't bear to be separated from Lin Yun'er, she was also clear about her own strength. Lin Yun'er's cultivation with her was naturally far inferior to Yi Shiyan's. For the sake of the little girl's future, Huang Wan naturally didn't mind a short separation. What's more, Great Elder had always lived in High Heaven sect, so it wasn't as if she and Lin Yun'er had never met before. Huang Wan and Yang Kai sang the same tune, causing Yi Shiyan to smile bitterly and gently rub her forehead. If I were to refuse, wouldn't I seem too unreasonable? Subordinate wouldn't dare. If Great Elder has some difficulties, subordinate wouldn't dare insist. Huang Wan was terrified. Yi Shiyan sighed, it's not that this queen doesn't want to accept her as a disciple, it's just that this little girl has a special physique. Before I figure out what kind of physique she has, the secret arts I have mastered may not be suitable for her. However, a little guidance should not be a problem. Huang Wan was overjoyed. However, that's up to her. Yi Shiyan smiled lightly, looked at Lin Yun'er kindly, and asked, Yun'er, are you willing to cultivate with this queen? I'm willing. Unexpectedly, Lin Yun'er didn't even think about it and replied crisply. Yi Shiyan was startled and asked in amazement, why? Because you seem to be very powerful. Lin Yun'er tilted her head and said. Yang Kai and the other two couldn't help laughing. Although the child didn't know much about worldly affairs, she still had her own intuition and could tell at a glance which of the three had the highest cultivation. Yi Shiyan pretended to be dignified and quickly said, following this queen will be very difficult. If you don't cultivate well, this queen will beat you and scold you, do you understand? Yun'er will cultivate well and won't let you beat or scold me. Good, Yi Shiyan nodded with satisfaction. From today onwards, you will stay in 100 Flowers Peak. Seeing Yi Shiyan agree, Huang Wan was so excited that tears filled her eyes as she thanked her profusely. Yi Shiyan waved her hand and said, I'm just giving her some pointers in her cultivation, not accepting a disciple. I hope you and sect master will remember this. Subordinate will remember. Yun'er being able to receive Great Elder's guidance is her good fortune, it doesn't matter if she accepts a disciple or not. Good, if there's nothing else, there's no need to come to 100 Flowers Peak, I will let Yun'er take the initiative to visit you. Yi Shiyan said before turning to Yang Kai, sect master, if there's nothing else, please return. She's asking him to leave again. Yang Kai wore a depressed look as he rubbed his nose and stood up, not waiting for Huang Wan, who was still tearfully advising Lin Yun'er to leave alone. 5 days later, in the Space Array Palace belonging to High Heaven sect outside Luyan's desert, a light flashed and Yang Kai appeared. Without saying anything to the disciples guarding this place, he summoned his star shuttle and flew off into the horizon, soon disappearing. Now that High Heaven sect had settled down and there was nothing to worry about inside or outside the sect, Yang Kai had to prepare for a long voyage. It had been 20 to 30 years since he entered Star Territory, and everything about Tongxian Realm had become a source of great concern for him. Now that High Heaven sect had an Origin King-grade starship, Yang Kai wanted to return to Tongxian Realm. Of course, if possible, he also wanted to find Su Yan and Shanqing Luo on the way. Many people were waiting for him, so he couldn't stay on Shadowed Star forever. However, before that, Yang Kai had to collect some cultivation resources. After all, this long voyage might not be a simple matter. High Heaven sect had no contact with the outside world, so it was impossible to provide all kinds of cultivation resources for itself. Before leaving, Xianxia wanted to leave behind plenty of supplies for the disciples of the sect. There was no need to worry about Saint Crystals, as there was a Saint Crystal lode in the second layer of Luyan's desert, enough to last him 1,000 years without worry. On the other hand, pills were relatively rare. Although Xianxia was an alchemist, he couldn't refine too many spirit pills at once, so he could only buy some and store them. Based on this consideration, Xianxia did not choose to use the space array along the way and instead entered every city he came across to purchase pills and the like. The direction he was heading towards was Shadow Moon Hall. Since he was going to embark on a long voyage, Xianxia naturally wanted to invite Qian Tong and Feiji Tuesday. The two of them had expressed their intention to hitch a ride with him a long time ago, but Xianxia hadn't decided at the time, so he hadn't given them a reply. Now that even Clear Sky sect had given him a spot, Xianxia from Shadow Moon Hall naturally wouldn't be left out. After all, after arriving on Shadowed Star, Qian Tong had taken care of him a lot and Feiji too had a good relationship with him. If he left without saying goodbye to them, it would be too unreasonable. At the same time, on a vast plain to the east of Shadowed Star, a towering city stood, stretching for thousands of kilometers. At the center of this city, there were rows upon rows of exquisite palaces. This was the headquarters of Heaven Battling Union, Heaven Battling City. Inside one of the palaces in the city, two people were discussing important matters, one of them a white-haired old man and the other a burly middle-aged man. If Xianxia were here, he would definitely recognize the old man as Heaven Battling Union's great elder, Mo Xiaoxing, who also cultivated space attribute secret techniques. However, at this moment, this famous great elder was facing this middle-aged man with a respectful attitude. The identity of this person was obvious: Heaven Battling Union's Union Master, Chu Jing. Chu Jing, like Mo Xiaoxing, was a master at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, but over the years, he had been in retreat comprehending the mysteries of the Origin King Realm and rarely showed himself, leaving all the affairs of the Union to Mo Xiaoxing. On Shadowed Star, this situation was very common. Because of the constraints of world principles, the limit a cultivator could reach was the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, but every master who reached this realm was not content with the status quo and wanted to go one step further to reach the legendary Origin King Realm. No one had ever succeeded, but this did not hinder the determination and pace of these masters to explore the martial Tao and heavenly way. When the Emperor Garden opened, Chu Jing also went, but his gains were not great. At this time, the matter he was discussing with Mo Xiaoxing was related to the Emperor Garden. At that moment though, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the hall, followed by a voice, reporting to Union Master, Great Elder, Thunder Typhoon Sect's Senior Fangpeng requests an audience. Old Ghost Fang? Chu Jing frowned and said with displeasure, that old dog dares to come to my Heaven Battling City? Does he not put this chew in his eyes at all? Mo Xiaoxing also showed a look of surprise. One had to know that Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were both giants of Shadowed Star, and although they couldn't be said to be like fire and water, they rarely had any contact with each other. On the contrary, there was often friction between them, with many battles breaking out every year, resulting in many casualties. In particular, going deep into the headquarters of the other party was a great taboo. Moreover, Fang Peng's identity was extraordinary as he was the sect master of Thunder Typhoon Sect, the same status as Chu Jing. With his transcendent status and sensitive identity, rashly coming to Heaven Battling City was very likely to cause friction and disputes between the two giants, which could lead to a war between the two sides, so after hearing this report, Chu Jing immediately became angry. Union Master, please calm down. Although Mo Xiaoxing was also very confused, his consideration was much more thorough than Chu Jing's and he quickly said, Old Ghost Fang daring to come to Heaven Battling City may mean he has something important to discuss with Union Master. We might as well see what he is here for first before making a decision. Hearing this, Chu Jing also felt that this was somewhat reasonable. Moreover, as the host, he wasn't afraid of a lone Fangpeng, so after pondering for a moment, he nodded lightly and said, since that's the case, we will do as Great Elder says. If he really came here to provoke my Heaven Battling Union, this old master will let him know what it means to overestimate himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter came from outside the hall, followed by a hearty voice, Brother Chu's temper is still so fiery after so many years. At the same time as this voice sounded, a figure appeared outside the hall. The Heaven Battling Union disciple was shocked and hurriedly tried to stop this newcomer, but he was kicked to the side and was unable to get up even after a long time. Immediately, the newcomer walked directly into the hall without the slightest trace of politeness, treating this place as if it were his own courtyard, a satisfied expression on his face. Chu Zheng's face was gloomy while Emo Xiaoxing frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. The newcomer was naturally sect master Fang Peng of Thunder Typhoon's sect, but neither of them had expected that this guy's face would be so thick as to actually enter uninvited. After entering the hall, Fang Peng found a seat and sat down, squinting at Chu Zheng as he asked, "Brother Chu, we're guests from afar, so why didn't you offer us a cup of tea? Is Heaven Battling Union so stingy?" If it were anyone else, this Chu would definitely welcome them, but as for you, there's no need for tea, Chu Zheng coldly snorted. Fang Peng spat disdainfully, not intending to delve too deeply into this irrelevant topic. "Old Ghost Fang, why didn't you stay in Thunder Typhoon sect and instead came all the way to my Heaven Battling city?" Chu Zheng didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Qingpeng Xian has already fallen in the Emperor Garden. If you leave Thunder Typhoon sect so rashly, aren't you afraid someone will take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble? Who would dare? Hearing Chu Zheng mention Qingpeng Xian's fall, Fang Peng's face suddenly became gloomy and he coldly snorted, "Although Elder Qing unfortunately fell, my Thunder Typhoon sect is not some weakling. Who would dare bring about their own destruction? Your tone isn't small." Chu Zheng sneered, a dangerous light flashing across his eyes. "If this old master were to kill you here, I think your Thunder Typhoon sect would be nothing more than a bunch of chickens and dogs." "Kill me?" Fang Peng pointed at himself and said with a smile on his face, "Brother Chu, don't boast so shamelessly. If you really have such confidence, you might as well try and see if you can really kill this Fang in Heaven Battling City." As soon as these words came out, the dangerous light in Chu Zheng's eyes became even stronger, as if he really intended to take action. After all, if Fang Peng was killed here, Thunder Typhoon sect would inevitably collapse, and only Heaven Battling Union would be left of Shadowed Star's two giants. However, Fang Peng's calm demeanor, as if he had something to rely on, made Chu Zheng somewhat uncertain and hesitant to make up his mind. Emo Xiaoxing also had a look of doubt on his face. Although Fang Peng's strength was good, since he had entered Heaven Battling City, it was not up to him to leave. This old dog wasn't so stupid as to take the initiative to deliver himself to him, right? Enough. After a moment of stalemate, Fang Peng waved his hand and said, "I'll tell you the truth, this Fang dared to infiltrate Heaven Battling Union alone this time because he was ordered to do so." "Ordered?" Chu Zheng and Emo Xiaoxing were both startled. "What order, and whose order?" Fang Peng was Thunder Typhoon sect's sect master, so who could command him? Both of them felt their hearts jump as they vaguely guessed. "What do you think?" Fang Peng narrowed his eyes at them. Meeting his gaze, Chu Zheng and Emo Xiaoxing's expressions both became serious. After a while, Chu Zheng hesitated and asked, "It shouldn't be that side, right?" It should be that side. Besides that side, who else could make this Fang come here in person?" Fang Peng grinned meaningfully. "Otherwise, do you think this old master would come here to die? Although this old master is not young, he has not lived long enough, so how could he enter the tiger's den without something to rely on?" Although these words were not pleasant to the ears, Chu Zheng and Emo Xiaoxing exchanged a glance and could only restrain the murderous intent in their hearts. Since the other party had come here on orders from that side, they could not act against him. Although Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect were the two giants of Shadowed Star, compared to that side, it was like comparing a small wizard to a great wizard. Several thousand years ago, there was an ancient Yang sect that was on par with Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect, but because it had offended that side, it was uprooted overnight. It was obvious how terrifying that side's forces were. However, that side had never cared about worldly affairs, so why had they sent Fang Peng to contact Heaven Battling Union this time? "Brother Fang, if you have something to say, just say it. You and I both know that the reason why Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect can dominate Shadowed Star is because of that side. Since this is a matter of that side, my Heaven Battling Union will not stand idly by." Chu Zheng took a deep breath, his attitude becoming much more amiable. Brother Chu really understands the situation. Fang Peng laughed before his expression became solemn. That little brat from High Heaven sect has left Luyan Sand Field. Chu Jing was startled but quickly reacted. You mean that guy called Yang Kai? N. Fang Peng nodded lightly, and looking at his route, it seems he wants to go to the Shadow Moon Hall. Shadow Moon Hall? Chu Jing frowned. What does that have to do with us? Why does Brother Chu need to play dumb? Fang Peng sneered. Although High Heaven sect isn't much, it is located inside the flowing flame sand field, so no one can attack it. Given time, when they grow stronger, will there still be a place for our two sects to stand on Shadowed Star? What Brother Fang means is that we should nip this danger in the bud. N. Fang Peng nodded seriously. If he had been hiding in the Luyan sand field, I'm afraid no one would have been able to do anything to him, but since he has decided to run out recklessly, his fate is no longer up to him. That being said, I heard that this little brat's strength is extraordinary. Ordinary people can't do anything to him, and it seems that he has many powerful external forces he can borrow. So what? Even if his strength is great, he is just broken through to the origin returning realm. Our two forces have countless masters. Do you think we can't do anything to him? N. Chu Jing nodded lightly, also feeling that he was making a big fuss over nothing, but he still asked suspiciously, but what does this have to do with them? Naturally it has something to do with them. Fang Peng grinned meaningfully. High Heaven sect has an Origin King grade starship. Has Brother Chu never heard of it? This Chu has heard of it, but is it really an Origin King grade starship? Chu Jing asked doubtfully. You might as well ask Elder Mo, he should have seen it with his own eyes. Chu Jing quickly looked at Mo Xiaoxing, who nodded solemnly. It is indeed an Origin King grade starship, but I don't know where they obtained it. Perhaps they found it in some ancient ruin. No matter where they obtained it, the key is that as long as we can obtain this starship, we can leave Shadowed Star and go to another star to break through to the Origin King realm. As soon as this statement came out, both Mo Xiaoxing and Chu Jing were shocked, their eyes flashing with excitement. The Origin King realm was a realm they dreamed of but had never been able to reach, but an Origin King grade starship could make it possible. Presumably, Brother Chu should understand, and Yi Shiyun is also in High Heaven sect, and I heard she has taken on the position of Great Elder. Do you think they will let High Heaven sect off? Fang Peng sneered meaningfully. So that's how it is. Chu Jing nodded lightly, finally understanding. Whether it was because of the Origin King grade starship or because of Yi Shiyun, it was impossible for High Heaven sect to sit back and watch High Heaven sect grow stronger. They would definitely find an opportunity to eradicate it. And their sect master Yang Kai's departure was such an opportunity. Is this only between our two forces? Chu Jing asked. For the time being, but High Heaven sect will also send people. They're quite calculative, Chu Jing snorted coldly. Chu Jing coldly snorted. He could almost imagine that if High Heaven sect was really eradicated, the Origin King grade starship would definitely fall into their hands. As for Thunder Typhoon sect and Heaven Battling Union, they would only be able to drink the leftovers. Who told them to have bigger fists? Chu Jing smiled helplessly. I've already passed on the message, but as for how we should cooperate, you and I will discuss it carefully. Because this matter is related to that starship and Yi Shiyun, it's not as simple as killing Yang Kai, but rather capturing him alive and using him as a bargaining chip to force High Heaven sect to willingly hand over the starship. Yang Kai naturally knew nothing about Chu Jing and Fang Peng's conspiracy. At this moment, he was still flying in the direction of Shadow Moon Hall, entering every city he came across and purchasing any useful pills he found. The number of Saint Crystals in Yang Kai's space ring shrank at an extremely fast rate, but at the same time, he was also purchasing a variety of pills of different grades. The harvest was huge. 3 months later, Yang Kai stood mid-air, looking at a city not far away. Heavenly Fate City. Turning his gaze, Yang Kai saw a small mountain range 50 kilometers away from Heavenly Fate City. Dragon Cave Mountain. This was the first stop Yang Kai had made after arriving on Shadowed Star, and it was there that he had made many friends and enemies, allowing him to slowly grow. Unfortunately, this unique mountain range, which had been managed by Wu Yi, Yang Inflammation, and the others, had been destroyed in the Great War. Looking at the desolate Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai seemed to see his rapid growth in the past 10 years. After a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head, collected his thoughts, and flew straight to Heavenly Fate City. Although it had taken Yang Kai 3 months to fly all the way from the flowing flame sand field to this place, he hadn't wasted any time on the road, so it was impossible for him to waste his time here. However, it wasn't a problem for Yang Kai to comprehend the various gains he obtained from the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai had completely comprehended the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique, so as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to improve the transformations of his golden blood threads and increase their power in battle. From time to time, Yang Kai would take out the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture and read it, gaining new insights every time. These past 3 months had been extremely enriching for Yang Kai. Inside the majestic city lord's mansion, Yang Kai stepped forward, but as soon as he arrived, he was stopped by the cultivator guarding outside. The leader of the cultivators swept his eyes over Yang Kai before paling and cupping his fists in a dignified manner. Heavenly Fate City's Xianxia greets Sect Master Yang. Oh? You recognize me? Yang Kai looked at the person who spoke with a smile, somewhat surprised. The cultivator named Xianxia scratched his head and said respectfully, when Sect Master Yang caused havoc in Heavenly Fate City, this Jin saw Sect Master Yang from a distance, so that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded. Since someone knew him, things would be easier. Yang Kai Sect Master Phase residence, is he here? I have something to discuss with him. This time. As he said this, he walked straight in. Xianxia, however, stood in front of him with an awkward look on his face, reporting to Sect Master Yang, Sir City Lord is not in the city at the moment. He's not? Yang Kai's disciples Master Yang's mansion, Yang's master, Yang Kai's Yang Kai's was Yang was a heavenly Yang Kai's he's Yang heavenly lords heaves is Yang of. Where did they go? Yang Kai was speechless. He had just returned from the Emperor Garden not long ago, but instead of checking his gains, these two had run off to somewhere else. Elder and the City Lord's Master went to Fallen Emperor Mountain together, Xianxia replied quickly. Why did they go to Fallen Emperor Mountain? Yang Kai frowned. Xianxia asked curiously, has Sect Master Yang not heard about the changes in Fallen Emperor Mountain? What changes? Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Half an hour later, Yang Kai left Heavenly Fate City, summoned his star shuttle, and flew towards Fallen Emperor Mountain. From Xianxia, Yang Kai finally learned some things. A large number of ancient cultivator cave mansions had appeared in Fallen Emperor Mountain, and there were even rumors that there were sect ruins inside. This news was quite shocking, and after it spread, it immediately attracted a large number of Shadowed Stars cultivator to explore Fallen Emperor Mountain. Moreover, this was not a false rumor, it was actually true. Some people found heaven-defying secret techniques inside, some obtained a lot of treasures, and some even found top-quality artifacts. It was said that even Origin King-grade artifacts had appeared. Of course, this might be an exaggeration. Origin King-grade artifacts were rare treasures no matter which star one was on because there were too few artifact refiners who could refine such artifacts. However, it was undeniable that Fallen Emperor Mountain had now become the focus of all of Shadowed Star's attention. Yang Kai had been to Fallen Emperor Mountain once before. It was here that he had gone with Fei Ji2 and the others to rescue Qian Tong. The reason why this mountain range was called Fallen Emperor Mountain was because it was rumored that the great emperors of Star Field had fallen here. The emperor pressure that existed in Fallen Emperor Mountain all year round added infinite credibility to this rumor. The deeper one went, the stronger the emperor pressure became. Before the Emperor Garden appeared, after a cultivator broke through to the Origin Returning Realm, many of Shadowed Star's cultivators would enter Fallen Emperor Mountain to condense their share with the help of the emperor pressure. The deeper one went, the stronger the emperor pressure became. No cultivator could enter Fallen Emperor Mountain because no one could withstand the pressure of the emperor pressure. However, after the Emperor Garden appeared, the emperor pressure that had always shrouded Fallen Emperor Mountain disappeared. The reason for this was because of the Emperor Garden. The Emperor Garden originally existed several tens of thousands of meters below Fallen Emperor Mountain, which was why the emperor pressure had shrouded this mountain range, but now that the Emperor Garden had appeared, the emperor pressure it emitted was naturally unable to affect this mountain range. No one had ever been able to enter Fallen Emperor Mountain before, but now it could no longer stop cultivators' exploration. Originally, it was just a few cultivators who were curious about what was inside Fallen Emperor Mountain and decided to explore it together, but as a result, they discovered a hidden ancient cave mansion and obtained a lot of benefits from it. These cultivators were also very cunning and did not spread the news, instead choosing to hide it. If it weren't for the unequal distribution of resources leading to mutual slaughter, this news would not have leaked. Previously, all the cultivators on Shadowed Star had been paying attention to the Emperor Garden's movements, so the changes in Fallen Emperor Mountain and news about it had not been noticed by many. But now, after the world's attention shifted away from the Emperor Garden, Fallen Emperor Mountain immediately became a hot commodity. This was especially true after news spread that there were a large number of ancient cultivators' secluded homes and sect ruins inside Fallen Emperor Mountain. All of Shadowed Star was in an uproar as countless cultivators rushed into Fallen Emperor Mountain in droves. This happened 3 or 4 months ago, when Xianxia left High Heaven Sect. Along the way, he had only bought a lot of pills and immersed himself in studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture and the demon blood thread secret technique, so he had not paid much attention to the news circulating in the outside world. It was only natural that he did not know. It was not until now that he came to Heavenly Fate City that he learned about it. Of course, Xianxia was very interested in the cave mansions and sect ruins of an ancient cultivator. If he had not heard about them, it would have been fine, but now that he knew about them, he did not mind taking a trip there. He could also find Qiantong and Feiji too, saving him the trouble of waiting in Heavenly Fate City and wasting time. So, after learning a little about the situation, Xianxia went straight to Fallen Emperor Mountain. Along the way, he found that many cultivators were also heading in the same direction as him towards Fallen Emperor Mountain. It seemed that the news was not groundless and was likely to be true, otherwise, it would not have attracted so many people. Xianxia naturally remembered the location of Fallen Emperor Mountain, and it was not too far from Heavenly Fate City. 10 days later, a streak of light arrived outside Fallen Emperor Mountain. When the light dissipated, Xianxia's figure was revealed. Looking down at the countless cultivators, Xianxia frowned. He had not expected that the outskirts of Fallen Emperor Mountain would be so lively. With a rough count, there were actually several tens of thousands of martial artists lingering in the periphery. Moreover, the cultivation realms of these martial artists were uneven. Yuanqi boundary, Immortal Ascension boundary, Transcendent realm, Saint realm. There were even cultivators at the separation and reunion boundary below Yuanqi. What were they doing here? Xianxia was shocked. With such strength and cultivation, rashly entering this dangerous place was tantamount to courting death. But after thinking about it carefully, Xianxia felt relieved. Since they had chosen this path, naturally they were not afraid of taking risks. Xianxia had also walked this path in the past, so he had a deep understanding of this. Often, the more dangerous a place was, the greater the benefits and the more it could help a cultivator grow. If these cultivators were lucky enough to find the cave mansion of an ancient cultivator, perhaps they would never have to worry about resources in the future. Moreover, there was no trace of Emperor pressure remaining in Fallen Emperor Mountain, so even ordinary people who had never experienced it would not have to worry about their own safety. Fallen Emperor Mountain was also different from other mountain ranges. Because it was shrouded in Emperor pressure all year round, there were no living creatures living inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, so the cultivator who entered did not have to worry about encountering a fierce or powerful monster beast. The only thing they needed to worry about was fellow cultivators. Killing people for treasures was a common occurrence here, but as long as they did not venture too deep and acted according to their strength, they would not necessarily die. With all kinds of thoughts flashing through his mind, Xianxia soon understood why these cultivators with low strength had gathered here. Not only that, but some cultivators did not intend to venture deep into Fallen Emperor Mountain and were simply taking advantage of this opportunity to do some business. In the crowded area, countless stalls were placed casually on the ground, each of them selling a dazzling array of things. Some of the stalls seemed to be doing quite well, with many people gathered around and haggling with the stall owners, just like a lively market. Xianxia laughed dumbly. He did not need to care too much about other people's affairs. Coming to Fallen Emperor Mountain this time was completely a coincidence. What he needed to do now was to see if he could find Qiantong or Feiji Tuesday. If he could not find them, it would not hurt to explore this place. If he could find something, it would be great, but if he did not, it would not matter. Considering all this, Yang Kai flicked his sleeve and descended. Just as he put away his star shuttle, Yang Kai suddenly saw several cultivators rushing over, all of them wearing flattering smiles as they cupped their fists towards him from a distance. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. He didn't know what these people wanted to do, but he didn't want to slap a smiling face, so he just stood there and looked at them indifferently. When they came closer, he asked, "Do you need something?" "Friends from Heaven's Absolute Sect," one of the cultivators who looked the most astute quickly said. The others also followed suit and reported their names. What was interesting was that all of these people were actually Saint King Realm cultivators. After listening to their self-introductions, Yang Kai raised his brow as he discovered that these people were not from the same force and seemed to be competing with each other. This made Yang Kai a little confused as he didn't know what they wanted to do. "It's like this, friend." The guy named Wu Cheng seemed to be a friendly person, and the smile on his face was also quite familiar, but it gave Yang Kai a fake feeling, which made him a little unhappy. "Seeing that you've come alone, do you want to explore Fallen Emperor Mountain and explore the cave mansion of an ancient cultivator?" "Indeed." Yang Kai gently nodded, "So what?" Wu Cheng chuckled, "Friend doesn't need to be so vigilant, this one has no malicious intentions, he just wanted to invite you to enter with this Wu." "With you?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Indeed." Wu Cheng nodded quickly before pointing to the side. "Friend, you must have noticed that this Wu is just a second-order Saint King. Although this realm is not too low, it is not high either. The disciples of my sect's Heavenly Extreme Sect are also there, and there is no origin returning realm master present. If you enter Fallen Emperor Mountain and encounter a powerful enemy, haha." Wu Cheng didn't finish speaking, but Yang Kai vaguely understood why he had invited him. Looking in the direction Wu Cheng was pointing, Yang Kai found a group of cultivators wearing the same robes as Wu Cheng. There were about a dozen of them, but they were basically all Saint King Realm cultivators with no trace of origin returning realm masters. It seemed that the strength of this Heavenly Extreme Sect wasn't very strong. "You want me to protect your safety?" Yang Kai asked. "It's easy to talk to smart people. Protection is fine, cooperation is also fine. It all depends on whether friend is willing or not," Wu Cheng nodded quickly. "Is there a difference?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Of course there is a difference." Wu Cheng saw that Yang Kai seemed to be somewhat moved and quickly struck while the iron was hot. "If you want to protect my Heaven Absolute Sect, we can pay this friend a sum of money and guarantee you will be satisfied. However, no matter what we find inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, it will be my Heaven Absolute Sect's harvest and has nothing to do with this friend. If we want to cooperate, you and I can discuss the details of our cooperation in detail, such as how to distribute the treasures we find. Of course, this Wu still hopes to cooperate with you." Yang Kai nodded lightly, finally understanding why the other party was so friendly. It turned out that the other party was lacking masters. Yang Kai had not concealed his cultivation, so as a Saint King Realm cultivator, he could naturally perceive that Yang Kai was an origin-returning realm master. "Are you guys the same?" Yang Kai looked at the others. The few cultivator hurriedly nodded and began to introduce their own clans or sections. "I understand." Yang Kai chuckled and asked meaningfully, "But aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word and kill you all if I find something good?" Hearing this, Wu Cheng and the others all stiffened and wore uncomfortable expressions, but soon, Wu Cheng returned to normal and said bitterly, "Friend must be joking." "Whether I'm joking or not, since I have the ability to explore the interior of Fallen Emperor Mountain, why would I cooperate with you and allow you to share the benefits?" Yang Kai sneered. It wasn't that he had nothing better to do with these people, it was just that he had just arrived here and Wu Cheng and these people obviously had some understanding of the interior of Fallen Emperor Mountain, so he might be able to obtain some useful information from them. It's like this, friend. Each of the ancient cultivators' cave mansions in Fallen Emperor Mountain is extremely well hidden, many of which cannot even be discovered with one's divine sense. If there are more people, the chances of finding these cave mansions will naturally be much higher. Moreover, most of those cave mansions' restrictions cannot be broken through by a single person. They need to cooperate with others, so the cultivators who enter will generally find like-minded people. It can be said that there are very few who go in alone. That makes sense, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wu Chang and the others were overjoyed and were about to say something when Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "But I just arrived and have no intention of going in for the time being. I'll look for you to cooperate when I have." Saying so, Yang Kai left directly. From beginning to end, he had never intended to cooperate with these people. Although Wu Chang and the others were a little unwilling, they could not continue to stop him and could only continue to pay attention to the situation around them to see if there were any origin returning realm masters who could be won over. After getting rid of these people, Yang Kai did not rush into Fallen Emperor Mountain and instead looked around the randomly placed stalls while taking out a communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it. After waiting for a while, the communication artifact did not respond, so Yang Kai shook his head and put it away. It seemed that the Qian Tong was very far away from him, otherwise, he would have been able to contact it. He wasn't checking out these stalls to find any treasures. Although there were many different kinds of goods on display, there were almost none that caught Kai Yang's eye. After all, who would be willing to put out the truly good stuff? It was too late to cherish them. It could be said that the goods placed in these stalls were all common goods. Of course, there were also some people who did not know what was good and treated the good stuff as garbage, but such good things were very rare. Yang Kai continued to stay here because he wanted to inquire about information. At the very least, he could roughly understand the situation inside Fallen Emperor Mountain through the conversations of the surrounding cultivators. Needless to say, with so many people around, Yang Kai was able to obtain a lot of information. The ruins of the ancient sect actually existed. What's more, they were located in the innermost part of Fallen Emperor Mountain. Now, many masters had rushed there, but the sect defending array around the sect ruins was quite strong and would not be easy to break through, so for the time being, these masters were helpless and could only wait for more people to arrive so they could join forces. If only Young Inflammation was here, with her ability, the so-called sect defending array would not be able to stop her, but unfortunately, she had merged with the Great Emperor's bodies and was still in a deep sleep. Thinking about Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai sighed again. This woman was the most important friend Yang Kai had made after coming to Shadowed Star. She had accompanied him through thick and thin, sharing joys and sorrows with him, but Yang Kai had never expected her life experience to be so bizarre. While he was immersed in his memories, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed and he quietly left his original spot, walking towards a place where the crowd was sparse. A moment later, he suddenly turned around with a smile on his face and said, "Friend, why are you sneaking around behind this Yang? Why don't you show yourself?" A soft cry of surprise rang out as a figure strangely appeared not far in front of Yang Kai. Looking over Yang Kai, this figure said in surprise, "You can actually see this Zhang's whereabouts." Yang Kai sneered as he swept the other party with his divine sense and found that this man was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator who appeared to be about 50 years old with gray hair, a short stature, and a slightly strange Saint Chi. Although this man's cultivation was a minor realm higher than Yang Kai's, Yang Kai did not show the slightest fear. Yang Kai had already killed several third-order cultivator, so why would he be afraid of a second-order? Moreover, looking at the other party's expression, he did not seem to have any malicious intent, so before he figured out his true intentions, Yang Kai did not intend to act rashly. "Little brother, please don't take offense, this Jiang has no malicious intent." The cultivator surnamed Jiang hurriedly expressed his attitude. After all, sneaking around behind someone was indeed a taboo. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than his, there were dragons and snakes mixed together here, so he did not want to have any conflict with Yang Kai and allow others to take advantage of him. "I see." Yang Kai smiled faintly, not seeming to mind, "But please explain clearly, why are you following me?" "Haha, this old man is being rude, this old man will apologize to little brother here." Although he looked much older than Yang Kai, since they were both origin-returning realm cultivators who did not know each other, he did not dare to act arrogantly, and, if you don't mind, this old man would like to ask, what is the Saint Chi attribute that little brother cultivates? Attribute? Yang Kai frowned, his face darkening slightly. "Why should I tell you? If it is convenient, please enlighten me, little brother." This old man is looking for a companion who cultivates a suitable fire attribute secret art. Of course, if you find it difficult, just pretend this old man never asked and this Jiang will find someone else. The cultivator surnamed Jiang's expression was extremely sincere. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "Take a look for yourself." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and a mass of black demonic flame appeared in his hand, exuding a scorching heat. The cultivator surnamed Zhang's eyes lit up and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. "Fire attribute, I finally found it." Yang Kai frowned. "You are looking for a cultivator who cultivates fire attribute Xianxia?" "That's right." The cultivator surnamed Zhang's expression brightened. "This old man has already asked more than a dozen people, but none of them met my requirements. If little brother finds it convenient, can we go somewhere else and discuss in detail?" Saying so, he stared at Yang Kai eagerly. Seeing Yang Kai hesitate, the cultivator surnamed Jiang gritted his teeth and quietly sent a message to Yang Kai. "Oh? Is there such a good thing?" Yang Kai was surprised and immediately nodded. "In that case, please lead the way, old man Jiang." "This way, please." The old man surnamed Jiang was overjoyed when he saw Yang Kai agree and quickly walked to the side. Yang Kai followed behind him, moving further and further away, gradually leaving the place where countless people gathered, but he was bold enough to not worry about the other party playing any tricks. Not long after, the two arrived at a certain slope 10 kilometers away where 3 people were sitting cross-legged in meditation, seemingly adjusting their breathing. Yang Kai was surprised and swept these 3 people with his divine sense, quickly discovering that they were all second-order origin returning realm cultivators, similar in cultivation to the old man surnamed Jiang. The 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman, one of whom looked similar to the old man surnamed Jiang, around 50 to 60 years old, while the other man and woman looked much younger. The man had a wide mouth and a split nose, giving off a wild aura, while the woman was petite and exquisite with an exaggerated bust line, a pair of towering jade peaks, and a graceful waist. However, from the way this man and woman were sitting together in meditation, they seemed to be husband and wife, otherwise, they wouldn't be so intimate. Their appearance, however, gave off a strong sense of visual conflict, as if they were a combination of beauty and a beast. Noticing that someone had arrived, the 3 opened their eyes at the same time, and after seeing that it was Jiang Shan who had brought someone back, they all turned their eyes to Yang Kai, sizing him up. "Brother Jiang, why were you gone for so long?" This old man thought that something had happened. The old man who was meditating asked impatiently. "Haha, it's nothing like that, it's just that it's difficult to find a suitable candidate." This old man had a hard time finding this little brother, Jiang Shan explained. It was indeed difficult to find a suitable candidate. What Jiang Shan was looking for was a cultivator who cultivated fire attribute Xianxia, and their strength couldn't be too low. If they were too low, they wouldn't be able to meet the requirements, but they also couldn't be too high. If they were too high, no one would be able to control them, and it would be quite troublesome if someone had bad intentions towards them. Therefore, a first-order origin returning realm cultivator or a second-order cultivator was the best choice. What's more, most of the cultivators who had come to the periphery of Fallen Emperor Mountain were in groups, so it was naturally not easy to find a single cultivator. Jiang Shan wandered around for 2 or 3 days and asked a total of more than a dozen people before he found Yang Kai who met his requirements. "Only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator?" The brawny man coldly snorted. "Isn't his strength a bit too low? Since the barrier over there is so difficult to crack, can this person really do it? When the time comes, don't drag us down and waste our time." Although he was only a second-order cultivator, he was still higher than Yang Kai, so his tone was quite condescending. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and didn't take it seriously. The old man surnamed Jiang also hurriedly said, "A first-order cultivator shouldn't be a problem. Although this little brother's cultivation is slightly lower, as long as he takes some pills to supplement his Xianxia, he'll be fine. On top of that, cracking that spirit array isn't actually that difficult. As long as the number of people required to break it is a piece of cake, but if not, no matter how strong one is, they won't be able to break it. Since Elder Jiang said so, then there is no difference." The brawny man did not continue to dwell on this issue. "Elder Jiang, since everyone is here now, shouldn't we set out? Although you said that place is very remote and unlikely to be discovered, more and more people are now pouring into Fallen Emperor Mountain. It's better to be safe than sorry. The sooner we leave, the sooner we arrive." The petite woman's voice was very pleasant. Crisp and tender, mixed with a hint of a child's voice. Just by listening to her voice, it was difficult to connect her to an origin-returning realm master. Mrs. E is right. Since everyone is here, let's go. The old man surnamed Jiang did not say anything and immediately summoned his star shuttle and flew into the depths of Fallen Emperor Mountain. The other four exchanged a glance before quickly following. Along the way, everyone introduced themselves to each other. After all, they were going to join forces, so it wasn't good to be too unfamiliar. However, there was no need to go into too much detail. Yang Kai only knew that the old man who had found him was surnamed Jiang, the other old man in grey robes was surnamed He, and as for the beast and beautiful woman, the man was surnamed Chen while the woman was surnamed Yi. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. After all, his current reputation on Shadowed Star was like the sun in the sky, so if he really reported his name, these people would definitely think of many things. Now that he had only reported his surname, it saved him a lot of trouble. The reason why Old Man Jiang wanted to gather 5 people to explore Fallen Emperor Mountain was because he accidentally discovered an ancient cultivator's cave mansion a few days ago. However, there was a mysterious spirit array guarding this cave mansion, and even after several days of hard work, he was unable to crack it. In desperation, he could only withdraw from Fallen Emperor Mountain and search for helpers. Fortunately, he had dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays, so although he was unable to crack the spirit array after several days of hard work, he was finally able to see some clues. After carefully reading some ancient records, he finally determined that this was the long-lost 5-element scattering array. This spirit array was extremely mysterious and difficult to crack, but as long as 5 cultivator who cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth Saint Chi worked together, there was a chance they could crack it. If this spirit array was at its peak, it would take 5 Origin King Realm Masters to break it effortlessly. However, tens of thousands of years had passed since that ancient cave mansion was discovered, so the power of the spirit array had greatly decreased, so as long as 5 Origin returning Realm Masters were gathered, it would be possible. After withdrawing from Fallen Emperor Mountain, Old Man Jiang finally found 3 suitable candidates after some effort, with Yang Kai being the last one. Yang Kai had heard from Old Man Jiang that there was an ancient cultivator's cave mansion, which was why he had decided to come with him. In any case, Yang Kai was going to explore the depths of Fallen Emperor Mountain anyway, so if he could obtain any harvest, it would be great, but if not, it didn't matter. Yang Kai's mentality was very calm, far less fanatical than the other 4. Let's get this straight first. After Old Man Jiang finished talking about the ancient cave mansion and the 5-element scattering array, his expression became solemn as he said, after the barrier is broken, if we really find something inside the cave mansion, this old man will take 40% of the profits while the remaining 60% will be divided equally among the 5 of you. 40%? Hearing Old Man Jiang's words, Old Man He raised his brow and considered for a moment before nodding. Brother Jiang's allocation is very fair. This old man has no objections. Old Man Chen and the beautiful woman called Madame E naturally had no objections. Even though the 5 of them were working together, the old man with the Jiang surname was the one who had discovered the ancient cave abode, and he was the one who had provided them with the method to break into the cave abode. As such, it wasn't unreasonable for the old man to demand 40% of the loot. Although Yang Kai rarely teamed up with others to explore outside, he still understood the rules of distribution and knew that Old Man Jiang wasn't asking for too much, otherwise, no one would have said anything if he wanted to take half of the profits. Now that Old Man Jiang was only asking for 40%, it was obvious that he wasn't a bad person. What if there aren't enough treasures to go around? Yang Kai asked. If there aren't enough treasures to go around, naturally we'll convert them into Saint crystals or auction them off on the spot. The beautiful woman called Madame E looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Little brother, you rarely go out, right? You also rarely team up with strangers to search for treasures, right? Yes. Yang Kai was a little embarrassed as he vaguely felt that he had asked about some hidden rule that everyone was aware of. No wonder. Madame E giggled. Old Man Jiang also smiled kindly, seeing that little brother Yang has already reached the First Order Origin returning realm at such a young age. It's only natural that you come from some famous great sect. It's only natural that you don't know about these tacit rules. Humph, a flower raised in a greenhouse can't withstand the wind and rain. Boy, don't drop the ball when the time comes. Old Man Chen seemed to have always looked down on young Kai's strength and didn't trust him, so he tried to warn him with a few words. But as soon as his words fell, Madame Yi pinched him. Yang Kai coughed dryly and immediately fell silent. He had gone through so many hardships to achieve his current achievements, but now he was being treated like a flower raised in a greenhouse by a stranger, making him unable to explain himself. However, Yang Kai was too lazy to say anything to these people. They had just met by chance, and after cooperating once, they might never meet again, so there was no point in explaining. The group of 5 continued on their way. At first, on the outskirts of Fallen Emperor Mountain, there were still various cultivators that were rushing towards it, but after noticing the energy fluctuations emanating from the 5 of them, these cultivators all chose to avoid them. After all, 5 origin returning realm masters joining forces was a force that could not be underestimated. Only the heavens knew what kind of temperament these 5 had, so if they were to provoke them, wouldn't that be courting death? However, as time passed, the group of 5 became more and more remote, and gradually, they could no longer see any other cultivator. Fallen Emperor Mountain was very large, and although there were tens of thousands of people pouring into this place, it was still rare for them to encounter one another. A day after Yang Kai entered Fallen Emperor Mountain, a group of more than a dozen people suddenly appeared on the outskirts. A strong sense of oppression descended from the sky, and the noisy outskirts of Fallen Emperor Mountain suddenly fell silent as everyone's eyes turned towards this group of people. Among this group of people, there were 2 leaders. One was a middle-aged man in a blue robe with a burly figure, while the other was a man in an azure robe. Although he wasn't very strong, his aura was not inferior to the blue-robed man's. The 2 of them swept the surrounding 100 kilometers with their divine senses, but the blue-robed man frowned and said, "He's not here." The azure-robed man smiled slightly before taking out a communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it, seemingly communicating with someone. A moment later, he put away the artifact and said, "Brother Chu, that little brat entered Fallen Emperor Mountain today. He's already inside?" The blue-robed man frowned as his eyes flashed brightly, slowly nodding. "Good, then there's no time to lose, let's go in." I didn't expect such a change to appear in Fallen Emperor Mountain, but it's convenient for us to act. Otherwise, we would have to cover our tracks, which would be too troublesome. The azure-robed man smiled lightly. The group of more than a dozen people stayed here for a moment before directly entering Fallen Emperor Mountain and disappearing. After they left, the tens of thousands of cultivators on the outskirts of Fallen Emperor Mountain gasped for breath. Heaven Battling Union's Union Master Chu Xing and Thunder Typhoon Sect Master Feng Peng. When did they come together? Aren't these 2 sworn enemies? Someone exclaimed, apparently having recognized the identities of the 2 people from before. What's so strange about that? Fallen Emperor Mountain is now rich with opportunities and many benefits. It's not like this hasn't happened before. What this friend says makes sense, but since the masters of these 2 giants have come over, it seems that the ancient sect's mountain defending array is about to break. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and follow them. The expression of the person who spoke changed as he quickly put away his stall and followed the masters from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect into Fallen Emperor Mountain. While others ate the meat, they could follow behind and drink the soup. Opportunity and risk always coexisted. As long as one was careful, they might be able to pick up some benefits. Inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai's group of 5, after 3 days of flying, finally came to a stop. This was already inside Fallen Emperor Mountain. Before the Emperor Garden appeared, no one could set foot in this place as the rich Emperor pressure here was enough to crush anyone who dared to provoke it. However, after the Emperor Garden appeared, the Emperor pressure of Fallen Emperor Mountain disappeared, leaving this place undefended. The group of 5 easily arrived without encountering any setbacks along the way. "It's here?" Old man, he turned his head and looked around, his brow furrowed deeply. The others also wore confused expressions. Although the world energy aura here was extraordinary, under the probing of their divine senses, none of them noticed any traces of spirit arrays, let alone the cave mansion of an ancient cultivator. "Yes, it's here," Old Man Jiang said confidently with a smile. "If it weren't for this old man coincidentally fighting someone here, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to discover the mysteries of this place. Being able to detect it was nothing more than pure luck." "Old Man Jiang, don't keep us in suspense, where is this ancient cave mansion hidden? Qin Jian was the most impatient of the group and asked eagerly. Far away, but close at hand, old man Jiang smiled faintly. Brother Chen, why don't you attack that place at will and you'll be able to see some clues? Oh? The brawny man surnamed Chen raised his brow and looked in the direction the old man surnamed Jiang was pointing, only to discover that it was just a smooth rock face. Even with his second-order origin returning realm divine sense, he was unable to see anything out of the ordinary. However, since the other party had said so, they must have something they could rely on, so Qin Jian didn't hesitate and immediately sent out a punch. Pushing his Saint Chi, Yang Kai's fist was so condensed that it could be seen with the naked eye as a golden fist shadow flew out from his hand and blasted directly towards the rock wall. The Saint Chi in this man's body was of the metal surname. It was incredibly powerful. Yang Kai raised his brow and gently nodded. Although he didn't know which great force this Qin Jian came from, judging from the density of his Saint Chi, it seemed to be stronger than an ordinary second-order origin returning realm master. Madame Yi stood to the side with a smile. She was obviously very satisfied with her husband's strength and imposing manner. An unexpected scene occurred. Just as the fist shadow was about to hit the rock wall, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared in the air. It was as if there was an energy film that couldn't be seen with the naked eye blocking the front. The mighty fist shadow was like a clay ox entering the sea. It didn't cause any movement at all and just disappeared. In the next moment, an attack similar to the golden fist suddenly appeared from the space in front of the cultivator surnamed Chen. A sudden change occurred. The burly man let out a strange cry and hurriedly dodged. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden fist shadow shot out hundreds of meters away, sending the mountain rocks and trees in that direction flying like rain. It can actually reflect the attack back? The old man surnamed Chen was not surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed. And that's why this 5-element scattering array is so powerful that this old master couldn't do anything about it. Old man Jiang gently nodded. Although the brawny man surnamed Chen was in a rather sorry state just now, he did not show any signs of anger. He said from the side, "This spirit array is quite interesting. Elder Jiang, tell me, what do you want us to do to break it?" Old man Jiang chuckled. This old man is untalented, but I have indeed developed a method to break the spirit array. As long as everyone works together, it will be fine. Please come over here first. Hearing his words, everyone hurriedly gathered around him. The look on old man Jiang's face became solemn as he immediately began explaining how everyone could work together to break the spirit array. Everyone present was an origin returning realm cultivator, and although they weren't top-level masters, after cultivating for so many years, they had naturally seen many kinds of spirit arrays. After listening to old man Jiang's explanation, everyone nodded lightly, indicating that they understood. Alright, since everyone has already understood this method, we will first recover for a while and adjust our condition to the best. No one had any objections and immediately sat down cross-legged, holding Saint crystals in their hands to restore the Saint Chi they had consumed on the way here. About half a day later, everyone opened their eyes one after another, each of them brimming with energy and anticipation. By the way, little friend Yang, do you have any spirit pills that can quickly restore your Saint Chi? Old man Jiang asked worriedly. Although he vaguely guessed that Yang Kai's background was not poor, this matter was of great importance, so he didn't dare act carelessly. Yes, old man Jiang can rest assured, Yang Kai replied lightly. With the massive amount of Saint Chi stored in his body, there was no need for him to take any restorative spirit pills. Even if his Saint Chi was exhausted, he only needed to explode a drop of golden blood to instantly restore himself. Yang Kai had wandered the world for so many years, but he had rarely encountered a problem like running out of Saint Chi. That's good. Everyone, please place your restorative spirit pills where they can be easily obtained. Although the 5-element scattering array is not difficult to crack, it has high requirements for the continuous output of Saint Chi. If we want to enter the ancient cave mansion, we can't afford to be negligent. Naturally, we understand. Let's not waste any more time. Old man Jiang, let's get started, Chen urged. Good, everyone, take your positions. Let's follow the plan this old man just explained. Old man Jiang's expression became solemn as he immediately rushed off in a certain direction. The other 4 also rushed off to different positions, and in an instant, the 5 of them were arranged in a 5-cornered formation, the spacing between them exactly the same as if they had been measured with a ruler. "Everyone, let's work together!" Old Man Jiang shouted as he poured his Saint Qi into the space in front of him. The others didn't hesitate either, and after seeing him take action, they also pushed their own Saint Qi and forced it out of their bodies. In an instant, 5 different types of energy fluctuations rippled out. Although they weren't very strong, they were continuous and continuous. Among them, Yang Kai's Saint Qi was naturally of the fire attribute. Although when he first began cultivating, the secret art he came into contact with was of the yang attribute, as his strength improved, the Saint Qi in his body began to change. Now, his demonic flames could be considered to be of the fire attribute. Of course, the nature of his demonic flames was unpredictable, capable of being cold or hot at will. The brawny man surnamed Chen, who had taken action before, had a metal attribute, I Ching had a water attribute, Jiangwu had a wood attribute, and Chenwu had an earth attribute. When the 5 elements gathered, the 5 different colored Saint Qis poured into the void, but strangely, they did not dissipate and instead gradually gathered towards the center, as if there was an invisible suction force there that was sucking in the Saint Qi of the 5 people. The 5 elements scattering array was both strong and weak, and it could reflect all attacks. At its peak, even an Origin King Realm Master would be helpless against it and would need to gather all 5 elements in order to break it. If one wanted to rely on brute force, one would need to be at least a 3rd-order Origin King, as well as a powerful artifact or secret technique. However, the 5 elements scattering array in front of them had existed for tens of thousands of years, so naturally, it was not at its peak. Even so, it was not something that could be broken with ordinary means. The 5 people poured their Saint Qi into the spirit array but did not encounter any backlash. Firstly, this was not an attack, and secondly, everyone was keeping an eye on Jiang Shan and adjusting their own Saint Qi according to the amount of Saint Qi he was sending out. Not a single bit more or a single bit less was acceptable, as the balance of the 5 elements had to be maintained. Once this balance was broken, the spirit array would immediately reflect their Saint Qi. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Seeing that the other 4 had adjusted their Saint Qi quite well, Jiangwu could not help breathing a sigh of relief and finally relaxed. After all, this was a 5-man operation, and any mistake made by any one of them would affect the others, so how could he not be on edge? Seeing that things were going smoothly, Jiangwu also released his restraint on his Saint Qi step by step and increased the output. The others naturally followed suit, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Time passed slowly, and the vast area was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. As time passed, the Saint Qi overflowing from the 5 people gradually filled the central space. 5 different colors intertwined as the Saint Qi of the 5 different elements reinforced and restrained each other, gradually forming a clockwise cycle. As their Saint Qi flowed, a hole vaguely appeared on the originally smooth, mirror-like rock wall. The entrance to the ancient secluded mansion. All 5 people looked shocked as their eyes flashed with excitement. However, the entrance was still faintly discernible, as if it would disappear at any moment. Naturally, everyone knew that this was because the spirit array had not been broken yet, so they immediately took out spirit pills and stuffed them into their mouths, swallowing and refining them to supplement the Saint Qi they had consumed. Yang Kai was no exception. His current cultivation was only at the 1st-order Origin returning realm, so he didn't want to stand out too much, casually taking out a few spirit pills and swallowing them. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. All 5 people were sweating profusely. Maintaining the output of their Saint Qi for such a long time was not something any cultivator could bear. Even if they had spirit pills to supplement their Saint Qi, it would still be difficult to make ends meet. However, the entrance to the ancient secluded mansion was still not completely visible. Although it was much clearer than before, it was still a long way from breaking the spirit array. Realizing this, everyone's expressions became ugly. "Everyone, it doesn't seem good if things continue like this," Mistress E was the first to call out. "Boy, you have to hold on a little longer. If you fall now, Father here won't let you go." The big man surnamed Chen turned his head and shouted at Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai on the verge of collapse, he was worried that his Saint Qi would run out and he would fail. "No problem," Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Jiang Shan frowned as he glanced over at Yang Kai with some worry, secretly regretting that he had invited Yang Kai, a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. At that time, he had misjudged the power of this five-element scattering array and thought that as long as he gathered all five elements, he would be able to break it. How could he have known it would take so long? And from the looks of it, it would take at least a few more hours. After such a long time, even Jiang Shan felt a little apprehensive, let alone Yang Kai, whose strength was much lower than his. Jiang Shan was secretly anxious for Yang Kai, fearing that he would not be able to hold on until the moment the spirit array broke. But now that they were riding a tiger, it was difficult to dismount. The Saint Chi of the Five Masters had already gathered at the center of the formation and was extremely rich. Once they stopped, the consequences would be unimaginable. In particular, this spirit array had the ability to reflect attacks, so once such a huge amount of Saint Chi was reflected, none of them would be able to survive. Jiang Shan's brow furrowed deeply. You don't have to worry. Although this Yang's cultivation is slightly lower, in terms of Saint Chi storage, this Yang believes he is not inferior to anyone here, so all you need to do is take care of yourselves. Seeing all of them looking at him anxiously, how could Yang Kai not know what they were thinking, so he immediately spoke up. Shameless boasting. Chen Shan coldly snorted, but soon grinned again, but I appreciate it. It's good to hear you say that. The old man surnamed Jiang also relaxed, his eyes shining like diamonds as he grit his teeth and declared, since little brother Yang is so confident in himself, this old man will increase the output of his Saint Chi. Everyone, follow closely. Saying so, he let out a low roar and increased the amount of Saint Chi pouring out of his hands, obviously intending to finish this battle in one fell swoop. He had misjudged the strength of this five-element scattering array before and hadn't expected it to take so long to break, so Xiaozhu wanted to finish this battle as quickly as possible. The only way to do this was to increase the output of his Saint Chi so that the spirit array reached saturation in a short period of time. This way, the spirit array would break on its own. Seeing this situation, everyone naturally didn't dare to neglect and began pushing their Saint Chi to increase the speed and volume of their Saint Chi. The same was true for Yang Kai. In an instant, a large amount of five elements Saint Chi poured into the void, gathered together, and intertwined at twice the speed of before. Seeing that Yang Kai hadn't exaggerated his strength and was actually able to keep up with everyone's pace, the other four masters couldn't help feeling relieved. Jiang Shan even showed a look of approval and nodded lightly. However, good things didn't last long. Even with the continuous influx of five elements Saint Chi, the barrier in front of them still showed no signs of breaking. Everyone became anxious. After a while, Jiang Shan suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood mist, his originally pale face suddenly becoming much redder. He had already used some sort of secret technique to increase his own strength. The old man surnamed He, the brawny man surnamed Chen, and the beautiful woman surnamed Yi also used various methods to maintain the circulation of their Saint Chi, either taking spirit pills they normally kept or using powerful secret techniques that had side effects. Only Yang Kai remained the same, looking pale and on the verge of collapse, but the Saint Chi pouring out of his body did not weaken in the slightest. The four of them couldn't help but look at him in a new light. No one knew how much Saint Chi this young man from the First Order origin returning realm had. A tense and uneasy atmosphere gradually permeated through the air. Everyone was starting to regret coming here, and they were even more regretful that they had been too gullible in believing the elderly man's words. However, there was clearly no point in worrying about that now. Seeing that even if they consumed all of their Saint Chi, there was a great chance they would not be able to crack the spirit array, the old man surnamed Chen's eyes flashed fiercely as he suddenly shouted, "Everyone, it seems that with our strength, we won't be able to crack this five-element scattering array. This old man has a wife at home, so he won't accompany you." Everyone's face changed drastically. The old man surnamed Jiang even shouted, "Brother He, what are you trying to do? Don't you dare." The brawny man surnamed Chen also shouted. The old man surnamed Chen, however, turned a deaf ear to these words and instead pushed his Saint Chi fiercely as his figure rapidly retreated, obviously intending to leave this place. If they continued to delay like this, they would only die. Instead of continuing this stalemate, it was better to give up now and still have a chance to survive. Of course, they also had to be on guard against the violent backlash of the spirit array after giving up. However, the first person to give up would always have more time and opportunity to escape. In order to save their lives, the others would naturally block many of the impacts for them. In this group of 5, except for the brawny man surnamed Chen and the beautiful woman surnamed Yi who were husband and wife and had a close relationship, the others were all strangers who had only temporarily joined forces to break the spirit array. There was no friendship between them at all. For the sake of his own life, how could the old man surnamed Chen care about the lives of others? Husband and wife were birds of the same forest, but when disaster struck, they would fly their separate ways, let alone 5 people who had just met. As soon as the old man surnamed Chen shouted this sentence, this small alliance was broken. The others were shocked and quickly understood the old man surnamed Chen's plan, quickly withdrawing their hands and preparing to evacuate. But in the next moment, everyone's complexion changed, including Yang Kai, who had been hiding his strength all this time. Because at this moment, no one could move. The strange force coming from the center of the spirit array had frozen everyone in place. Not only that, but the Saint Chi in their bodies was also being poured uncontrollably into the spirit array. The energy of the 5 elements seemed to be producing a huge suction force as it rotated, not only sucking in everyone's Saint Chi, but also constantly swallowing it. When everyone had taken the initiative to transfer their Saint Chi before, they hadn't noticed, but now that they wanted to withdraw, they immediately noticed. What's going on? The old man surnamed Chen paled in horror as he twisted his body a few times but was still unable to move, his face turning ashen as he felt the situation was far from good. Old Jiang, what is the meaning of this? The brawny man surnamed Chen was the most hot-tempered of them all, so the moment he noticed the situation, he turned his attention to the old man surnamed Jiang and shouted, apparently thinking the latter had set up some kind of trap. Not only did he think so, but Yang Kai also had the same thought, narrowing his eyes as he turned to look at the old man surnamed Jiang, only to see that the latter's face had also turned pale and he had a panicked look on his face. He was also caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. This old man didn't know. The old man surnamed Jiang wore an aggrieved expression. You didn't know? The brawny man surnamed Chen refused to back down. You were the one who discovered this place, and you were the one who brought us here. The way to break the spirit array was also provided by you, yet you dare say you didn't know? Weren't you the one who set up this trap in advance and made us jump in? Humph, Brother Chen's words are too unreasonable. This old man can't even protect himself right now, so what good is this to me? Although the old man surnamed Jiang had a mild temper, he couldn't help but retort after being slandered like this. In any case, this matter was caused by you, so if you don't think of a solution, this Chen won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Stop arguing. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, what's the point of arguing like this? I believe Senior Jiang didn't know about this. You believe that? The brawny man surnamed Chen sneered, who knows if you and this old man are together? Yang Kai glanced at him coldly and didn't continue to pay attention to him. This man was simple-minded and didn't know how to think. Now that he was in prison, his mind was in a mess, so continuing to argue would only make the situation worse and wouldn't be of any help at all. Senior Jiang, will the 5 elements scattering array change like this? Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the old man surnamed Jiang. It won't. The old man surnamed Jiang shook his head decisively. The 5 elements scattering array is just a protective spirit array. Apart from having the ability to reflect attacks, it doesn't have any killing power, so it definitely won't change like this, unless... Unless what? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Unless the spirit array has changed into another spirit array. The old man surnamed Jiang guessed. As he spoke, he carefully recalled the knowledge he possessed regarding spell formations. Since he could find a way to crack the 5 elements scattering array, he obviously had some knowledge of spirit arrays. Even if his knowledge was far inferior to Yang Yun's, it was still not something the other 4 could compare to. After thinking about it, the old man surnamed Jiang's complexion changed again as he exclaimed, could this be the 5 elements absorbing array? 5 elements absorbing array? The beautiful woman surnamed Yi exclaimed, asking suspiciously, it's only one word different from the 5 elements scattering array. Is there something special about it? Haha. The old man surnamed Jiang smiled bitterly, although it's only one word different, the power is incomparable. Madame has also seen the current situation. Once the spirit array is activated, it won't stop until one of us is dead. Not only will it swallow the Saint Chi in our bodies, it won't even spare our vitality. What? Everyone paled and fell silent for a while. The owner of this secluded mansion is really insidious. The old man surnamed Zhang's face was gloomy as he muttered bitterly. He actually arranged a 5-elements absorbing array under the cover of the 5-elements scattering array. This old man was too careless. What's the point of saying all this now? Father here doesn't want to die here. The brawny man surnamed Chen shouted as he desperately pushed his Saint Chi, trying to break free from the shackles of the spirit array in front of him. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, it didn't have any effect and only caused his mood to fluctuate even more. Don't be reckless. Falling into the 5-elements absorbing array is like falling into a swamp. The more you struggle, the faster your Saint Chi will be drained. Jiang hurriedly tried to stop him. Then what should we do? The beautiful woman surnamed Yi's beautiful face paled as she hurriedly tried to stop her husband's recklessness. The old man surnamed Jiang smiled bitterly, unable to respond. Are we just going to wait for death? The old man surnamed Chen's face was extremely pale. This old man has let everyone down. Jiang's face was filled with guilt. The old man surnamed Jiang said with a look of guilt. He had thought he had brought everyone here to search for treasure and had even discussed how to split the spoils, but in the end, all 5 of them had fallen into a dangerous situation. Not only were they unable to escape, but they could only wait for death. Is there really no way to solve this? Old man Jiang, you know the most about spirit arrays here, please think of a way, the beautiful woman surnamed Yi begged. The old man surnamed Jiang didn't even have the courage to look her in the eye, so he was obviously at his wits' end. He did have some knowledge of spirit arrays, but trying to crack the 2 spirit arrays in front of him at the same time was beyond his ability. Unless he had Yang Yan's knowledge of spirit arrays, he wouldn't be able to accomplish this seemingly impossible task. Yang Kai also wore a depressed look on his face. Although the reserve of Saint Chi in his body was enormous, as long as the spirit array was not removed, he could only be trapped here. Of course, he wasn't completely sure he could escape. The Tao of space he cultivated should be useful in this situation. As long as he could find the right opportunity to tear space, he might be able to escape unscathed. As such, compared to the other 4, Yang Kai was the calmest. However, there was also a great deal of risk involved. Once the torn space encountered too strong of an energy shock, it was very likely to become unstable or even collapse. Shuttling through an unstable void crack was something even Yang Kai could not guarantee his own safety. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai would not do such a thing. The 5 of them had fallen into a dangerous situation together, but there was no way to solve it. All they could do was wait for death in place. This kind of despair shrouded everyone's hearts, causing them to panic. Right at this moment, the old man with the surname Chen suddenly cried out in alarm as if something unexpected had happened. Along with his exclamation, the flow of the 5 elements energy in front of them suddenly accelerated and the entrance to the cave mansion on the rock wall became clear, as if it had stabilized and could be entered and exited by anyone. The 5 elements scattering array seemed to be on the verge of breaking. This discovery filled everyone with a sense of excitement, but in the next moment, all of them cried out in alarm. Along with the rotation of the void crack, an incredibly huge suction force appeared in front of them and the remaining strength in the bodies of the 4 began to pour out like a dam bursting through a dam. At a rate visible to the naked eye, all of their auras were drained and their faces turned as white as paper as they tottered on the verge of collapse. Even Yang Kai wasn't faring so well. At this moment, he felt the Saint Chi in his body suddenly disappear. This loss was almost equivalent to the total strength of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai had a huge reserve of Saint Chi, so he did not need to worry about his life being in danger, but Jiang Shan and the other 3 were different. Not only was the remaining Saint Chi in their bodies instantly drained, even their vitality was stripped away. All 4 of them rolled their eyes as they breathed in more than they breathed out. Streams of crimson energy were drawn out from their bodies and merged into the void in front of them like swimming blood snakes. This energy was the vitality of the 4 of them, the foundation they relied on to survive. At a speed visible to the naked eye, their bodies were shriveling at a terrifying speed. Their eye sockets were sunken, and the skin on their faces was as dry as tree bark. It was as if hundreds or thousands of years had passed on their bodies in an instant. Even their hair had turned white, quickly becoming as white as snow. Silently, in just 10 breaths of time, the 4 second-order origin returning realm masters had lost their ability to survive, their auras completely gone. At this time, the 5 elements scattering array seemed to be almost full. It turned into a huge amount of energy and began to attack the entrance of the cave. However, without the help of the other 4, Xianxia alone could not maintain the balance of the 5 elements. Once the balance was broken, with the nature of the 5 elements scattering array, all the energy was bound to be reflected. This was a powerful attack that contained the vitality and Xianxia of 4 second-order origin returning realm masters. Even Xianxia could not guarantee that he could survive such a backlash. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. The biggest possibility was that he would die instantly. Was it all for naught? A look of unwillingness flashed across Xianxia's eyes. The 5 of them had come together to hunt for treasure, yet the others had all died in front of him. Although they had only met by chance and there was no friendship between them, their deaths had become worthless if they failed so badly. Xianxia did not feel any heartache for what had happened to them. A cultivator's cultivation was always like this, it was often accompanied by risks and inadvertent deaths, but he was not willing to give up just like this. It was impossible to maintain the balance of the 5 elements by himself. Was he really going to have to tear space and escape immediately? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Xianxia had already condensed his space force and was about to tear space, but in the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something, and he instantly suppressed his space force. Instead, he flipped his hand and summoned a 5-colored ball of light into his palm. 5 elements indestructible sword chi. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was a body tempering secret art, but the requirements for cultivating it were extremely harsh. Not only did it require a cultivator's physical strength, but it also required a powerful soul in order to withstand the pain of cultivating it. On top of that, it was necessary to find supreme treasures of the 5 elements and absorb their auras in order to cultivate it. Xianxia had spent a lot of time and effort, intentionally or unintentionally, and finally managed to collect supreme treasures of the 5 elements and cultivate them for a period of time. The 5 elements indestructible sword chi in his hand was the result of this cultivation, but because he had only been cultivating it for a short time, the power of this 5 elements indestructible sword chi was not strong enough to be used against powerful enemies. However, it might be of some help to the current situation. Sun's true essence, profounding sunflower water, thunder wood, profound crystal, divine nullification sand, which one of these was not a heaven-defying treasure that could not be found on shadowed star? Using these materials to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword chi, even if it was weak, would not be weak. Moreover, this 5 elements indestructible sword chi was unique to Xianxia, allowing him to circulate his Xianxia as he wished. In particular, the 5 elements scattering array in front of him was on the verge of breaking, only 1 step away. Perhaps the 5 elements indestructible sword chi would be the straw that broke the camel's back. Thinking so, Xianxia immediately waved his hand and split the 5-colored light mass in his hand into 5 small swords that shot out from the positions the 5 of them had just been standing and merged into the terrifying energy field. After doing all this, Xianxia did not remain in place at all and immediately tore space and dove into the void crack. A loud bang and a huge impact seemed to ring out from behind him. The void crack was instantly destroyed, and at that moment, Xianxia appeared 50 kilometers away, his face pale as he glanced back with some lingering fear. Xianxia had not escaped too far, after all, he had done his best and could only leave the rest to the heavens. Whether he could succeed or not, Xianxia had no idea. Xianxia felt a burning pain on his back. Although he had run quickly just now, he had still been hit by the impact at the last moment. Sweeping his back with his divine sense, Xianxia found that his back was covered in blood and bone. This kind of injury was not light, but fortunately, Xianxia's physique was excellent and he had golden blood in his body, so it should not be difficult for him to recover. Circulating his Xianxia slightly to stop the bleeding from his wound, Xianxia flew directly 50 kilometers away. The movement just now had been very loud, so if there were people nearby, it was very likely they would have been attracted over. Yang Kai did not want to waste so much effort only to have someone else beat him to it. The distance of 50 kilometers was covered in a moment, and after returning to his original position, Yang Kai looked around and could not help raising his brow as a look of joy appeared on his face. He had actually succeeded. Even though the rock wall was a complete mess, and there were still traces left behind by the massive amount of energy that had wreaked havoc there, and even the corpses of the 4 old men had disappeared, there was still a hole in the rock wall that led deep into it. This was the cave mansion of an ancient cultivator. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he dove in. Yang Kai did not relax his vigilance though, using his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, but there did not seem to be much danger inside this ancient cultivator's cave mansion, so Yang Kai was able to proceed without hindrance. Soon, Yang Kai appeared in front of a dozen or so exquisite stone rooms. Without hesitation, Yang Kai began inspecting the leftmost room. A moment later, Yang Kai walked out of the first stone room and rushed into the second, then the third. Along the way, Yang Kai inspected more than a dozen stone rooms, but his harvest was minimal. Besides a few bottles of pills that had long since lost their medicinal efficacies, there was nothing else. Will I return empty-handed? Yang Kai's mood became a little depressed. If this was really the case, then Jiang Shan and the others would have died in vain, and his expectations would have been in vain. This was not impossible, after all, not every ancient cultivator's cave mansion had good things. Perhaps someone else had already taken them, or perhaps there was nothing here. There was only one room left, so Kai Yang took a deep breath and walked in. The next moment, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he rushed over to a stone table, grinning widely. There were 2 things placed on this stone table, one of them an artifact that looked like a short arrow, but Yang Kai could not tell what kind of material it was refined from. The arrow was also inlaid with 2 white jade stones that Yang Kai could not recognize, one at the head and one at the tail, giving it a rather strange appearance. This artifact did not give off strong energy fluctuations, so Yang Kai reached out and picked it up, his brow furrowing slightly as he was unable to determine the grade of this artifact. Logically speaking, since the barriers in front of this ancient cultivator's cave mansion were so powerful, the owner of this place should not have been weak when he was alive, so how could he have such a strange artifact? Before he could examine it carefully though, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction, his face immediately becoming gloomy. Although he had already guessed that such a huge movement would attract the attention of a nearby cultivator, he did not expect it to come so quickly. 200 kilometers away, the aura of a cultivator had already entered, and judging from the direction it was flying, it was heading towards this place. Perceiving this, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of staying here any longer. Stuffing the short arrow into his space ring, he quickly grabbed a jade box on the stone table and hurried away. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, a group of 3 figures appeared in front of the ancient cave mansion. All 3 of them were origin-returning realm cultivators, and judging from their robes, they seemed to be from the same sect. Seeing the entrance, all 3's eyes lit up and they immediately rushed in. However, after entering and inspecting, all 3 of them could not help showing disappointment. There were only 2 things here, a short arrow and a jade box. After Yang Kai took them away, how could they possibly gain anything else? However, the 3 of them were obviously unwilling to give up and continued to search the stone rooms, but in the end, they still came up empty-handed. At this time, Yang Kai was already 1,000 kilometers away. In terms of speed, he was no worse than any origin-returning realm cultivator, especially after activating his wind and thunder wings, which greatly enhanced his speed. Inside a certain natural cave, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as he released his powerful divine sense. After confirming that there was no one else within 1,000 kilometers, he took out his previous harvest and prepared to see what it was. Yang Kai had already roughly examined this small arrow before, so he was naturally more curious about what was inside this jade box. Yang Kai didn't know what material this jade box was made of, but it was actually able to block the prying of his divine sense, so it was obviously of high grade. Taking it out of his space ring, Yang Kai flicked his finger and opened the lid. A burst of vigorous and pure energy suddenly rushed towards him, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up and he couldn't help taking a deep breath, immediately feeling refreshed. Looking around, the jade box only contained 2 pure white, hexagonal crystals, each of which was only about the size of a fingernail, but under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, the energy contained in these two crystals caused him to pale. What is this? Yang Kai muttered to himself as he reached out and picked up one of the crystals, placing it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. This crystal looked a bit like a saint crystal, but its grade and quality were far superior. Even the saint crystal source condensed from the stone mongoose couldn't compare to the energy contained in this crystal. The two were simply not on the same level. The energy stored in this crystal seemed to be beyond the scope of saint crystals. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. Yang Kai had traveled far and wide for many years and had encountered many opportunities, so he had seen countless good things. Even if it was an Origin King grade artifact, he had several of them, so there were not many things that could interest him. The two fingernail-sized crystals in front of him were definitely one of them. Yang Kai stared at them for a long time but still couldn't figure out what they were. The only thing he could tell was that the energy stored in these two crystals was incredibly pure and could be directly absorbed into his body to supplement the saint qi consumed by his cultivator. Yang Kai only absorbed this energy for a moment before he felt that all the saint qi he had consumed before had been restored. However, the crystal in his hand didn't change at all, as if the energy stored inside it was inexhaustible. Of course, this was impossible. It could only be said that compared to the energy stored inside this crystal, the energy Yang Kai absorbed was just a drop in the bucket, so he couldn't detect any changes. In front of these two crystals, high-rank saint crystals and even saint crystal sources were suddenly overshadowed. Good stuff. The corners of Kai Yang's mouth drew back into a happy smile. Although he never worried about running out of saint qi, whether it was in battle or not, he didn't need to deliberately replenish his saint qi. These two crystals were undoubtedly helpful to him. At the very least, when breaking through in the future, he wouldn't need to deliberately search for a place with rich world energy. As long as he had these two energy crystals, he could safely break through anywhere without having to worry about a lack of world energy. However, Kai Yang was naturally reluctant to use this kind of treasure. Aside from replenishing his world qi when breaking through, it might have other uses. After inspecting them for a moment, Yang Kai solemnly placed the two crystals back into the jade box and carefully put them away. Then he began carefully inspecting the short arrow. This short arrow was clearly an artifact, but its shape was a bit strange. It was only half a foot long and had the words Feather Spirit engraved on it. Obviously, that was the name of this artifact. The head and tail of this heavenly spirit arrow were inlaid with an unknown piece of jade, giving it a pure white and flawless appearance. However, the artifact itself didn't give off the slightest energy fluctuation. This was very strange. Since it was an artifact, it must have a grade, and as long as it had a grade, it would emit energy fluctuations that would allow people to identify it. However, this heavenly spirit arrow seemed to have deviated from this common sense. It looked inconspicuous, and even when Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, he couldn't detect anything suspicious about it, as if it was just an ordinary object. Being placed next to the two hexagonal crystals, it was naturally not an ordinary object, but Yang Kai couldn't identify it for a while. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai pushed his saint qi and poured it into the heavenly spirit arrow. Testing the power of an artifact was generally done this way. Smoothly, the heavenly spirit arrow absorbed Yang Kai's saint qi, and as his saint qi continued to pour in, the crystal clear jade inlaid at the front of the arrow also began to change color, gradually turning black. Upon closer inspection, Yang Kai found that this black color was mixed with a trace of fiery red that was extremely hot. The color of the demonic flame. Yang Kai brow furrowed as he continued to pour his saint qi into the heavenly spirit arrow while paying attention to the changes in the jade. Time passed by, and after a full hour, Yang Kai cut off the input of his saint qi with a dignified expression and stared blankly at the heavenly spirit arrow. At this moment, this arrow was no longer as ordinary as it had been before. Instead, it was giving off a shocking energy fluctuation, and from the looks of it, it was no worse than an Origin grade high-rank artifact, perhaps even stronger. The energy fluctuations of this strange artifact were actually increasing as Yang Kai poured his saint qi into it. Moreover, Origin grade high rank was far from being its limit. However, due to the limitations of Yang Kai's cultivation, the saint qi he poured into it was only enough to make it produce the energy fluctuations of an Origin grade high rank artifact. The infusion of saint qi for a full hour was nothing short of sensational. If it were any other origin-returning realm cultivator, they would not be able to achieve this in just an hour. Only Yang Kai, who had a massive reserve of Saint Qi, could crazily pour in his Saint Qi regardless of the consequences. Yang Kai secretly calculated that the amount of Saint Qi he poured into this heavenly spirit arrow was almost equivalent to the total amount of Saint Qi a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator had. In other words, if any other origin-returning realm cultivator were to obtain this heavenly spirit arrow, even if they were a third order, they would have to exhaust all of their Saint Qi to achieve this. If it were a first or second-order cultivator, they may have to pour in a dozen or so times before it was saturated. Yang Kai secretly clicked his tongue. Soon, he turned his gaze to the piece of jade at the end of the heavenly spirit arrow. There were a total of 2 pieces of jade inlaid on the body of this artifact, both of which should be able to be poured in Saint Qi. Considering all this, Yang Kai continued to push his Saint Qi. After another hour, the jade at the end of the heavenly spirit arrow also reached a saturated state, confirming Yang Kai's guess. Taking a light breath, Yang Kai showed a look of joy on his face. Although he did not know what kind of grandmaster had refined this heavenly spirit arrow, it was undoubtedly an incredible artifact. If used well, it could play a decisive role in many battles. Moreover, even though Yang Kai hadn't refined it yet, it was still able to smoothly accept his Saint Qi, so it was obvious that this feather spirit arrow either had no master before or had been around for so long that the life brand left behind by its master had worn away and become an ownerless object again. Now, all Yang Kai needed to do was refine it slightly and he could take it for himself. Thinking of this, Yang Kai did not hesitate, holding the heavenly spirit arrow with both hands and beginning to pour his divine sense into it, trying to carve his life brand and spiritual energy into it. The sun set and the moon rose, and time passed by. Half a month later, Yang Kai stood up, and with a single thought, the heavenly spirit arrow turned into a stream of light that drilled into his body and disappeared. The refinement process went much smoother than expected. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because artifacts from ancient times were different from modern artifacts, but in any case, it only took him half a month to successfully refine the heavenly spirit arrow, much less time than refining other artifacts. After refining it, Yang Kai thoroughly understood the power and limitations of the heavenly spirit arrow. Strictly speaking, the power of the heavenly spirit arrow was enormous. The 2 pieces of unknown jade embedded in the front and back of the arrow could accept a large amount of Saint Qi and compress it into a powerful attack. When encountering a powerful enemy, all one needed to do was stimulate the spirit array inside the arrow to release this attack. Even a third-order origin-returning realm master would suffer greatly if struck by such an attack. Despite its great power, there were also drawbacks. Because there were only 2 pieces of jade embedded in the heavenly spirit arrow, even if it was fully charged, it could only be used twice. After 2 uses, the energy inside the jade would be exhausted, and if one wanted to use it again, one would have to find an opportunity to recharge it. With Yang Kai's foundation, it would take him an hour to recharge a single piece of jade, so the heavenly spirit arrow could only be used twice in a battle. Although there was this limitation, it didn't diminish the power of the heavenly spirit arrow. At the very least, Yang Kai was quite satisfied with this artifact. There was no such thing as perfection in this world. The power of the heavenly spirit arrow was already terrifying enough, so how could one expect it to be used endlessly? He wanted to test the power of the heavenly spirit arrow, but there was no suitable target, so Yang Kai could only give up. After walking out of the natural cave, Yang Kai randomly chose a direction and flew off. Over the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in Fallen Emperor Mountain. Now that he knew that the cave mansions of the ancient cultivator were not groundless rumors and that he had made some gains, Yang Kai naturally hoped to continue his efforts. After all, no one would complain about having too many good things. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't know if it was because there were too many cultivators pouring into this place, but even if he found anything in the next few days, he didn't gain anything. Those secluded caves had already been taken by others and their contents had been swept clean. Often, people would be killed to steal treasures, so sneak attacks and counterattacks were commonplace here. On this day, Yang Kai took out his communication artifact as usual and poured his divine sense into it. Although he didn't gain anything from his treasure hunt in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he didn't forget his original purpose for coming here, so from time to time, he would take out his communication artifact and try to contact Qian Tong. However, he didn't know where Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu had gone, so Yang Kai hadn't been able to get what he wanted. But this time it seemed to be different. After pouring his divine sense into the communication artifact, Yang Kai soon felt another divine sense coming from it. Raising his brow, he quickly checked it. A moment later, he put away the communication artifact, identified the direction, and flew straight towards a certain location. Somewhere 100,000 kilometers away, countless origin returning realm masters had gathered, staring at the pavilions hidden in the mountain range ahead. The ruins of an ancient sect. Although many cultivator enthusiastically searched for the cave mansions of ancient cultivators in the hope of gaining something, the great forces that were well informed had sent most of their masters here. After all, the temptation of the ruins of an ancient sect was too great. Who wouldn't want to go in and find some good things? At this moment, the great forces and masters gathered here were extremely luxurious. The scene this time was even more terrifying than the last time the Emperor Garden opened. The last time the Emperor Garden opened, because of the restriction of the Emperor Jades, the number of cultivator who could enter was also limited, but this time was different. There was no danger inside Fallen Emperor Mountain and anyone could enter, so basically, any cultivator who received news of the Emperor Garden's ruins had come. Of course, those gathered around the ancient sect ruins were not limited to just the great sects and great forces. Many cultivator from small families and sects were also here, hoping to follow behind these masters and drink some soup. However, none of them dared to get too close, for fear of attracting unwanted attention. After all, they were not qualified to sit on equal footing with the masters of these sects. At this moment, there were at least several hundred origin returning realm masters from various great forces bombarding the sect defending array in front of them. The power of various secret techniques and artifacts intertwined, causing multicolored light to flicker and ripple in the air from time to time. However, the sect defending array in front of the ancient sect ruins was extremely strong, and even though these people had been attacking it for 10 or 20 days, it still stood firm, not allowing anyone to enter. However, the masters of Shadowed Star were not without any gains. After such a long time, the sect defending array in front of them was already on the verge of collapse, and it would not be long before it was broken. Most people were desperately attacking the spirit array while some masters formed teams to drive back and forth the cultivator who had rushed here after hearing the news. The masters in these teams were all cultivator from different sects. In order to ensure the interests and gains of their respective sects, they certainly would not allow irrelevant people to fish in troubled waters before the spirit array was broken. After all, they had spent so much time and energy trying to break it. However, anyone who resisted would be killed without mercy. Many people who did not know the inside story had already died tragically at the hands of these people. Learning from their mistakes, the cultivator who had rushed here after hearing the news took the initiative to stop at the periphery after seeing the corpses of these people, not daring to rashly enter. Although the ancient sect ruins were here, one needed to be alive to explore them. Those cultivator who did not have high status or high strength could only stand 10 kilometers away, looking forward eagerly. It would be a lie to say that they were not envious. They also wanted to participate, but unfortunately, their status in their sects was not high enough, and their strength was not enough, so they were not qualified. TSK, almost all the famous sects on Shadowed Star are here. This is truly a grand occasion. In the crowd of onlookers, a bald man shook his head and said. Although he was praising, anyone could hear the slight jealousy in his tone. Idiot who has never seen the world. After hearing this, another old man in linen robes standing not far from him coldly snorted, Do you think my Shadowed Star only has so few masters? At most, only less than half of the large sects and powers have come here. The news hasn't spread completely yet. Otherwise, there would be even more experts. You old fogey, are you deliberately looking for trouble? I can say whatever I want. It's none of your business. The bald man was already upset because he had been stopped outside. Now that he was being refuted by someone just because he had casually said something, he immediately became angry. The old man in sackcloth only glanced at him indifferently with a look of ridicule on his face. He had no intention of bickering with him. How could he have known that this contemptuous look would only make the bald man even angrier? His expression becoming fierce, he was about to attack the old man in sackcloth when a young man suddenly appeared in front of him. This young man had a tall stature and wore a light blue robe, giving him an extremely capable appearance. The bald man was stunned as he stared at this young man's back, a look of doubt flashing across his eyes. He vaguely felt that this young man was familiar, but could not remember where he had seen him before. So many people? The young man looked forward and suddenly shouted in surprise. The bald man casually replied, "Of course there are many people. They are all hoping to go in and find some good things." "Friend, where did you come from?" When the young man heard this question, he turned around and smiled. "I just came in from outside. I heard the news not long ago. I'll take my leave first." As he said this, he flew up and rushed in that direction. "Little friend, please wait." The old man in linen robes who had been bickering with the bald man before changed his expression and quickly tried to stop him, but it was too late as the young man was already 1,000 meters away. "That little brat is finished." The old man in linen robes shook his head slightly, a look of pity on his face. He could see that this young man was quite young and his cultivation was not weak, but now that he had dared to rush into the mountain defending array, he would definitely be killed on the spot. Not necessarily, he might be able to pass. The bald man's eyes lit up as he finally remembered where he had seen this young man just now. Last time, someone had caused a ruckus in Heavenly Fate City. At that time, the bald man had been shopping in Heavenly Fate City and had seen this young man once. It was only later that he learned that this young man was actually the master of Dragon Cave Mountain, Xianxia. After causing a ruckus in Heavenly Fate City, not only was this young man unscathed, he was even free and unfettered. Now, this young man was High Heaven Sect Master, a character who had entered Luyan Sandland. "What do you mean?" The old man in linen robes looked at the bald man suspiciously. "Before, some people tried to break in and fish in troubled waters, but everyone who dared to do so died. Their corpses were even placed there as a warning to others. Why do you think this young man can pass safely?" "Heh, just watch. If he can pass, old man, you'll have to apologize to this old man," the bald man said confidently. "And if he is killed?" The old man in linen robes narrowed his eyes. "This old man will kneel down and lick your shoes," the bald man shouted. As soon as these words came out, everyone nearby turned to look at him with a playful expression. Even the old man in linen robes was stunned. This bet is really amazing. As the saying goes, a person's face is like a tree's bark. If he really lost, the consequences would be worse than death, so why was this young man so confident? "Good, this old master accepts your bet." The old man in linen robes was a decisive person and immediately agreed after a moment of hesitation. He did not believe that in this situation, the great forces attacking the spirit array would be so lenient as to let a young man pass. For a time, all the cultivators' eyes were focused on Xianxia, wondering if he could safely pass through this team of masters from various great sects. Xianxia also quickly realized that something was wrong. Although he had contacted Qian Tong through his communication artifact and knew the general situation here, he did not expect it to be like this. Not long after he arrived, before he even reached the sect defending array, a group of 7 or 8 origin returning realm masters flew towards him. These people all wore different robes and were obviously from different great forces. Xianxia recognized 3 of these forces: Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Floating Mist Palace. Needless to say, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were the 2 giants of Shadowed Star. Floating Mist Palace's strength was also not to be underestimated, comparable in status to Shadow Moon Hall and Colored Glass Sect. As for the others, although Xianxia could not see their origins, each of them was a 2nd or 3rd order origin returning realm master. These people stood 1,000 meters away, hovering in the air, staring at Xianxia indifferently. Among them, an old man in gray robes stepped out of the group and without saying a word, pointed his finger towards Xianxia from afar. Following this movement, a long sword suddenly appeared and, with a slight tremble, transformed into a fiery red light that shot straight towards Xianxia. The speed of this attack was like a meteor. Xianxia's face changed as he felt the murderous intent in this attack and immediately summoned his purple shield to protect himself. Kong, the sword wave collided with the purple shield and a violent energy wave swept out. The fiery red light completely enveloped Xianxia, making it impossible to see him again. The gray-robed old man sneered and stretched out his hand, causing the fiery red sword wave to immediately fly back to him, transforming back into a long sword that he held in his hand as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai indifferently. He thought that Yang Kai would die. After all, in his perception, Yang Kai was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so it was impossible for him to resist this fatal blow. But soon, the gray-robed old man frowned and was surprised. Over there, the light dissipated and Yang Kai's figure reappeared. With the purple shield in front of him, he had not suffered any injuries, but his expression was extremely cold. Anyone who had just arrived and was attacked by a stranger, and an attack filled with killing intent, would not be in a good mood. "What is the meaning of this, Your Excellency?" Yang Kai stared at the gray-robed old man coldly. "Meaning?" The gray-robed old man snorted, "Trespassers will be killed without mercy, what do you think?" Yang Kai frowned as he glanced down at the mutilated corpses below, vaguely understanding the situation. After the gray-robed old man's attack failed, he felt greatly humiliated and was about to attack again to prove his strength when a shout came from behind, "Wait." Hearing this voice, the gray-robed old man did not attack again and instead turned around to look at an old man with white hair, asking with a flattering smile on his face, "What advice does Brother Liang have for me?" The other party did not answer and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest, a strange smile appearing on his face as he asked loudly, "Dare I ask if this little brother is High Heaven Sect's master, Yang Kai?" Yang Kai looked up at him and nodded, "Yes, I am Yang Kai." "What, this person is High Heaven Sect's sect master?" The gray-robed old man who had attacked Yang Kai before exclaimed in shock. For a moment, regret filled his heart. Regardless of Yang Kai's cultivation, the High Heaven sect he now controlled could not be underestimated. Not to mention the sect-hallowed treasure, the Origin King grade starship, just the rumored combat power of Yang Kai alone was enough to make the gray-robed old man's scalp tingle. It was rumored that Yang Kai had killed an Origin returning realm master when he was just a third-order Saint King, and now that he had reached the Origin returning realm, his strength was likely not inferior to any third-order Origin returning realm master. The gray-robed old man was just a second-order cultivator, so if he really fought with Yang Kai, he would likely be killed. The gray-robed old man was naturally frightened as a chill ran down his spine, secretly rejoicing that Elder Liang had stopped him in time, otherwise, he might have made a big mistake. What's more, with the various resources controlled by High Heaven Sect today, many sects on Shadowed Star wanted to befriend it, but unfortunately, no one had been able to contact High Heaven Sect. The gray-robed old man's sect also had such plans, but this time, he had tried to kill Yang Kai as soon as they met, so the gray-robed old man did not know if Yang Kai would blame him. Considering all this, the gray-robed old man's heart became extremely uneasy. "It really is Sect Master Yang." The old man smiled lightly and cupped his fists. "Forgive my rudeness, this old man is Heaven Battling Union's third elder, Liang Yong." Heaven Battling Union? Yang Kai frowned. Although his impression of this force was not very good and there had been some friction between them, Yang Kai did not lack etiquette and returned the greeting, "Yang Kai greets Elder Liang." Of course, of course." The smile on Liang Yang's face became even more amiable, but Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that there was something strange about it. Before he could figure it out though, Liang Yong pointed to the person next to him and introduced, "This is Thunder Typhoon Sect's Vice Sect Master, Situ Hong. I believe Sect Master Yang should have heard of him." "I have long since heard of your great name." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had indeed heard the names of Situ Hong and Liang Yong before. Both of them were third-order Origin returning realm masters on Shadowed Star, but today was the first time he had met them. Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had many conflicts between them, and although they weren't completely incompatible, they were close to each other. But now, they had actually joined forces? Yang Kai wore a strange look, but when he glanced over at the sect defending array, he couldn't help understanding. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The scene in front of him was the best explanation. "Please forgive us, Sect Master Yang, we did not intend to intercept you, but as you can see, several dozen sects on Shadowed Star have joined forces to break this sect defending array and enter, so the security around this area has been tightened. No one is allowed to enter without permission. I hope Sect Master Yang can forgive Brother Yu's disrespect. Brother Yu was only following orders," Liang Yong said again, trying to exonerate the man who attacked Yang Kai just now. Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, I didn't suffer any harm, so let's just forget about it." Liang Yong laughed. "Sect Master Yang is truly magnanimous, this Liang offers his sincere thanks." The old man surnamed Yu also hurriedly apologized. "Elder Liang, does that mean no one is allowed to enter this place now?" Yang Kai asked with some dissatisfaction. After all, Fallen Emperor Mountain was an ownerless land and the ancient sect ruins inside should have been accessible to anyone, but now, these sects had designated it as their own territory, killing all trespassers without mercy. Of course, this was a bit overbearing. However, since it was an alliance between dozens of forces, Yang Kai couldn't say anything. He didn't want to offend the public. "That's right. Half a month ago, this was what our friends here had discussed." Liang Yong nodded lightly. "The 7 of us are the law enforcers of this place." "I see." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. Liang Yong suddenly smiled lightly and said, "However, it's not that no one is allowed to enter. As long as you can obtain the permission of the 7 of us, you can participate in this grand event." "Oh? What should I do to get your permission?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's a bit difficult." Liang Yong wore an awkward expression as he rubbed his temples. "It stands to reason that this mountain defending array is about to be broken, so anyone who wants to participate in this grand event must first pay a price. Otherwise, wouldn't all the friends who attacked the spirit array be making wedding clothes for others?" There was some truth to what he said. The hundreds of Origin returning realm masters had been bombarding the mountain defending array for half a month now, all of them wanting to quickly enter and take a look. Now that they were on the verge of success, naturally no one was willing to let others in and take advantage of the situation. If they were allowed to do so, these people wouldn't be able to accept it. What kind of price will they have to pay? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking, "Elder Liang might as well tell me, I'll see if I can afford it." Liang Yong grinned meaningfully. Sect Master Yang is too polite. If it were someone else, they would definitely have to pay a price, but since Sect Master Yang is High Heaven Sect's Sect Master, then, there's no need to. High Heaven Sect is now a well-known great force on Shadowed Star, so it is qualified to participate in this grand event. What's more, Sect Master Yang has come alone, so this old master will do him a favor and agree to let Sect Master Yang pass. Yang Kai looked surprised as he tilted his head and asked, "Won't this embarrass Elder Liang?" Yang Kai was confused, not understanding why the other party was showing such goodwill. He didn't have the slightest friendship with Heaven Battling Union and even had some grievances with them, so there was no reason for the other party to be so kind. Liang Yong chuckled and said, "Of course, this old master definitely doesn't have this right. This is just a suggestion, whether Sect Master Yang is allowed to pass or not will depend on the opinions of the others." Saying so, Liang Yong turned his eyes to the other 6 people. For a moment, the Origin returning realm masters all looked at each other, but Thunder Typhoon Sect's Vice Sect Master Sidohong was the first to speak, nodding without hesitation. "If only Sect Master Yang is allowed to pass, this old master has no objection." Since the leaders of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had agreed, how could the others say anything? They all followed Liang Yong and Sidohong's lead, so all of them immediately nodded in agreement without any objections. "If that's the case, thank you, everyone." Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly before transforming into a stream of light and flying past the crowd towards a certain part of the mountain defending array. "Sect Master Yang, since you've come, you should help us break the spirit array as soon as possible so we can see the various opportunities inside." Liang Yong shouted from behind, but Yang Kai was already a few thousand meters away, so it was impossible to tell if he heard him. After shouting, Liang Yong turned his head and exchanged a glance with Sidohong before smiling knowingly. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. When they had inquired about the news before, they thought that Yang Kai had gone to Heavenly Fate City, but after tracking him down, they discovered that he had come to Fallen Emperor Mountain. Later, when they heard about the changes in Fallen Emperor Mountain, the masters of the 2 great forces also gathered here. Just as they were worrying about not being able to find any trace of Yang Kai, he had unexpectedly delivered himself to their doorstep. There was a path to heaven, but no gate to hell. If he wanted to court death, he could only blame others. In any case, this was not a good place to act. There were too many eyes here, so Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had to take into account their reputation. First, they would let this little brat in. As long as he entered and found a secluded place, wouldn't they have the final say? So even if Yang Kai had no intention of breaking through the spirit array, Liang Yong would have taken the initiative to let him pass. Siduhong was jackals of the same tribe, so of course, he wouldn't object and simply found an excuse to let Yang Kai pass safely. Yang Kai naturally understood the principle of being unaccountably solicitous. He didn't know what kind of wicked ideas Liang Yong and the others had in mind, but since he was a master of skill and daring, he wasn't afraid of anything. In an instant, Yang Kai arrived in front of the mountain defending array and rushed towards a certain position. Over there, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were desperately controlling their artifacts to bombard the mountain defending array, causing countless ripples to appear on its surface. Elder Qian, City Lord Fei. Yang Kai landed and called out. The two turned around and after seeing Yang Kai, Qian Tong couldn't help grinning. Yang Kai, you also heard the news and came here? It was a coincidence. I was going to Heavenly Fate City to look for you, but I didn't expect you to not be in the city. Looking for us? What's the matter? It's not a big deal, let's talk about it after we're done here, Yang Kai chuckled. Very well. But why did Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect let you in? That's a bit strange, those who dared to break in these days were all killed. I don't know why, Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Since you're here, let's put in some effort. This mountain defending array is many times stronger than the one you used to protect Dragon Cave Mountain, Fei Ji too interjected. Good. The three of them no longer spoke and instead focused on attacking the spirit array in front of them. The artifact Fei Ji too used was still the blue jade bowl he relied on the most, transforming it into a blue light curtain several dozen meters in diameter and bombarding the spirit array like a torrent of mercury. Qian Tong, on the other hand, used a short blade-like artifact. After pouring his Saint Qi into it, this short blade emitted a faint dragon roar and transformed into a several dozen meter long dark green dragon that shook its head and wagged its tail, each of its attacks carrying great momentum. Yang Kai watched from the sidelines with a strange look. Whether it was Fei Ji too or Qian Tong, both of them were worthy of being famous masters. Their Saint Qi was pure and vigorous to the extreme, and in terms of Saint Qi alone, both of them obviously had the qualifications to break through to the Origin King realm. However, in order to break through to the Origin King realm, one must first cultivate their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage. This requirement was enough to make 90% of Origin returning realm masters sigh. Yang Kai didn't know whether Fei Ji too and Qian Tong Shi had reached this level. Yang Kai didn't just stand there and watch, raising his hand and shooting out a dozen golden threads. Right now, he only had two offensive artifacts in his possession. One was the verdant dragon bone sword and the other was the feather spirit arrow he had obtained a few days ago. He hadn't had time to test their power yet, but no matter which one he used, he couldn't easily show them to others. Needless to say, the dragon bone sword contained a wisp of the remnant dragon's soul, so if he used it now, it would definitely attract attention. As for the feather spirit arrow, it was a consumption-type artifact and only had enough energy sealed inside it for 2 attacks. Once it was used, it would need to be recharged, so it wasn't suitable for this place. As such, Yang Kai could only use his golden blood thread secret technique. Fortunately, while on the road some time ago, Yang Kai had studied the second half of his golden blood thread secret technique and now he could use it to practice on the mountain defending array in front of him. Every single one of the golden threads shone with a golden light and contained a terrifying amount of vitality and vital energy. As soon as they shot out, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too raised their brows, slowed down their movements, and turned to look at Yang Kai. Old Fei, why do I feel like Yang Kai's move is somewhat similar to Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique? Qian Tong asked suspiciously. He had dealt with the elders of Demon Blood Temple and was well aware of the strangeness and power of Demon Blood Threads, so when Yang Kai used this move, he was able to see some clues. More than similar, it's as if they were carved from the same mold. Fei Ji too was also shocked, but their temple master has only produced 2 demon blood threads in his entire life while the other elders, including Jin Shi, only have 1 each. Yang Kai's number, isn't it a bit too much? A dozen, what kind of concept was that? Although Qian Tong and Fei Ji too had not cultivated the demon blood thread before, they still had some understanding of this secret technique. They knew that it was the result of condensing one's vitality using the essence of one's physique. It was something between an artifact and a secret technique, so no matter how strong demon blood temples people were, it was impossible for them to cultivate too many. When Demon Blood Temple's temple master cultivated the demon blood thread, she had used an evil secret technique to harvest yang to supplement her yin, collecting the blood essence of strong men, yet she was only able to condense 2 demon blood threads. How much vitality did Yang Kai possess to be able to condense more than a dozen at once? Moreover, looking at his appearance, there was no sign of his vitality being depleted. Instead, his vitality was far stronger than anyone else's here. This was somewhat inconceivable. Could it be that this wasn't the demon blood thread secret technique, but rather its appearance? Xian Tong and Fei Ji too couldn't figure it out. What the two of them didn't know was that a dozen golden blood threads wasn't Yang Kai's limit. He now had several dozen golden blood threads in his body, each one transformed from a single drop of pure golden blood. With the life-revitalizing jade cream, Yang Kai no longer had to worry about the lack of golden blood in his body, so he spared no effort in condensing more golden blood threads. After the dozen or so golden blood threads shot out, they did not immediately attack the mountain defending array but instead intertwined with each other, as if they had a mind of their own, gradually twisting together and transforming into a 10-meter-long golden spear. Shining with a brilliant golden light, this golden spear suddenly shot towards the sect defending array. Asterisk Kong, asterisk a loud bang rang out as the tip of the golden spear struck the light curtain of the sect defending array. The light curtain immediately caved in like a rubber ball, causing Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, who were watching from the side, to feel their eyelids twitch as they gasped in amazement. The two of them had participated in attacking the sect defending array for half a month now, so they were naturally familiar with the strength of the spirit array. At this moment, seeing the power of this golden spear, they could already infer how powerful it was. This was a violent attack that caused even them to tremble in fear. However, the sect defending array was truly amazing. No matter how Yang Kai urged the golden spear, he was still unable to break it. Instead, after the light curtain caved in, a strong rebound force appeared. Not only did the light curtain of the sect defending array restore itself, but even the dozen or so golden blood thread spear was bounced back. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he controlled this spear of his divine sense of divine of course. As he controlled this spear once of his divine sense of his divine of golden blood of his divine chi of heaven was, with a single thought of Yang Kai of his divine soul was, of course. This was the essence of the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique, the golden blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai looked excited, not paying attention to his surroundings at all as he concentrated on controlling the golden blood threads, transforming them into various forms and testing the sect defending array again and again. The transformation of 1 or 2 golden blood threads could not be completed by themselves. Only when a certain number of them reached a certain level could such a magical transformation occur. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of cultivation the senior who created the demon blood thread secret technique had reached, but since Shadowed Star was restricted by world principles, no one in Demon Blood Temple had been able to carry forward this Tao of divine transformation. Even the beautiful temple master could only barely cultivate 2 demon blood threads, so what kind of transformation was there to speak of? However, it wasn't as if she hadn't gained anything. At the very least, on the ice road, Yang Kai had seen her 2 demon blood threads transform into 2 blood snakes, as if they were alive. This was also a kind of Tao of divine transformation. Although Yang Kai knew how to cultivate it, he couldn't meet the requirements for now. Because it required the soul and monster core of a powerful monster beast to cultivate. What Yang Kai was using now was a different kind of transformation. At first, he wasn't very proficient in using it, but as time passed and he displayed various transformations, his mastery of the golden blood thread secret technique became more and more proficient. His golden blood thread secret technique was also able to take on many forms at will. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too watched from the side in amazement, not daring to disturb him because they could tell from Yang Kai's focused expression that he was immersed in practicing some kind of secret technique. This was a good thing, so how could the two of them interfere? The mountain defending array of the ancient sect ruins in Fallen Emperor Mountain had been bombarded by hundreds of origin returning realm masters for half a month and was on the verge of collapse, but 2 days after Yang Kai joined, it finally made some progress. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out from a certain place. Although this sound was soft, it clearly reached the ears of every cultivator. Looking in the direction of the source of the sound, everyone saw a small crack appear in the light curtain of the mountain defending array. For a time, the crowd was excited and everyone was overjoyed. Although this was only a small crack that was almost negligible, it showed that the mountain defending array here had reached its limit. As long as they put in a little more effort, they might be able to break it in the next moment. There was no need for anyone to tell them. After a moment of silence, everyone increased the output of their attacks. Gotcha. The sound continued to ring out from all directions, as if a single spark could set a prairie ablaze. With the crack that first appeared as the center, soon, countless cracks began to appear on the light curtain of the mountain defending array, crisscrossing like a spider's web. A violent spiritual pressure suddenly spread out from a certain place, and all the cultivator who noticed this could not help showing a look of shock as they turned their heads to look in that direction. What they saw was a cultivator in a blue robe slowly rising into the air, like an ancient god descending from the heavens. His hands were raised high, and in the palm of his hand was a dazzling ball of light. The shocking energy fluctuations were coming from this ball of light. For a time, the blue-robed cultivator became the focus of everyone's attention. Chuzheng's great son's wish seal really lives up to its reputation, Fei Ji too looked over and muttered, seemingly a little wary. This is Heaven Battling Union's Union Master Chuzheng? Xianxia asked in surprise. Indeed. Qian Tong gently nodded, a look of dread appearing on his face. He is also one of the top masters on Shadowed Star. Although this old master is also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator like him, if we really fought, my chances of winning were less than 20%. Even if a cultivator had the same cultivation, there would still be differences in strength. These differences came from the secret arts and secret techniques they cultivated and the power of the artifacts they controlled. As such, even if both of them were third-order origin returning realm cultivators, Qian Tong did not dare to claim that his strength was equal to Chuzheng's. Take Xianxia for example, although he was only a first-order cultivator, an ordinary first-order cultivator would not be able to put up any resistance in front of him. This was a very common phenomenon. While speaking, Chuzheng had already flown several thousand meters into the air, his expression extremely dignified as he gently tossed down the ball of light in his hand. As if it was weightless, the ball of light began falling at a very slow speed. So slow? Xianxia frowned. If the so-called Great Sun's wish seal was really what he saw, it was not enough to warrant such a conclusion. After all, its speed was too slow, so who would be stupid enough to stand in place and not try to avoid it? However, since both Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were so wary of it, it was definitely not what he thought it was. Considering this, Xianxia became even more focused on observing the situation. At that moment though, a sudden change occurred. The Great Sun's wish seal, which had been slowly falling, suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, and when it reappeared, it was already above the sect defending array. It seemed to have crossed 1,000 meters in an instant. Xianxia paled as he exclaimed, "Space Force?" But soon, he shook his head and denied his judgment. If it really was Space Force, it would have been impossible for him not to feel the strange fluctuations it gave off. After all, in terms of attainments in the Tao of space, Xianxia was not inferior to anyone. Even Heaven Battling Union's great elder Mo Shaoxing, who was proficient in the Tao of space, could not compare. It was not Space Force though, but the Great Sun's wish seal's speed was simply too fast. The previous slowness was just an illusion. With such great power and incredible speed, the secret technique Chuzheng had mastered was really extraordinary. If Xianxia had really been hit by it, even if he didn't die, he would have at least lost a layer of skin. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. The Great Sun wishing seal had already made contact with the light screen. Without a sound, the energy ball of light that could be seen with the naked eye exploded, turning into a dazzling halo of light. In an instant, almost everyone could not open their eyes. Although there was no movement, the energy fluctuations that erupted at this time were extremely terrifying. A gust of wind mixed with the surrounding world energy, with the point of contact as the center, spread out in all directions, sending sand and stones flying and uprooting trees as thick as several people. Even the spectating cultivator more than 10 kilometers away who was watching from a safe distance, some of the weaker ones were unable to maintain their balance and were almost blown away by the strong wind. Gotcha. A series of crackling sounds rang out for a while before everything calmed down. When the light dissipated and everyone opened their eyes again, they were surprised to find that the light screen of the Great Protective Mountain Array had disappeared. In the mountains and forests, the ruins of the ancient sect were faintly discernible. Chuzheng stood midair with a proud expression on his face. Although everyone present had contributed greatly to the destruction of the Protective Mountain Array, he was still the one who delivered the final blow. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of everyone's attention and admiration. Countless flattering voices came from all directions, praising Chuzheng's unparalleled strength. Good, now that the sect defending array has been broken, it's time to go in and take a look. Everyone, this old master will take his leave first. Chuzheng cupped his fists and immediately flew forward, the many masters from Heaven Battling Union naturally following closely behind. Immediately, the group from Thunder Typhoon sect also hurried in. After the masters of the two giants left, the many origin returning realm masters present all rushed in, each of them searching for a different location to explore the ancient sect ruins, hoping to gain some benefits. Fortunately, they had all contributed for more than half a month, so now that it was time to check the results, naturally no one was willing to fall behind. Yang Kai, Feiji too, and Qian Tong were also mixed in with the crowd. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Qian Tong pointed in a certain direction and said, "Let's go there." This ancient sect ruin was located inside Fallen Emperor Mountain and covered a large area. Yang Kai estimated that it was not inferior to High Heaven sect in terms of world energy, and even if it was not as good as the current High Heaven sect, it was not far behind. In the future, this place would likely become a place that many great forces would fight over. With such a good environment, the great sects and great forces would definitely not easily give it up. If they could turn this place into their headquarters, it would be of great benefit to their sect's future development. Yang Kai already had High Heaven sect, so he wasn't very interested in this place, but Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were both burning with passion, obviously having thought of this possibility. Although Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters was not bad, compared to this place, it was obviously worse. On top of that, Shadow Moon Hall was only a few days' journey from here, so if they could move their headquarters here, the growth of their disciples would be much faster. Even if they didn't move their headquarters, it was still possible to use this place as a division. As such, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were both excited, but when they thought about the hardships and the possibility of a great war between sects, the two of them quickly dismissed this idea. Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect would never let go of such a precious place, so Shadow Moon Hall was unlikely to get its hands on it. The three of them entered the interior of the sect from a secluded corner. What entered their eyes was a large number of palaces. Despite the passage of tens of thousands of years, most of the buildings here were still in good condition. There were no signs of damage. In their field of vision, there were already many cultivators searching for different palaces, going in and out, obviously exploring. Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and Fei Ji too looked at each other and were unwilling to be left out, immediately splitting up and going into different palaces to search. In the current situation, it was naturally more efficient to search separately. Although the risk would also increase, none of the three were timid people, so how could they be restrained? As such, there was no need to discuss anything. A moment later, Yang Kai walked out of the palace with an indifferent expression. He did not gain anything. Although the palace was well preserved, there was nothing of value. It could even be said that it was completely empty. This was normal. It was within Yang Kai's expectations. When Yang Kai led his people deep into High Heaven sect, there were no treasures left behind, so he was mentally prepared for this. The disciple of this ancient sect might have taken away all the good stuff before the danger arrived. Whether there was anything left behind would depend on luck. Without stopping, Yang Kai quickly entered another palace. At the same time, somewhere in this ancient sect, a group of origin returning realm masters had gathered together, led by a blue-robed man and a blue-robed middle-aged man. These two were naturally Heaven Battling Union's Union Master Chuzheng and Thunder Typhoon Sect's Sect Master Feng Peng. At this moment, Chuzheng held a communication artifact in his hand and released his divine sense to scan it for a moment before raising his head and asking, "That little brat is just 10 kilometers to the left. Brother Feng, should we act now?" Feng Peng pondered for a moment before asking, "Are Qian Tong and Fei Ji too with him?" "They seem to have separated," Chuzheng replied. "But even if they are together, it doesn't matter. It's just Qian Tong and Fei Ji too. It won't take us much effort to capture them with our manpower. That being said, those two are still from Shadow Moon Hall. If we really take action against them, Shadow Moon Hall." Feng Peng seemed to have some scruples. "What does Shadow Moon Hall matter? Now that Star Emperor Mountain has intervened, if Qian Tong and Fei Ji too know what's good for them, they will naturally know what to do. If they don't, Shadowed Star will lose a sect." "That makes sense," Feng Peng sneered, feeling that he was being too cautious. "Father, since that little brat is on good terms with Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, shouldn't we also capture those two? That way, that little brat won't act rashly." Amidst the crowd, a young man with handsome brows and starry eyes spun his eyeballs as he asked. This young man held a folding fan in his hand, and his hair was tied up with a golden ribbon. His skin was fair and clear, and he had a confident and elegant appearance. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize this person as the famous young Union Master of Heaven Battling Union, Chu Changfeng. Yang Kai had a bad impression of Heaven Battling Union mostly because of this Chu Changfeng. This man's behavior was vile, and he had even tried to kill Yang Kai in Luyan Desert. Yang Kai naturally didn't have a good impression of him. "Oh?" Chuzheng heard this and raised his brow. "Why do you want to take action against Qian Tong and Fei Ji too? Those two old fogies are third-order origin returning realm cultivators, 2 minor realms higher than that little brat. Isn't doing this kind of thing just asking for trouble?" Feng Peng and the others also turned to look at Chu Changfeng with some confusion. Chu Changfeng chuckled as he opened the folding fan in his hand and waved it confidently. "That being said, as far as this child knows, that little brat seems to have some understanding of the Tao of space. Although we have many people on our side, if we can't block his escape route, he may be able to take advantage of it and escape." "That little brat understands the Tao of space? Where did you learn this?" Chuzheng and Feng Peng both looked surprised. "I overheard Great Elder mention it by accident." "Father might as well ask Great Elder about it, he should know best." Chu Changfeng did not explain much and instead turned to an old man in the crowd. This old man was none other than Heaven Battling Union's Great Elder Mo Xiaoxing. Mo Xiaoxing stepped forward and said with a dignified expression, "Young Union Master is right. Yang Kai does understand the Tao of space." This old master witnessed the battle on Dragon Cave Mountain with his own eyes. Others may not have noticed, but this old master who also cultivates the Tao of space was able to see through it. He actually understands the Tao of space? Chuzheng frowned, a look of surprise filling his face. As the Union Master of Heaven Battling Union, he naturally knew how difficult it was to cultivate the Tao of space better than anyone else. This had nothing to do with aptitude. The Tao of space was an obscure force that was difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to cultivate. If Great Elder Mo Xiaoxing hadn't had a fortuitous encounter in the past, he wouldn't have been able to touch upon this territory, but even after so many years, his attainments in the Tao of space were still extremely shallow and he was unable to advance any further. "Great Elder, in your opinion, what do you think of his mastery of the Tao of space?" "He only used his Tao of space once in front of this old master. It is difficult to judge exactly, but it should be on par with this old master's." Mo Xiaoxing's mouth twitched slightly. Although he was very unwilling to admit that Yang Kai's attainments in this field were almost the same as his own, Mo Xiaoxing had no choice but to admit it. When Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of him that day, it was clearly the result of Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space. Even Mo Xiaoxing himself could only accomplish such a feat. It was precisely because he understood the Tao of space that he was able to occupy the position of Great Elder of Heaven Battling Union. Otherwise, with the purity of his Saint Qi and the density of his Shi, there were several people in the Union who were more powerful than him, so how could he have possibly become Great Elder? From this, it could be seen just how mysterious and rare the Tao of space was. If that's the case, then things will be a bit difficult. Chuzheng frowned deeply. With Great Elder as the benchmark, it would not be easy to capture a cultivator who understood the Tao of space alive. Yang Kai was just a trivial first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so no one present placed him in their eyes, but at this time, no one was confident they could capture him. A cultivator who understood the Tao of space would have extremely strange movement skills and top-notch speed. This kind of person was extremely talented in escaping. If that's the case, we really have to target Qian Tong and Fei Ji too to make him hesitate, Fang Peng muttered. Elder Liang, keep an eye on Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. If there is a chance, capture these two first, Chu Jing ordered lightly. I will deal with Shadow Moon Hall. Yes. The elder named Liang Yong, who had let Yang Kai pass before, immediately accepted the order and left. Father, your son has a presumptuous request. Chu Changfeng closed his folding fan and cupped his fists respectfully. Let's hear it. Chu Jing doted on his son very much, so in front of everyone, he naturally would not embarrass him. If we really block Yang Kai's path of retreat, please allow your son to fight him. Chu Changfeng quickly said. You? After the battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, that little brat made a name for himself and has now become the strongest master of his generation. Now, there are rumors on Shadowed Star that his strength is not inferior to a third-order origin returning realm master. In your son's opinion, this is nothing more than a rumor. Who is the real leader of this generation? Your son wants to personally prove it. Chu Changfeng said proudly before turning his head to another young man wearing simple hemp robes and asking with a smile, Brother Tianzhong, what do you think? This young man was Fang Tianzhong, who was as famous as Chu Changfeng. This time, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect's joint operation had brought these two young talents together. With his hands behind his back, Fang Tianzhong had been standing silently, but when he heard Chu Changfeng's question, he simply raised his eyes and replied faintly, it's just a false reputation, what outsiders think of it has nothing to do with this Fang. Is that so? Then why did you come along? Don't you want to see Yang Kai's strength with your own eyes and see if there is any gap between him and you? Chu Changfeng grinned meaningfully, this Chu is an honest man, the reason he came along was to fight him. Since Brother Tianzhong has no such intention, this Chu will take the lead. As you wish. Fang Tianzhong said indifferently. Good, this matter is settled. Have everyone pay attention to Yang Kai's position at all times and find a secluded place where we can take action. This is a task assigned to us by Star Emperor Mountain, there is no room for error. Chu Jing was also a decisive person, so seeing that the discussion was settled, he waved his hand and shouted. Everyone nodded in agreement. As for his son wanting to challenge Yang Kai, of course, he would not stop him. It was a good thing that his son had such a competitive heart. Yang Kai didn't know anything about what was happening here, nor did he expect that he would be watched by so many people, all of whom were plotting against him. Although this ancient sect ruin was vast, the number of cultivators who had explored it was not small. Yang Kai didn't want to get into conflict with others, so he chose to explore some remote locations. After a few days, Yang Kai also had some gains, such as artifacts, pills, secret techniques, and so on. However, compared to his trip to the Emperor Garden, this harvest was like the difference between heaven and earth, not enough to make Yang Kai's eyes light up. It was better than nothing. On this day, Yang Kai entered one of the palaces and did not emerge for several days. The people from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect who had been monitoring Yang Kai's movements were also confused, not understanding what had happened to Yang Kai. Inside one of the palaces, in a secret underground room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, circulating his qi and greedily absorbing the nearby world energy. Inside this secret room, the world energy was so rich that it was visible to the naked eye, transforming into white threads that lingered around Yang Kai. As he breathed, these white threads seemed to be attracted to him and disappeared into his body. As time passed, the white threads in the secret room became fewer and fewer. Pure spirit qi. Yang Kai had not expected that he would obtain such a harvest. It was rumored that there was a special kind of world energy in this world that could be directly absorbed by a cultivator without the need to circulate one's secret art, enhancing the cultivator's cultivation and strength. This was pure spirit qi, and it had an indescribable effect on any cultivator, countless times better than even the best quality earth veins. However, it was extremely rare and rarely appeared. Even if it did appear, it would quickly melt into the surrounding world energy and become a part of the surrounding world energy. Only by using special methods could it be preserved for a long time. The ruins of this ancient sect were located on an excellent earth vein and occasionally produced 1 or 2 wisps of pure spirit chi. This secret underground room had many complex spirit arrays arranged around it. Although Yang Kai could not understand them, he understood that they existed to contain this pure spirit chi. A year or 2 of accumulation might not be obvious, and 100 or even 1,000 years of accumulation would still be thin. However, tens of thousands of years of accumulation were quite eye-catching. When Yang Kai opened the door to the secret room, he almost thought that he was seeing things. The rich pure spiritual chi in the secret room had already turned into a solid substance, and could be easily captured. This unexpected discovery made him overjoyed. After figuring out that this was the rumored pure spirit chi, how could he hesitate? Immediately, he closed the secret chamber and began to meditate and absorb. Generally speaking, this kind of chamber where the pure spiritual chi was confined would only be opened once every few hundred years. It was not used to enhance the strength of the cultivator. After all, although the pure spiritual chi was rare, it was extremely rare. It was too wasteful to use it purely to enhance one's strength. Its existence was to allow a cultivator who had reached a bottleneck to break through. Good steel should be used on the blade. When a cultivator broke through, the richer the surrounding world energy was, the fewer obstacles they would encounter during the breakthrough. Pure spiritual chi was the best catalyst for a cultivator's breakthrough, allowing them to reduce the risks involved. Right now, this precious existence was being absorbed into Yang Kai's body without restraint, gradually increasing his strength. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was a reckless waste of heaven's resources. With so much pure spiritual chi, even if hundreds of cultivators were to break through, it would not be a small amount. However, it only took Yang Kai 3 days to absorb more than 70% of the pure spiritual chi. His saint chi became more and more vigorous, and his realm also rose little by little, soon reaching the peak of the first order. By this time, Yang Kai had vaguely felt a layer of constraint, like a thin membrane hindering the improvement of his strength. This was a bottleneck. If it were any other cultivator, they would have to first sharpen their state of mind and comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, spending a lot of time to break through this bottleneck. But Yang Kai was different. He had absorbed a lot of soul essences from cultivators who had surpassed his own realm, so his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao had far surpassed his own level. The only thing he lacked was tempering his state of mind. However, as long as he was willing, there was still a chance for him to break through and reach the second-order origin returning realm. Yang Kai was not so eager for quick success and instant benefits. He had only broken through to the first-order origin returning realm not long ago, and although he had successfully condensed his Shi with the help of the Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden, if he continued to break through so quickly, it was very likely that it would cause some hidden dangers. So, after pondering for a while, Yang Kai did not absorb the remaining pure spiritual chi, but it would be too wasteful to just leave. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it, wanting to contact Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. He would let the two of them absorb the remaining pure spiritual chi. However, to Yang Kai's disappointment, Qian Tong did not respond. This was strange. Although this ancient sect ruin was not small, it was definitely not beyond the range of this communication artifact. Could Qian Tong have encountered something? Could it be that Qian Tong could not respond? There was a possibility though. Since this was a sect ruin, there must be some isolated places. Perhaps Qian Tong had broken into some kind of barrier. Unable to contact Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, and not wanting to give up on the remaining pure spiritual chi, Yang Kai scratched his head for a while, at a loss for what to do. But a moment later, his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. With a single thought, a fiery red light flew out from his body and spread out its wings, transforming into the shape of a strange bird. Firebird artifact spirit. Although it did not have a physical body, it was still a sentient creature, so it should have no problem absorbing the pure spiritual chi. After all, it could even refine sun's true fire. Sure enough, after the firebird flew out, it immediately chirped happily, then opened its big mouth, and its abdomen expanded and contracted. Accompanied by a suction force, the pure spirit chi in the secret room was sucked into its body like a whale sucking water. The pure white thread-like pure spiritual chi began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Outside the palace, more than 20 origin returning realm masters from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect had surrounded it. This place was secluded and extremely remote, making it a good place to act without fear of being seen by outsiders. Although using such a luxurious lineup to deal with a mere first-order origin returning realm was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, since the other party knew some Space Force, Chu Jing and Fang Peng did not dare to act carelessly. Now, there was only one problem in front of everyone, one that left them at a loss. Xianxia was not coming out. Probing with their divine senses, they were unable to detect his aura, but according to the report of a master from Heaven Battling Union, he saw Xianxia enter with his own eyes. "Brother Chu, that boy shouldn't have left already, right?" Fang Peng asked impatiently. "Brother Fang, are you doubting this Chu's subordinate's ability?" Chu Jing was also annoyed and wanted to immediately rush in and drag Xianxia out, so naturally, he was not in a good mood. "That's not what this Fang meant, but you know that boy knows some Space Force." Perhaps he discovered that someone was monitoring him and quietly left. Fang Peng frowned. "Brother Fang worries too much. Although Deacon Jia is only a second-order origin returning realm master, he has a unique method of concealing his aura. If he wants to hide his whereabouts and monitor someone, let alone that boy, even this Union master may not be able to detect him. Since Deacon Jia said he was inside, he must be inside. Subordinate can guarantee with his head that that boy definitely did not discover me, and he must still be inside the palace." 15 meters away, an old man with a goatee said in a deep voice with a confident look on his face. "Good, since that's the case, let's wait a little longer, but with so many of us here, if that boy notices something, he may not have the courage to come out." Fang Peng spat disdainfully. "That's not up to him," Chu Jing sneered. Just as they were talking though, a life aura suddenly appeared inside the palace. Everyone's eyes lit up and they quickly used their divine senses to investigate, quickly discovering that this life aura belonged to Xianxia. Soon, Xianxia's figure appeared at the entrance of the palace, his brow furrowed slightly, seemingly a little surprised, but he did not show any intention of stopping and instead walked forward step by step. "He came out!" Fang Peng shouted. "It's good that he came out." Chu Jing sneered, his eyes flashing a cold light. "At least this Union master won't have to go in and capture him personally." Xianxia strode forward with his hands behind his back. The surprise on his face had disappeared, replaced by indifference. Not only did he not show any signs of panic, he didn't even try to avoid them. Step by step, he arrived in front of the crowd. Sweeping his eyes around, he grinned, "So many people." "Xianxia." Chu Changfeng patted his folding fan and called out with a smile, "You made this young master wait." Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon sect. Xianxia nodded lightly, his face full of smiles. "Very good, very good. So many people have been waiting here to kill me, huh? Do we need so many people to kill you?" "Xianxia, don't flatter yourself, you're not qualified," Chu Changfeng laughed. "Is that so? Then why are there so many people gathered here?" "Just to prevent you from escaping." "So that's how it is." A look of understanding appeared on Xianxia's face. "I was wondering why Elder Liang was so easy to talk to before. It turns out he was waiting for me here. This is indeed a good place to kill and silence people. May I ask why? Although I have some grievances with your two great forces, it's far from that, right? Do you think this young master will tell you?" Chu Changfeng smiled contemptuously. "It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it, I can guess." "Starship, right?" Xianxia coldly snorted. What could make Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect dispatch so many people to deal with him was nothing more than a matter of interest, and the only thing that could affect the interests of these two forces was the Origin King-grade starship. This was not just a starship, but also the hope of all masters on Shadowed Star to break through to the Origin King realm. Xianxia frowned slightly, secretly blaming himself for underestimating the power of this starship. He had not considered how much of a turmoil the appearance of this Origin King-grade starship would bring to Shadowed Star, but after seeing this scene, he finally understood. "It's good you know." Chu Changfeng did not deny it. Although Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had joined forces at the behest of Star Emperor Mountain, in the end, it was all because of this starship. Outside the palace, nearly 30 Origin returning realm masters from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect stared covetously at young Kai, tightly surrounding him. With the sect masters of these two great forces personally leading their forces, there was no shortage of masters. Even though they hadn't made a move yet, various forces had already covered an area of a few hundred meters, and the defense was extremely tight. It wasn't going too far to say that it was difficult to move an inch within this area of a few hundred meters. Young Kai, since you are the sect master of a great sect, if you are willing to surrender without a fight and waste your cultivation, this young master may be able to plead on your behalf and ask my father and sect master Feng to spare your life. Chu Changfeng shouted coldly as he waved his folding fan. Spare my life? Young Kai chuckled, not showing the slightest sign of panic. What? Does young Master Chu think I can't escape this time? Do you think I'm doomed? Are you so confident you can keep me here? It's not confidence, Chu Changfeng slowly shook his head, it's the truth. Do you still want to leave this place safely? Open your eyes and see how many people are here. Is there any use in having more people? Young Kai curled his lips. Haha, you're just relying on your understanding of Space Force, but so what? You're not the only one here who understands this kind of power, Chu Changfeng sneered. Chu Changfeng sneered sarcastically, if you want to escape with your Space Force, this young master will advise you to give up on that idea so you don't end up asking for trouble. Young Kai's face sank slightly as he glanced around the crowd, his eyes eventually settling on Mo Xiaosheng. He had heard many times that this great elder of Heaven Battling Union was proficient in Space Force, and although he had never seen him use it with his own eyes, there was no smoke without wind, so it was likely the rumors weren't baseless. On top of that, this old man was currently staring at him vigilantly, his Saint Chi not circulating at all, apparently on guard against him using his Space Force to escape. What's wrong? Did this young master hit the nail on the head? Seeing Young Kai's expression change, Chu Changfeng laughed, thinking he had poked at Young Kai's weak spot. Young Kai no longer paid attention to him and instead turned his gaze to Chu Jing and Feng Peng, taking a deep breath before narrowing his eyes and asking, do you two really want to do this? What else do you want to say? Cripple your own cultivation and we won't take your life. Chu Jing said lightly, his tone filled with an unquestionable tone. The order from Star Emperor Mountain was to capture Young Kai alive in order to force High Heaven Sect to hand over the Origin King-grade starship, so from the very beginning, Chu Jing and the others had no intention of killing Young Kai. They had dispatched so many people just to capture him alive. Alright. Young Kai grinned, I don't think I've reached the point where I'm willing to go to war with the forces you belong to. Since you two insist on forcing me, I hope you can withstand this Shang's wrath. Shameless boasting. Chu Changfeng shouted, I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. After 10 breaths, this young master will personally capture you. There's no need to consider it. Young Kai slowly shook his head, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Young Master Chu, don't be too afraid of yourself, because you are nothing. Impudence. Chu Changfeng had never suffered such an insult before and his elegant demeanor was replaced by a ferocious one. Like a poisonous snake whose tail had been stepped on, he grit his teeth and spat out his venomous tongue. I'll start with you. The first time I saw you, I didn't find you pleasing to the eye. If you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have bothered to deal with you, but since you insist on seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Kai's expression became fierce as he glared at Chu Changfeng aggressively. Everyone was stunned. They had seen bold people before, but none of them had ever seen someone so bold. Nearly 30 Origin returning realm masters were gathered here, yet this young man named Yang Kai not only did not show the slightest fear, he even threatened Chu Changfeng in front of everyone, saying he would take his life. Was this guy's head damaged? Did he not see what kind of situation he was in? Even Chu Jing and Feng Peng, who were the calmest among them, wore confused looks on their faces, secretly wondering if Yang Kai had become so frightened that he had lost his mind. But in the next moment, the expressions of the two men became stupefied because in Yang Kai's left eye, a golden light bloomed, and from this golden light, a budding lotus flower appeared and flickered slightly before disappearing. Even Chu Jing and Fang Peng, under the influence of this golden light, couldn't help feeling a little dazed. By the time they recovered, cold sweat was dripping down their backs. At that moment, a scream reached their ears. Turning towards the source of this sound, they saw Chu Changfeng, who had been acting arrogant just now, holding his head and screaming, as if he was suffering from some kind of unbearable torture, red blood seeping out of his ears, nose, and mouth. Changfeng. Chu Jing's complexion changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, his figure flickering as he rushed over to his son. But before he could do anything, a loud thud came from the other side. A brilliant blood-red flower bloomed and Chu Changfeng's entire head burst open. From where his head was severed, blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing the ground red. Impossible! Fang Peng was shocked and exclaimed in a low voice. The other origin returning. Realm masters were also dumbfounded and horrified. Yang Kai hadn't shown any signs of taking action at all, yet Chu Changfeng had died inexplicably, and in such a miserable manner. Spiritual energy. Being able to kill others without even making a move was something that could only be explained by spiritual energy. In that instant just now, as long as one was looking at Yang Kai, they would feel a brief moment of absent-mindedness, as if they had lost themselves in the golden light. They vaguely saw the bud of a lotus flower. Just how strong was his spiritual energy? It was actually able to kill a cultivator in the same realm in an instant. This kind of spiritual energy cultivation and secret technique was something that neither Chu Jing nor Fang Peng possessed. If that secret technique had been used on them just now, many people couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines when they thought of this possibility. Father! Fang Tianzhong also went pale as he grit his teeth and shouted to Fang Peng. Both he and Chu Changfeng were famous figures and were known as the leaders of Shadowed Star's younger generation. Although Chu Changfeng's style was somewhat vile, he had real skill. Fang Tianzhong had fought with him for many years and the two of them were evenly matched. The reason Fang Tianzhong had come here this time was, as Chu Changfeng had said before, to see who was stronger between him and Yang Kai. How could he have known that he would see such a scene just now? Since he could kill Chu Changfeng in an instant, it was likely he wouldn't need to waste any effort to deal with him. There was no need to verify who was stronger between the two of them. Such strength was something that even the two of them together couldn't match. Fang Tianzhong was shocked and filled with unwillingness. His background was extraordinary and his aptitude was even better. He had enjoyed the best resources and environment since he was a child and had already made a name for himself at such a young age. Among the younger generation, with the exception of a few, he didn't put anyone else in his eyes. He had the capital to be proud of. He couldn't imagine what kind of opportunity Yang Kai had encountered that allowed him to possess such terrifying combat power. The scene of Chu Changfeng's tragic death had torn his pride to shreds and left an indelible psychological shadow in his heart. Tianzhong, stand back, this isn't something you can intervene in. Fang Peng frowned deeply and quickly ordered. Chu Changfeng's death was already a warning, so he didn't want his son to die inexplicably. Yes. Fang Tianzhong grit his teeth and responded before his figure flickered and he retreated 1,000 meters away. Brother Chu! Fang Peng shouted to Chu Jing again. Chu Jing was completely dumbfounded. He still hadn't recovered from the tragic death of his son and stood there in a daze, a look of disbelief on his face. Not bad, none of you escaped. Yang Kai smiled lightly, the golden light in his left eye converging as he wore a casual expression on his face, as if killing Chu Changfeng just now was nothing more than a casual effort for him, worthy of masters from the two giants. Your mental fortitude and cultivation are truly extraordinary. Don't worry, one by one, none of you will be able to escape. Saying so, Yang Kai pointed to someone to his left and a cruel sneer appeared on his face. You're next. Me? The person Yang Kai pointed to was a middle-aged woman with mediocre looks and an impressive figure. Wearing a long blue dress, she gave off the charm of a middle-aged woman. Her strength wasn't low either, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Being pointed at by Yang Kai, this middle-aged woman's tender body couldn't help trembling, as if she had been sentenced to death. Her pretty face became extremely ugly as she glanced over at Chu Jing in horror, seemingly wanting to seek protection. However, Chu Jing still stood in place, not paying any attention to her. Unable to count on this middle-aged woman, she grit her teeth and shouted, "You want to take my life? Let's see if you have the ability." Yang Kai killing Chu Changfeng was suspected of a sneak attack, and this middle-aged woman was confident that her strength was higher than Chu Changfeng's, so even if she knew how tyrannical Yang Kai was, she wasn't willing to resign herself to death. Saying so, Saint Chi poured out of her body and a rich water attribute aura filled the air. Immediately, this Saint Chi transformed into a thin film visible to the naked eye that formed a protective barrier around her body. From a distance, it was as if this middle-aged woman was surrounded by a bubble. However, this wasn't the end of it as she quickly summoned a gauze-like artifact. After pouring her Saint Chi into this gauze-like artifact, it immediately transformed into a blue light that blocked her front. Useless effort. Yang Kai sneered as a small, delicate arrow the size of a palm suddenly appeared in his palm. Feather Spirit Arrow. This was the strange artifact Yang Kai had just obtained. Yang Kai didn't know how much power it could display, but it shouldn't be low, so this was a good time to test it out. Facing the middle-aged woman, Yang Kai gently swung the Feather Spirit Arrow forward, his movements casual. However, a shocking energy fluctuation pulsed from this Feather Spirit Arrow as a series of rice-sized runes began to appear on the jade inlaid on its head. As these runes surged, a small arrow phantom suddenly shot out from the Feather Spirit Arrow and flew straight towards the middle-aged woman. This small arrow phantom was jet black and seemed to be burning with a faint flame. This Feather Spirit Arrow was charged with Yang Kai's own Saint Chi, so now that it was displaying its full power, it naturally displayed the characteristics of its demonic flame. This flame was so hot that even space itself seemed to distort. As soon as Yang Kai took action, the middle-aged woman felt that something was wrong. The black arrow that shot out from the opposite side was comparable to the full-powered blow of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Are you kidding me? Even with the help of an artifact, it was impossible for a cultivator to produce an attack far beyond their own realm. This short black arrow was beyond the scope of the middle-aged woman's understanding. Is it an Origin King grade artifact? Thinking of this, the middle-aged woman's beautiful face changed and she could not help calling out. Be careful. Junior sister Zhou, dodge. Shouts came from all directions. As a member of Heaven Battling Union and a woman, this woman surnamed Zhou was obviously quite popular. At this moment, seeing her in danger, someone immediately shouted a warning. Some people had already rushed over, wanting to give her a hand. How could this woman not want to dodge? After noticing the huge lethality contained in the black arrow, she realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, but the speed of this short black arrow was so incredible that she had no time to dodge. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, the black arrow had arrived in front of her and was the first to collide with the blue gauze barrier. Silently, this defensive artifact she had always relied on was instantly pierced through, unable to play any role at all. The black arrow, on the other hand, was like a hot knife through butter, unstoppable, and after piercing through the blue gauze barrier, it easily pierced through the Saint Chi protecting her body. Xiao. The black arrow shot out from behind the middle-aged woman and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The master who rushed to rescue this woman surnamed Zhou came to a halt and stared at her chest and abdomen in shock, his face filled with horror. The woman surnamed Zhou also seemed to realize that something was wrong and followed the master's gaze downwards, her face going ashen for a moment. She saw that there was a bowl-sized hole in her chest and abdomen. From one end, she could clearly see the other and even vaguely see her beating heart. What was strange though was that there was no blood flowing out of the wound. Union Master, save me. The woman surnamed Zhou's face suddenly collapsed as she stretched out a hand towards Chu Jing, seemingly trying to grab hold of her life. It was futile. Just as she finished speaking, a black devil flame burned her wound. Miserable screams echoed and soon stopped. The woman named Zhou was surrounded by the devil flame and burned to ashes. A series of gasps came from all around. If Yang Kai killing Chu Changfeng in an instant just now could be considered a sneak attack, then killing this woman surnamed Zhou in one fell swoop was a direct attack. What's more, before taking action, Yang Kai had given his opponent enough time to defend herself. Even so, he was still killed in an instant. No one dared to look down on Yang Kai anymore. The way they looked at him had changed. They were filled with fear and panic. With his first order origin returning realm cultivation, Being able to instantly kill a second-order origin returning realm master was simply unbelievable. Perhaps the Union Master could accomplish this if he went all out. Could it be that this boy's strength was comparable to the Union Master's? What the hell was that arrow-like artifact? How could it be so powerful? Outside the palace, there was complete silence as almost everyone was immersed in shock. Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. Although he had long known that the feather spirit arrow was extremely powerful, he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. Unfortunately, there were many restrictions on its use. It had to be charged first, and even then, it could only be used twice. What are you all still standing around for? Don't let him defeat you one by one, he's only one person. What are you afraid of? He's only relying on the power of that artifact. Fang Peng suddenly shouted as he sneered, if this old master's guess is correct, all of his methods have great restrictions and he can only use them a limited number of times. Do you think that's enough to scare you? Surround him, this old master wants to see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. As the sect master of Thunder Typhoon sect, Fang Peng's vision was not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Although he only knew a little about the Blossoming Lotus secret technique and the feather spirit arrow, he had finally gotten to the point. Needless to say, the feather spirit arrow could only be used twice in a battle. Using the Blossoming Lotus secret technique, even with Xianxia's spiritual energy, was a huge burden. At his peak, after using it 3 or 5 times, his knowledge sea would dry up. The reason why Xianxia had killed 2 enemies in one move was to deter them. There were too many enemies, and although he wasn't afraid, if he really didn't do anything, it would be very troublesome. However, the deaths of Chu Changfeng and the middle-aged woman put great psychological pressure on them. In a battle between masters, cultivation, secret techniques, artifacts, and even more so, mental fortitude were crucial. If one's mental fortitude wasn't stable, they wouldn't be able to exert their full strength. Xianxia's plan had succeeded halfway, but it had fallen short at the last moment because Fang Peng had pointed it out. These words had woken everyone from their dreams. Hearing Fang Peng shout, everyone quickly recovered and thought about it carefully. No matter how strong a person was, they had their limits, not to mention that Xianxia was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. If he was really so strong, why would he choose to kill Chu Changfeng and the woman surnamed Zhou? One of them was a first order and the other a second order. If he really had heaven-defying means, why didn't he just kill Chu Jing and Fang Peng? Picking the soft persimmons to pinch, it was obvious he was just trying to be mysterious. Realizing this, everyone's morale soared and they no longer acted as timidly as before, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques one after another to attack Xianxia. In an instant, a multicolored light bloomed and the place where Xianxia stood instantly became a chaotic place where energy fluctuations converged. Facing the attacks of more than 20 origin returning realm masters, Xianxia's expression became ugly as he hurriedly summoned his purple shield and transformed it into a sandstorm to protect himself. At the same time, the Firebird artifact spirit flew out with a cry, opened its mouth wide, and spat out a series of extremely hot fireballs the size of wash basins, which shot out in all directions. This was not the end though, as several dozen golden blood threads also flew out. Under the control of Xianxia's powerful divine sense, each of these golden blood threads met an artifact or attack. The battle instantly began. Xianxia fell into a disadvantage as the several dozen golden blood threads shuttled back and forth, flickering in and out of existence. Although the Firebird artifact spirit was powerful, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and it let out a series of strange cries as its body shattered and reformed. The sandstorm that had been protecting Xianxia's body was also scattered, almost unable to maintain its original form and exposing his figure. Xianxia grit his teeth and struggled to hold on, the situation becoming extremely unfavorable. Fang Peng stood to the side, not in a hurry to take action. Looking at Xianxia's awkward posture, he laughed loudly, "Boy, it's not too late to regret now, this old master can spare your life, but some physical pain is inevitable. Who told you to kill young Master Chu?" These words were filled with schadenfreude. Chu Changfeng's tragic death at the hands of Xianxia was something Fang Peng was naturally happy to see. Although he had temporarily joined forces with Heaven Battling Union, there was still a great gap between the 2 forces. With Chu Changfeng's death, Heaven Battling Union would lose one of its most powerful members, which would be detrimental to its future development. In the long run, when the next generation fully matured, no one would be able to compete with Fang Tianzhong. Hong Hong Hong. The place where Yang Kai stood was bombarded by several artifacts and attacks, and the sandstorm surrounding his purple shield was no longer able to protect him, immediately bursting open a gap, exposing his figure. At that moment, the figure of Heaven Battling Union's great elder Mo Xiaoxing strangely appeared, his timing extremely clever. Like Yang Kai, he was a cultivator who cultivated the Tao of space, so his movements were naturally silent. Gently pushing out his palm, Mo Xiaoxing passed through the broken sandstorm and pressed it towards Yang Kai, Saint Qi surging from his palm. Yang Kai coldly snorted and quickly met this attack with his own palm. When the two palms collided, two bursts of Saint Qi erupted from the center of the collision. A muffled groan rang out as Mo Xiaoxing was sent flying several dozen meters while Yang Kai's figure also swayed, revealing more flaws. Confronting a third-order origin returning realm master head-on, one of Heaven Battling Union's great elders, Yang Kai being able to accomplish this was shocking enough. At the very least, Mo Xiaoxing could not help showing a look of shock and disbelief. However, although his sneak attack failed to hurt Yang Kai, his goal had been achieved. Now that Yang Kai had completely exposed his flaws, it was more than enough for others to cause him harm. Everyone present was an origin returning realm master, so their eyesight was naturally top-notch, so none of them missed the opportunity created by Mo Xiaoxing and immediately pushed their Saint Qi towards Yang Kai. Walala. The sandstorm completely collapsed and the purple shield appeared, but its radiance was dim, obviously having lost a great deal of its spirituality. Yang Kai's body was completely submerged in the countless attacks. Although the purple shield was an origin-grade high-rank artifact with extremely strong defensive properties, it could not withstand the attacks of so many masters. From the time Yang Kai summoned it until now, it had only taken 10 breaths of time for it to break. Fang Peng frowned and quickly released his divine sense to perceive the situation. He did not want Yang Kai to die like this. If that were to happen, High Heaven Sect would never compromise and there would be no way to force them to hand over the Origin King-grade starship. However, Fang Peng's worries were obviously unnecessary. Even after suffering such an attack, Yang Kai's vitality had not been cut off, but his aura was somewhat chaotic. This was normal. If Yang Kai was still unscathed, Fang Peng would have to consider whether he should retreat immediately. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was exposed, and his disheveled appearance was imprinted in everyone's eyes, shocking them all. Just now, Yang Kai had been so powerful and domineering, not putting anyone in his eyes at all, instantly killing 2 origin returning realm masters, but now it seemed he was only SOSO. The masters present all showed joy, thinking that Yang Kai had run out of tricks. D-da-D-da. A soft sound reached everyone's ears as blood dripped from Yang Kai's body. However, this blood was a strange golden color and was actually exuding an astonishing vitality. Standing in place, Yang Kai's eyes were as cold as a blade, overflowing with a chilling light. Obviously, he was truly enraged. Little brat, it seems this is all you've got. Don't boast so shamelessly in the future. Young people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth need to suffer a bit before they can see the reality. I advise you to surrender quickly. Fang Peng laughed, the muscles on his face twitching slightly, but no one noticed. Although he spoke lightly, in fact, the shock he felt in his heart was unimaginable. What kind of freak is this little brat? A trivial first-order cultivator had actually been able to resist the bombardment of more than 20 origin returning realm cultivators. Although he had only lasted 10 breaths of time, this was already nothing short of a miracle. Even Fang Peng didn't dare say he could accomplish this. Was this little brat's strength really on par with his? Moreover, Fang Peng had heard that when he first arrived on Shadowed Star, he was just a third-order saint, but now, after only a dozen years, he had broken through to the origin returning realm. This kind of growth rate was truly astonishing. There was no cultivator on Shadowed Star who could reach such a terrifying realm in such a short time like Yang Kai. Even more so, no one could possess such terrifying combat power in this realm. Fang Peng looked at Yang Kai as if he saw infinite possibilities and hope for him to break through to the Origin King realm. This boy couldn't be allowed to grow any further. His current cultivation wasn't very high, but he was already so terrifying. If he was allowed to grow to the same realm as Fangpeng, who on Shadowed Star would be his opponent? Today, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had offended him, so if he had the chance, he would definitely repay them 100 times, 1,000 times over. From the look in his eyes, Fangpeng could see that Yang Kai was not a person who would easily forget his hatred. This brat must die. Fangpeng's heart filled with murderous intent as he secretly decided to kill Yang Kai as soon as he completed the task assigned to him by Star Emperor Mountain. As long as he was alive, Fangpeng would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight, capture him. Fangpeng shouted with a solemn face. A long night was fraught with problems, so he didn't want to delay any longer. As soon as these words were spoken, half of the Origin Returning Realm Masters rushed towards Yang Kai while the other half remained in place to prevent Yang Kai from escaping. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 experts had already pounced to within 30 feet of Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who was originally standing at the same spot with an extremely resentful expression, as though he no longer had the strength to fight back, suddenly grinned. His smile was extremely strange, and immediately, a loud shout was transmitted into everyone's ears. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. I'll send you to hell right now. As he spoke, a palm-sized wooden tablet suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This wooden tablet was engraved with some profound and exquisite patterns, and from within the wooden tablet, there was a mysterious fluctuation of energy. The light it emitted was dazzling. Not good. Someone cried out in alarm and hurriedly tried to withdraw. But it was already too late. The white light, with the wooden token as its center, spread out in all directions and in the next moment, enveloped the dozen or so Origin Returning Realm Masters from Yang Kai. In a flash, these dozen or so Origin Returning Realm Masters found themselves in a completely different world. White clouds floated in the sky while lush greenery filled the ground below. Everyone was stunned, their faces filled with confusion, not knowing what was going on. At the same time, Fangpeng and the dozen or so Origin Returning Realm Masters who had not moved were also filled with shock as they stared forward in a daze, unable to believe their eyes. At that moment, Yang Kai and his dozen or so companions actually disappeared together. Without any warning, when the pure white light enveloped them, everyone disappeared into thin air. This was simply too bizarre. However, at the place where Yang Kai was originally standing, some strange energy fluctuations suddenly appeared. An old man in Thunder Typhoon Sect's robes, a third order Origin Returning Realm Master, frowned as he seemed to have noticed something and raised his hand to release an attack, but this attack flew less than 10 meters before it was blocked by a thin film that could not be seen with the naked eye. A spirit array. The old man's eyes bulged as he cried out in horror. How could there be a spirit array here? Fangpeng's face was also ugly to the extreme. He had been so close to forcing Yang Kai into a dead end and capturing him, but now such a sudden turn of events had occurred. Now, Yang Kai and his dozen or so companions were all trapped in the spirit array, and those outside the spirit array could not see them at all. What's more, with this spirit array blocking their path, even if they wanted to rush in and join them, they could not. However, how could there be a spirit array here? If there really was one, it should have been triggered long ago. It was impossible for it to suddenly activate at such a critical moment. Could it be that little brat Yang Kai had noticed it before and decided to use it to his advantage and activate it at such a critical moment? But that was impossible. Sect Master, this spirit array shouldn't have existed here. The old man seemed to have studied spirit arrays a little and soon saw some clues. Didn't exist here? Fangpeng frowned and looked at him. Elder Zhou, what do you mean? If this spirit array didn't originally exist here, could it have been arranged by that little brat Yang Kai? That should be the case, Elder Zhou gently nodded. Fangpeng coldly snorted, although this old master doesn't know much about spirit arrays, I know that such a powerful spirit array cannot be easily arranged. Not to mention the need for auxiliary tools such as array doors and array plates, just arranging it would take some time, so how could he have completed it in an instant? Sect Master, the problem may lie with that wooden tablet. Elder Zhou said thoughtfully, if this old master is not mistaken, that wooden tablet is most likely the legendary array plate. Array plate? Fang Peng's eyes narrowed, obviously having heard of array plates before, and he looked at Elder Zhou in amazement. Are you sure it's such a thing? Other than that, this old man can't find a suitable reason to explain how that kid was able to set up a formation in an instant. That wooden token is most likely a formation that has been sealed with a formation. Furthermore, it's the kind that's quite powerful. How could he have such a thing? Fang Peng's face paled. Can you break the spirit array? Elder Zhou hesitated for a moment before saying, if this old master is given 2 days, this old master should be able to break it. Just now, this old master tried to probe it and found that this spirit array is quite powerful. If this old master wants to break it alone, it will take him at least 2 days. 2 days. Fang Peng smiled bitterly. After such a long time, it would be too late. Who cares what kind of spirit array it is, just break it. An angry shout suddenly rang out, causing Fang Peng's expression to shake. Turning his head, he found that the one who spoke was actually Chu Jing, but at this moment, Union Master Chu's eyes were crimson red and there were traces of blood in his pupils. His aura was extremely violent. Obviously, he was furious because of the pain of losing his son. Cough cough, Brother Chu, my condolences. Fang Peng put on a sorrowful expression and comforted him, but in fact, his heart was already blooming with joy. No matter what kind of trouble Yang Kai had caused him, it was nothing compared to the pain Chu Jing felt when he had to send off his own son. However, now that the two sides had joined forces, Fang Peng had to pretend, otherwise, Chu Jing would very likely vent his anger on him. A trivial spirit array dares to stump you? Chu Jing grit his teeth and shouted, his expression terrifying, blast it with all your strength and drag that boy out for me. This old master will not live under the same sky as him for killing my son. This old master will tear him into 10,000 pieces. Brother Chu, please calm your anger. Fang Peng was startled and quickly said, please calm down. You dare stop me? Chu Jing glared at Fang Peng, anyone who dares stop me will be this Chu's enemy, and this Chu will not let this matter rest. Fang Peng frowned in displeasure and said, that boy really deserves to die. Not to mention Brother Chu, this old master will not tolerate him either. In that case, Brother Fang will work with this Chu to break the spirit array. The spirit array must be broken, and the boy must be captured. However, Brother Chu, before our mission is completed, that boy cannot die. Don't forget who gave us this mission. If you kill him because of your personal anger, causing the entire plan to collapse, I think Brother Chu should understand the consequences. Chu Jing was startled when he heard this and finally sobered up. Glancing towards a certain person in the crowd, he revealed a look of dread and said, what Brother Fang said is true, this Chu was not considerate enough. Good, as long as you understand, Fang Peng sighed. Fang Peng breathed a sigh of relief. Although he could not wait for Chu Jing to kill Yang Kai and implicate Heaven Battling Union, if such a thing really happened, his Thunder Typhoon sect would not be able to escape responsibility, so he had no choice but to dissuade Chu Jing. Fortunately, Chu Jing had not reached the point of being unreasonable and had listened to him, making Fang Peng feel both regretful and depressed. However, after this matter is settled, that boy must be handed over to this Chu. I want him to taste all the torture in this world. Chu Jing grit his teeth and shouted. That won't be a problem. After this matter is settled, whether that boy lives or dies will be up to Brother Chu. Fang Peng nodded and immediately shouted, don't just stand there, quickly break the spirit array and drag that boy out. Yes. The remaining dozen or so Origin returning realm masters responded in unison, quickly summoning their artifacts and releasing their secret techniques to attack. Even Fang Tianzhong, who had been watching from 1,000 meters away, ran over and contributed his strength. While these people were frantically attacking the spirit array on the outside, inside the spirit array world created by the array plate, the dozen or so Origin returning realm masters who had been dragged in by Yang Kai were all looking at each other in confusion. A moment ago, they had been attacking Yang Kai, but the next moment, they had suddenly arrived here, causing them to be at a loss. What's more, when they looked around, they found that they were not in the same place. The distance between them was not close, but not far either. Brother Situ, what is this place? Liang Yong, third elder of Heaven Battling Union, turned his head and asked someone not far away. This person was none other than Vice Sect Master Sidahong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Previously, it was the two of them who had allowed Yang Kai to pass through, allowing Yang Kai to meet up with Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. I don't know, but it seems that we have fallen into a spirit array. A spirit array. Liang Yang's face changed slightly. What about Yang Kai? What do you think? Sito Hong asked instead of answering. Liang Yang's heart clenched and sank to the bottom. It was no wonder that Liang Yang was panicking. Yang Kai had just faced the bombardment of so many people by himself and still managed to stand firm. Now that he had activated the spirit array, wouldn't he be even more difficult to deal with? Moreover, under the investigation of his divine sense, Liang Yang was unable to find out where Yang Kai was hiding. In this strange place, it was as if there were only a dozen or so of them, no one else. He didn't believe that this spirit array was just to trap them, so Yang Kai must have done something to it. Everyone, come here, don't scatter, Liang Yang suddenly shouted. Liang Yang suddenly shouted. Right now, he couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai, but no matter what, he and his dozen or so people had to help one another in order to hold on until Union Master and the others broke through the spirit array. Otherwise, if Yang Kai attacked them one by one, it was very likely they would all be wiped out. Yang Kai's fierce methods had left a deep impression on Liang Yang. Hearing Liang Yang shout, everyone came back to their senses and quickly approached him. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The white clouds that had been floating in the sky suddenly began to descend at lightning speed. These white clouds looked like giant pieces of cotton candy, pure white and flawless. Although everyone didn't know what was so strange about these white clouds, none of them dared to let them approach so easily, all of them using their movement skills to dodge or summon their artifacts to attack. However, these white clouds seemed to be invisible, and even if they were attacked, they would only scatter slightly before quickly condensing back together. What the hell is this? A middle-aged man showed an impatient look as he poured his Saint Chi into a long dagger-like artifact in his hand and swung it down fiercely, trying to split the white clouds in front of him. This middle-aged man was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and possessed extraordinary strength. The long dagger axe in his hand was an origin-grade mid-rank artifact that he had accidentally found in a cave while out adventuring. This dagger axe was regarded as a precious treasure by this middle-aged man and had helped him kill many powerful enemies. The long dagger axe released a shocking burst of light and smoothly split the white clouds in front of him in half. The middle-aged man sneered and his figure flickered as he tried to pass through the split white clouds. Just as his figure was about to pass through the white cloud, the two halves of the cloud quickly gathered together, wrapping the middle-aged man in it. A cry of alarm rang out from within. Immediately after, the white cloud that was about 200 feet in size actually wriggled and transformed into the appearance of a majestic lion. The lion was over 78 zhang tall, and its entire body was yellowish-brown in color. It raised its head and let out a deafening roar. Shocking energy fluctuations were emitted from its body. The lion's abdomen could be seen with the naked eye constantly rising and falling, as if something was struggling inside, wanting to break out of its stomach. It was obviously the middle-aged man who had been wrapped in the white clouds. However, there was nothing he could do. The lion's abdomen expanded and contracted, emitting a shocking force. Soon, a series of cracking sounds came from there, as if someone's bones were being crushed into fine powder. The movement in the lion's abdomen also stopped abruptly, and a breath of life was quickly extinguished. Great Desert Lion? Liang Yang's face was filled with shock as he cried out in surprise. He recognized what kind of monster beast this lion was at a glance, but at this moment, it was somewhat different from a real monster beast. It did not emit any demonic chi and only maintained its desert wild lion form, but the energy fluctuations emanating from its body were not inferior to an adult desert wild lion's. A desert wild lion was a peak 9th order monster beast. In a one-on-one fight, it could suppress a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and would not be at a disadvantage against an ordinary third-order origin realm master. As soon as Liang Yang's voice fell, the white clouds in all directions wriggled, and in the next moment, huge monster beasts of different shapes and sizes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Giant rhinoceros, deep-sea inky flood dragon, profound sky dark tiger, howling moon wolf, ironback giant centipede, golden thread poisonous toad. There was a variety of them, each of them ferocious in appearance. No matter what kind of monster beast it was, the weakest among them was at least 8th order, and there was no lack of ninth-order existences. No matter what kind of monster beast it was, they all looked somewhat different from a real monster beast. Not only were they massive in size, but they also exuded astonishing power. As soon as these monster beasts took shape, they each searched for the nearest target and madly attacked the dozen or so origin-returning realm masters. There were so many monster beasts that all of a sudden, everyone was separated, either fighting alone or in groups of 3 or 5. The dozen or so origin-returning realm masters from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were instantly overwhelmed and panicked cries rang out one after another. Although their cultivations were not low and their strength was not weak, trapped in this spirit array and besieged by so many monster beasts, they could not help but feel apprehensive. What made them even more desperate though was that these monster beasts seemed to have undying bodies. Even if they were scattered, they would quickly reassemble, making them incredibly annoying. Casualties began to appear less than half a cup of tea's worth of time after the battle began. It was unknown whether it was a cultivator from Thunder Typhoon Sect or Heaven Battling Union, but the cultivator was caught off guard and was struck by a giant horned lizard, the huge impact sending him flying into the air. Before he could land though, a dark green dragon several dozen meters long flew over from the side, opened its mouth wide, bared its fangs, and bit down on the cultivator's body. The St. Chi barrier around the cultivator's body flashed wildly, but it was still unable to resist the bite of this deep-sea dark dragon. With a soft crack, the cultivator's St. Chi barrier broke and his body was directly bitten in half, his blood spraying everywhere as he died a miserable death. The screams this cultivator let out before he died were heart-wrenching and sent a chill down everyone's spines. They were barely able to survive, but now that their minds were affected, their situation became even more unbearable. Xianxia, come out and fight this old master head-on, why are you hiding in the dark? Liang Yong shouted angrily. Xianxia's hearty laughter immediately rang out, Elder Liang, there's no need to provoke me, I will come out when it's time, but as for you people, you'll have to experience the power of this spectral cloud array. Then, rest in peace. Listening to this voice, it seemed to be right in front of him, but also seemed to be far away. Liang Yong was unable to pinpoint Xianxia's location, causing his face to go ashen and despair to the extreme. However, from Xianxia's words, Liang Yong finally understood what kind of spirit array this was. Spectral cloud array. Liang Yong was proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, but he didn't understand the mysteries of this spirit array, but someone exclaimed, Spectral cloud array, it's actually the spectral cloud array. Impossible, this spirit array has been lost for a long time, it's impossible for anyone to arrange it. Oh, this friend seems to have some understanding of this spirit array. It seems you have dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays. With the current level of cultivation on Shadowed Star, no one can arrange this spectral cloud array, but this one was not arranged by any current cultivator. Could it be? The man's complexion changed drastically as he quickly understood. No one could arrange it now, but that didn't mean no one could in ancient times. The difficulty of arranging the spectral cloud array lay in the white clouds, which were real white clouds. A powerful cultivator could refine the clouds in the sky with the grand divine technique and then seal the soul of a powerful monster beast into them to form a component of the spectral cloud array. Today, the strongest cultivator on Shadowed Star was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so who had the ability to refine the clouds in the sky? Only an origin king could do so. After being refined, the clouds would merge with the soul of a monster beast and transform into a powerful cloud beast that could display the strength of the monster beast when it was alive. Because they were transformed from clouds, they were extremely difficult to deal with and had almost immortal bodies. Once they were scattered, they could quickly reform themselves. The array plate for this spectral cloud array was obtained by Xianxia when he first entered the Emperor Garden. After cultivating and refining it for so long, Xianxia had only used it once, and that was when he entered the Emperor Garden to hunt a variant of the 7-colored elk. That variant of the 7-colored elk was simply too fast, and without the restriction of this spirit array, Xianxia couldn't do anything to it. Apart from that, he had never used this array plate again. However, this time, being besieged by so many people was a good opportunity to display the power of this array plate. At that time, Fei Ji2 and the others fell into the spectral cloud array and were only barely able to protect themselves, showing just how powerful this spirit array was. Moreover, at that time, no one was controlling the spectral cloud array, so it could only display 20 to 30% of its full power. Now that this spirit array was being controlled by Yang Kai, he didn't dare say it could display its full power, but at least 70 to 80%. With his powerful soul consciousness, it wasn't difficult for him to control those powerful cloud beasts. If he was strong enough, he could control more cloud beasts, which would make it easier for him to kill those people. Hiding in the dark, Yang Kai controlled the cloud beasts to attack the enemy with his divine sense, not showing the slightest mercy. Now that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, he naturally had no scruples. Yang Kai didn't have any intention of causing trouble, but he had been forced into a corner. Since these people wanted to deal with him, they wouldn't be able to live comfortably. A dozen or so Origin Returning Realm Masters was a decent lineup, but after being separated by the cloud beasts, they were unable to help each other and could only defend themselves. Naturally, they were no match for the cloud beasts. As long as there was enough time, the cloud beasts would be able to kill them all. However, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and turned his head to look in a certain direction. As the owner of the spectral cloud array token, he could naturally perceive that the people outside were fiercely attacking this place at this moment, and their attacks were extremely powerful. It wouldn't be long before the spirit array was broken. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai waved his hand and the Firebird artifact spirit flew out again, spreading its wings and releasing a monstrous wave of heat. Go! Yang Kai ordered faintly and the Firebird immediately flew out, waiting for an opportunity to kill the enemy. Yang Kai wasn't finished though. Waving his hand again, a long green sword appeared in his hand. This long sword had no edge and looked extremely strange. There was a long-incised green bead on its hilt and a small snake-like thing swimming inside the sword. Verdant Dragon Bone Sword. Yang Kai madly poured his Saint Chi into the Dragon Bone Sword, causing it to exude a shocking majesty. In the next moment, a giant dark green dragon appeared in front of Yang Kai and let out a loud dragon roar. Without needing Yang Kai to carefully control it, this dragon flew towards the nearest enemy. The addition of the Firebird artifact spirit and the giant dark green dragon made the cultivator from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect even worse. When Yang Kai first obtained the Firebird, it was not very strong, but over the years, it had refined 3 wisps of Sun's True Fire and 2 wisps of Heaven Scorching Thunder Fire. Each time it refined these 2 wisps, it had grown tremendously. The current Firebird could easily fight a third-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator alone. What was even rarer was that it had its own sentience and knew how to wait for an opportunity to meet its enemy, so there was no need for Yang Kai to control it. Although the giant dark green dragon transformed from the Dragon Bone Sword was inferior to the Firebird artifact spirit in terms of sentience, it was still refined from the bones of an ancient creature, so its invisible dragon pressure alone was enough to put pressure on its enemies. Coupled with Yang Kai's ability to control it, it was almost invincible. Moreover, it was an artifact that could grow. Yang Kai didn't know whether this was due to the divine technique of the ancient creature that refined it, but in any case, the cultivator who died at its hands would have their blood essence swallowed by it, further increasing its power. Fireballs and raging flames were spat out from the Firebird's mouth as it flapped its wings, sending out countless flaming blades in all directions. At the same time, the giant dark green dragon opened its mouth wide and released a thick poisonous mist. This was the poison of a green dragon, something even Origin Returning Realm Masters would not dare to take lightly. Screams rang out one after another as one enemy died under the attacks of the Firebird and the Dragon Bone Sword, as easily as cutting through straw. Sect Master Yang, can you come out and talk with this old master? Liang Yang's expression changed as sweat dripped from his face like rain. He desperately urged his artifacts to form a protective barrier, desperately holding on under the siege of the 3 Ninth Order Cloud Beasts. Seeing his companions die one after another in front of him, he finally panicked and realized that he was doomed this time. If it was just Yang Kai, with their lineup this time, they might have been able to easily defeat him. However, with so many powerful helpers, this idea was no longer realistic. He didn't want to die here. Now that things have come to this, what else is there to say? Yang Kai's sneer came from the void. Liang Yong tried to find him but was unable to do so. Seeing the Firebird artifact spirit fly straight towards him after killing one of its companions, Liang Yong was shocked and quickly shouted, "Do you think my Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect want to deal with you this time? If you really think so, then you are very wrong." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Liang Yong, you dare leak our secrets, be careful you don't die a good death." On the other side, Thunder Typhoon Sect Spy Sect Master Si-Tu Hong quickly shouted. As soon as his voice fell, more than a dozen golden threads appeared out of thin air. These golden blood threads intertwined with each other and soon condensed into the shape of a spear. With a slight tremble, this spear quickly shot towards Si-Tu Hong. Si-Tu Hong was already struggling to fend off the attacks of the cloud beasts, so how could he have the energy to defend against this golden spear? With a strange cry, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around himself, hoping to block this blow. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the lethality of his golden blood threads. Golden blood threads were already extremely sharp, and after Yang Kai had comprehended many transformations, their sharpness had only increased. The golden spear quickly arrived in front of Si-Tu Hong and easily pierced through his protective barrier, creating a large hole in his body. Fortunately, at the last moment, Si-Tu Hong twisted his body and avoided being hit in a vital position, so although this blow was powerful, it wasn't enough to take his life. However, this was as far as he could go. The cloud beasts that had been besieging him all this time rushed forward and drowned him in an instant. A shrill scream rang out, causing the few people who were still struggling to breathe to sweat profusely. After only 3 breaths of time, Thunder Typhoon Sect Spy Sect Master's voice came to an abrupt end and his life aura was completely extinguished. "You can speak now." Yang Kai's voice called out from somewhere. Liang Yong turned his head and saw that Yang Kai had appeared and was standing not far away, staring at him with a cold expression. The cloud beasts that had been besieging him also seemed to have received some kind of order and no longer put pressure on him, instead retreating to the side and glaring at him menacingly. 2 more screams rang out as the last 2 remaining companions also fell at this time. Liang Yong looked around and saw that in this strange world, only he and Yang Kai were still alive. Every one of his companions who had died looked extremely miserable. Not only had they lost their physical bodies, it was as if their blood essence had been swallowed up by something and not even the slightest trace of their spiritual energy had escaped. In the truest sense, their souls had been completely extinguished. One had to know that a cultivator who had reached the origin returning realm would release a powerful divine sense from their knowledge sea and dissipate into the world after their death. This kind of leakage was very fast and could be easily detected, but at this moment, Liang Yong couldn't detect anything. He didn't know what was going on. However, the strange scene in front of him obviously made his blood run cold. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, Liang Yong felt a sense of dread that he hadn't felt in nearly 100 years. "Are you going to speak or not?" Yang Kai pressed, his expression becoming impatient. With things as they are, this old master naturally has nothing to hide. If Sect Master Yang wants to know, this old master will tell you everything he knows. Liang Yong took a deep breath, his expression remaining calm, but in fact, only he knew the torment he was feeling in his heart. "Then tell me, what did you mean just now?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. Liang Yong smiled bitterly. "If this old master speaks, can Sect Master Yang spare this old master's life? What do you think?" Yang Kai grinned. Liang Yong shook his head. "Whether I live or die is entirely up to Sect Master Yang. Since Sect Master Yang wants to know some secrets, this old master can tell you, but if there is no benefit to it, who would do such a thing?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing across them as he pondered for a moment before nodding. "Good, if the information you tell me is valuable enough, I can spare your dog life. You're just following orders, there is no grudge between you and me, but if you're just stalling for time, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death." Rest assured, this old master is certain that Sect Master Yang will be very interested in this information, but can this old master trust Sect Master Yang? "You have no choice." Yang Kai coldly snorted before taking a step forward. The cloud beasts that had been gathered around Liang Yong also let out roars from their throats, seemingly eager to fight, as if they were only waiting for Yang Kai's order to tear their enemy to pieces. Liang Yong's face changed as he quickly raised his hand and said, "Good, people under the eaves have no choice but to bow their heads, this old master will speak." Seems you know what's good for you. Yang Kai sneered. This time. Liang Yong frowned, seemingly choosing his words carefully. This time, our Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect were just following orders. Following orders? Yang Kai was surprised. Whose orders? This. Liang Yong hesitated, a hint of dread flashing across his face. Even if this old master doesn't say it, with Sect Master Yang's intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult to guess, right? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously for a moment before quickly understanding. You mean Star Emperor Mountain? He was no longer a Saint Realm cultivator who had just arrived on Shadowed Star and knew nothing about this cultivation star. After staying here for so many years, Yang Kai naturally knew the names of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect. For these two great forces to join forces to deal with him, there was no one else but Star Emperor Mountain. This old master didn't say anything. This is just Sect Master Yang's own guess. Liang Yong quickly denied any involvement, but from his demeanor and tone, Yang Kai already knew that what he said was true. It was just that, he didn't have any relationship with Star Emperor Mountain, right? Or is it because of the starship? Yang Kai asked coldly. That's one of the reasons. The second reason is because of a certain person. Liang Yong was also a high-level member of the two great forces, so he naturally had some understanding of this operation. Elder Yi. Yang Kai immediately thought of Yi Shiyun. She was the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, but for some unknown reason, she had left Star Emperor Mountain. Now, it seemed that there was some grievance between Yi Shiyun and Star Emperor Mountain. Yes, she had been poisoned last time, so for her to be poisoned, the strength of the enemy must be extraordinary. Was this also the work of that side? Seeing Yang Kai contemplating, Liang Yong stood in place and waited for a long time before tentatively asking, Sect Master Yang, this old master has said all that needs to be said, I wonder if you are satisfied? You didn't miss anything? Yang Kai stared at him coldly. You need to understand that even if there are more than a dozen people outside, they may not be able to stop me. If I find out that you have not reported anything to me, I wonder if Elder Liang has any children to show his filial piety? Liang Yong's expression changed as a look of struggle flashed across his eyes, grit his teeth and said, Sect Master Yang, be careful of that old man in brown robes with white hair. Oh? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and nodded after a long time. Good, I understand, Elder Liang is considerate. Liang Yong couldn't help gasping for breath. This feeling of his life hanging by a thread was truly terrible. Sect Master Yang, this old master has nothing else to say, please. Rest assured, I'll keep my word, Yang Kai nodded lightly. As he said just now, there was no grudge between him and Liang Yong, so it didn't matter whether he killed him or not. Releasing his divine sense, the surrounding cloud beasts once again transformed into white clouds and flew up into the sky. The strange array world began to distort and blur, and soon, it began to shatter. By the time Liang Yong regained his senses, he discovered that he had already reappeared outside the palace. The remaining dozen or so companions around him were all looking at him in astonishment. However, in the next moment, their eyes filled with shock. The ground was littered with skeletons, without the slightest trace of flesh or blood, as if these skeletons had been exposed to the elements for countless years, leaving behind only pale white bones. This was the result of having their flesh and blood devoured by the dragon bone sword. Surrounded by these skeletons, Yang Kai was completely unscathed, a sarcastic smile on his face. Besides him, only Liang Yong was still alive. The rest of them had all fallen, with no survivors. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. How long had it been? From the time Yang Kai took out the array plate until now, it had only been an incense stick worth of time, yet more than a dozen origin-returning realm masters had died at Yang Kai's hands. What exactly happened inside that spirit array? No one knew, but no one dared to underestimate Yang Kai anymore. Good, very good, very good. Chu Jing stared at Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes. He had always remembered the grudge of his son's death in his heart, so seeing Yang Kai at this moment, he was naturally unwilling to give up. You really did not disappoint this old master. Your life, this old master will take it himself. As soon as these words fell, Chu Jing transformed into a streak of light and pounced towards Yang Kai like a tiger descending a mountain. Union Master, you can't. Cries of alarm rang out from all directions. Half of the people here had already died at Yang Kai's hands, so it was obvious that his strength was not trivial. Chu Jing was now so angry that he no longer cared about the consequences. No matter who was stronger between him and Yang Kai, rushing forward like this would only result in him suffering. If he couldn't win, he would definitely be injured. If he killed Yang Kai, Star Emperor Mountain would definitely pursue the matter. As such, the moment Chu Jing took action, many people tried to stop him. However, it was of no use. Chu Jing only wanted to kill Yang Kai and avenge Chu Changfeng, so how could he listen to anyone else's dissuasion? Halfway through his attack, Chu Jing crossed his palms and condensed a majestic Saint Chi towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer, not showing any fear as he pushed out his palm. A huge palm print appeared out of thin air and completely covered the space in front of Chu Jing, even temporarily obscuring the light in front of him. Heaven-covering hand. Chu Jing's face became solemn. Although he was extremely angry, as a third-order origin returning realm master, he had experienced countless battles throughout his life and had accumulated a wealth of combat experience, so he immediately realized how powerful this palm print was. Showing no intention of dodging, Chu Jing simply pushed his Saint Chi even harder. The energy of the two collided in the middle, causing a thunderous rumble to ring out as the raging energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. Chu Jing was sent flying while Yang Kai was forced back a dozen steps. In this exchange, they were actually evenly matched. Fang Peng's expression suddenly changed. Being able to withstand Chu Jing's attack to this extent meant that Yang Kai's strength was in no way inferior to his opponent's. In other words, he was on par with him. This kid was indeed a freak. "Brother Chu, calm down." Fang Peng shouted, "Dead people can't be brought back to life. It's useless to be angry now. If you want your enemy to suffer, killing him is not the only way." Hearing this, the crimson light in Chu Jing's eyes dissipated slightly as he seemed to regain his composure. Glaring at Yang Kai coldly, he took a deep breath, nodded, and quickly said, "What Brother Fang said is right, this Chu was too reckless." He finally understood that this time's mission was not as simple as killing Kai Yang, but rather capturing him alive. While the two of them were talking, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. However, intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced at a gray-haired old man in a brown robe in the crowd. This person should be the old man Liang Yong had warned him about before. At first glance, this person was inconspicuous, standing casually in the crowd, but when Yang Kai carefully examined him, he found that this old man was not simple. There was an aura coming from this old man that made Yang Kai somewhat wary. Yang Kai didn't dare to observe him too carefully, lest he inadvertently alert the enemy. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of ability this old man possessed that made him so wary. However, if his guess was correct, this old man should be from Star Emperor Mountain. This time, the reason why Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had joined forces to deal with him was because they had received orders from Star Emperor Mountain. As the one who gave the order, Star Emperor Mountain would naturally send people to follow them. This old man's concealment was perfect, and if not for Liang Yong's reminder, Yang Kai would not have noticed him. Chu Jing and Fang Peng's limelight had completely overshadowed this old man. "Sect Master Yang is truly a young hero, this old master admires you greatly." Fang Peng cupped his fists from afar, a trace of regret and anger flashing across the depths of his eyes. Of the people Yang Kai had just dragged into the spirit array and killed, half of them belonged to his Thunder Typhoon Sect, many of them third-order origin returning realm masters. Seeing them die for no reason, Fang Peng was naturally distressed. After this battle, although it wouldn't cause any serious damage, Thunder Typhoon Sect's strength would definitely be damaged. Moreover, if news of what had happened here were to spread, Thunder Typhoon Sect's prestige would plummet. "Does Sect Master Fang think the rest of you can capture me?" Yang Kai smiled and looked at him faintly. Haha, this Fang thought this plan was foolproof before, but after seeing Sect Master Yang's methods, this Fang no longer dares to think so. Fang Peng slowly shook his head, a helpless look on his face. Since Sect Master Fang can say so, naturally that's for the best, Yang Kai coldly snorted. However, although this Fang has no intention of becoming enemies with Sect Master Yang, you've killed so many people, I can't just let you walk away like this. And, Sect Master Yang, please don't be impatient and meet these two friends first. Two friends? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly realized something was wrong. Bring them up. Fang Peng clapped his hands and looked at Yang Kai with a smug expression. Following his order, 2 streaks of light suddenly appeared not far away and quickly flew over. After the streaks of light dissipated and the figures inside were revealed, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help narrowing as his expression became gloomy. The 2 figures in the streaks of light were actually Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu, who had come in with him. The 2 of them had obviously experienced a difficult battle and were covered in blood, looking quite distressed. At this moment, both of them looked very dispirited. Qian Tong's left arm was twisted and obviously broken, while Fei Zhitu's chest and abdomen had several small holes that seemed to have been inflicted by some kind of sword-like weapon and were currently bleeding profusely. Being escorted here, both of them could only smile helplessly at Yang Kai. They hadn't expected to be schemed against here, and for the sake of dealing with Yang Kai at that. Whether it was Qian Tong or Fei Zhitu, both of them had underestimated the courage of Chu Jing and Fang Peng. Logically speaking, the status of these 2 wasn't low, so Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect wouldn't easily offend them, but this time, with Star Emperor Mountain's envoy present, how could Chu Jing and Fang Peng have any scruples about Shadow Moon Hall? We were ambushed, Qian Tong pursed his lips and said dryly. Although they had been ambushed, the winner was king while the loser was in the wrong, so his expression was quite ugly at the moment. If not for this, with his and Fei Zhitu's strength, how could they have been captured alive? Even if they couldn't win, could they not escape? They were both third-order origin returning realm masters, but it was precisely because they had been caught off guard that they fell into a disadvantageous position, making it impossible for them to escape. What's more, in order to deal with these 2, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had dispatched 5 or 6 people, so the result was obvious. I can see that, Yang Kai gently nodded. Are you 2 all right? Fortunately, we won't die for the time being, but someone placed a seal on us so we can't circulate our Saint Qi, Fei Zhitu grinned, seemingly in good condition. That's good. Yang Kai took a deep breath before turning his head and squinting at Fang Peng, whispering, Sect Master Fang, what is the meaning of this? It's nothing. Fang Peng chuckled, his expression amiable. I just heard that Sect Master Yang is proficient in some special power, so I took precautions, but I didn't expect it would really come in handy. Sect Master Yang seems to have a good relationship with Elder Qian and City Lord Fei, right? I wonder if he would surrender for their sake. You want me to surrender? Yang Kai sneered, is Sect Master Fang still dreaming? If this matter were to spread out, what would the world think of your Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union? Fang Peng shook his head gently. It doesn't matter what the world thinks, the key is Sect Master Yang's choice. Sect Master Yang, you have killed many of our people, so how about we stop here today? As long as you don't resist, this old master will definitely not hurt Elder Qian and City Lord Fei. Everyone here is a respected figure on Shadowed Star, so this old master doesn't want to shed all pretenses of cordiality, otherwise, it will be difficult to meet again in the future, isn't that right? He tried to persuade Yang Kai to give up something unimportant. And if I say no? Haha. Fang Peng laughed, pondering for a moment before saying, it seems Sect Master Yang still hasn't figured out the seriousness of this matter. If he doesn't understand, then this old master will make him understand. Chu Jing suddenly spoke from the side. Saying so, his figure flickered and he instantly appeared in front of Fei Zhitu's. Under Fei Zhitu's stunned gaze, Chu Jing reached out and summoned a short spear-like artifact into his palm. Without hesitation, Chu Jing stabbed this short spear-like artifact into Fei Zhitu's chest. With a poochie sound, blood splashed out. Fei Zhitu's body was pierced through, the short spear coming out of his chest and abdomen, the spear stained red with blood. Old Fei. Qian Tong was shocked, never having expected Chu Jing to be so decisive and ruthless. Asterisk cough cough, asterisk Fei Zhitu coughed violently and spat out a blood mist towards Chu Jing, but the latter didn't even try to dodge, allowing this blood mist to stain his body, his already ferocious face becoming even more hysterical. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Under the investigation of his divine sense, although the blow just now had not directly taken Fei Zhitu's life, it had still brushed past his heart. If it had been even the slightest bit off, Fei Zhitu would have died immediately. Such a serious piercing wound was not easy to heal, even for a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Haha, Union Master Chu has just experienced the pain of losing his son, so this old master had to persuade him for a while to calm down. Sect Master Yang, I think it's best if you don't provoke him at this time, Fang Peng said calmly. Fang Peng leisurely reminded him, actually, you don't want Elder Qian and City Lord Fei to die here because of you, right? Whether they live or die is up to you. Yang Kai, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think it over carefully. If you can't satisfy this Union Master, I'll kill them immediately. Chu Jing roared. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too looked resentful. Being used as a bargaining chip to threaten Yang Kai made them feel uncomfortable, but unfortunately, with the seal on their bodies, they couldn't circulate their Saint Qi and couldn't help Yang Kai at all. Good, I'll go with you, but release Elder Qian and City Lord Fei. To everyone's surprise, Yang Kai immediately agreed, but his expression was extremely ugly. Yang Kai, you. Qian Tong looked at him bitterly and guiltily, you didn't have to do this. Qian Tong said with a look of self-blame. He had been careless and had fallen into the enemy's hands, but now he had even implicated Yang Kai. Haha, Elder Qian's words are too polite. Junior came to Shadowed Star more than a decade ago and received much care from you. Now that Elder Qian is in trouble, this junior will not stand idly by. What's more, this matter was originally caused by me, so how could I not intervene? Yang Kai grinned brilliantly. Good, good, good. Fang Peng clapped his hands and laughed. Sect Master Yang is truly a sentimental man, knowing how to repay kindness. This old master is ashamed of his inferiority. Enough nonsense, you've been planning this for a long time and even mobilizing such a large force for this sect master's sake. Release them and this sect master will follow you wherever you go. Yang Kai stared at Fang Peng solemnly. Haha, this old master is grateful for sect master Yang's cooperation. Naturally, this old master will release them, but in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I would like to ask sect master Yang to allow this old master to place some seals on you to prevent any accidents from happening. This will be beneficial to both you and me. What does sect master Yang think? Fang Peng looked at Yang Kai with a smile, a trace of vigilance flashing across the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai had agreed too readily. This made Fang Peng faintly feel that something was wrong. He had ordered people to launch a sneak attack on Qian Tong and Fei Ji too and capture them as a precaution so that Yang Kai wouldn't act rashly. Fang Peng hadn't expected that Yang Kai would actually allow himself to be captured for Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. This little brat is actually so noble and righteous? Fang Peng was somewhat suspicious. If it were him, he would never do such a thing. Protecting himself was the most important thing. What did the lives of others matter? So, as long as Yang Kai was not placed under a seal, Fang Peng could not relax. No problem. Yang Kai was still as straightforward as before. Sect Master Fang, just give it your all. Fang Peng frowned and signaled to 2 third-order origin returning realm masters, one from the left and one from the right, immediately approaching Yang Kai. The two of them were obviously vigilant in case Yang Kai suddenly changed his mind, but even after they arrived within a meter of Yang Kai still didn't move and instead just stared back at them sarcastically. This made the two of them blush, and they secretly blamed themselves for being too careful. It was really embarrassing for the two of them to be so scared in the face of a fish on the chopping block. There was no need for Fang Peng to say anything else. The two of them formed a seal with their hands, and after a series of movements, they both slapped Yang Kai's body. A sealing power rippled out, and Yang Kai's aura suddenly weakened. Everyone involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how heaven-defying Yang Kai was, once his Saint Qi was sealed, he wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. Fang Peng was overjoyed. Although they had lost a lot of manpower in this operation, it had finally come to a successful end. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A scorching hot force suddenly erupted from Yang Kai's position, and in the next moment, a mass of dark demonic flames wrapped around Yang Kai's body, making him look like a burning black fireball. Yang Kai's aura, which had already been extinguished, suddenly rose to its peak. Impossible! The two masters who had placed the seal on Yang Kai before exclaimed in shock, their eyes bulging. They had clearly not held back when they attacked, and even a cultivator in the same realm would not be able to break through the seal on their body in a short time. Just how powerful was the Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body? The seal they placed on him had no effect at all. The two of them were horrified and quickly retreated, lest Yang Kai kill them. However, Yang Kai did not show any intention of attacking them, instead his figure flickered slightly, as if he was about to leave. You're not the only one proficient in the Tao of Space. This old master expected you to act like this, stay here for this old master. An angry roar rang out as the figure of Heaven Battling Union's great elder Mo Xiaoxing strangely appeared beside Yang Kai, a strange power fluctuation pulsing from his body and enveloping Yang Kai. Space Force. While everyone was relaxed, Mo Xiaoxing was still paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements, which was why he was able to react so quickly. He was fully confident he could stop Yang Kai. Although he also knew that Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of Space, his attainments in this field had been steeped in silver for countless years, so he was confident he would not lose to a little brat. His pride could not be violated. He wanted to prove to everyone who was the #1 master in this territory. Space Force surged out and swept up the space around Yang Kai, forming invisible shackles that bound Yang Kai's body, and his almost disappearing figure solidified once more. Mo Xiaoxing smiled proudly. But in the next moment, his smile stiffened on his face and a dumbfounded expression appeared on his face. Trying to show off in front of an expert. Yang Kai coldly snorted, his figure disappearing as soon as his voice fell. How could this be? Mo Xiaoxing stood in place blankly. He didn't even know how Yang Kai had broken through his blockade of space and left. A shocking thought suddenly appeared in his mind, causing him to almost lose the ability to think. Could this little brat's comprehension of the Tao of Space be even better than his own? A terrifying fluctuation of power spread out as a short black arrow suddenly appeared out of thin air, trembling slightly before shooting towards Chu Jing like a bolt of lightning. No one dared to underestimate the terrifying power contained in this small arrow. What's more, the second-order origin returning realm middle-aged woman from Heaven Battling Union had died tragically under this attack, unable to fight back at all. Chu Jing was well aware of the power of this short arrow. In his haste, Chu Jing didn't dare to meet it head-on and quickly used his movement skill to avoid it. *Xiao. The short black arrow brushed past his body and flew out while another origin returning realm master not far away was caught in the crossfire and was instantly pierced in the chest by this short arrow, dying instantly. Where is he? Fang Peng shouted angrily as he released his divine sense without reservation. Soon, he discovered Yang Kai's whereabouts. At some point, he had rushed over to Qian Tong and Fei Ji too and was approaching them at an extremely fast speed. The short arrow just now was just to force Chu Jing to leave. Yang Kai's ultimate goal was to save Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. This is bad. Fang Peng's face sank as he shouted, "Stop him. Those who stand in my way will die." Yang Kai roared as he raised his hands and sent out a series of black blade-like attacks towards the two enemies who were escorting Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. When the two men saw Yang Kai's momentum soar like a tiger down a mountain, they couldn't help feeling terrified and wanted to avoid him, but with Fang Peng's order, they had no choice but to summon their artifacts. A golden light blossomed, but before the two of them had time to react, they suddenly discovered that Yang Kai's left eye was covered in a golden halo that contained a majestic golden pupil. Inside this golden light, there was also a faint five-colored glow. This golden light and five-colored glow seemed to contain a mysterious power that made the two of them feel as if their souls were being pulled into an endless abyss, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, unable to move or speak. The demon eye of annihilation was great demon god's innate divine technique, and after being refined by Yang Kai and fused with the colored glass bead Dai Yuan had given him, the current demon eye of annihilation combined with the colored glass divine light was even more powerful than before. The demon eye of annihilation had the effect of deterring one's soul while the colored glass divine light had the power to bind one's soul. Although for the two of them, this kind of deterring and binding could only be broken for a short time, it was more than enough. The black space blades passed through the two of them with precision and silently, crescent-shaped holes appeared on their bodies. Their flesh, blood, bones, 5 viscera, and 6 organs were all banished to the void. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Yang Kai used the feather spirit arrow to force Chu Jing to retreat, to the moment he used his space blades to kill the two people who were escorting Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Yang Kai had arrived in front of Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, grabbed each of them with one hand, and pushed his space force again, intending to leave this place. But at that moment an angry shout rang out. Wishful thinking. From the crowd, an old man with gray hair wearing a brown robe stepped out, Saint Chi surging from his body as a longan-sized bead suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as this bead appeared, everyone's expression changed. Because from this bead, an aura that made everyone tremble uneasily was exuded. Regardless of how strong or weak this aura was, it gave everyone a sense of familiarity. Emperor pressure. Fong Peng's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. This was indeed Emperor pressure, exactly the same as the Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden, but it was not as powerful as the one in the Emperor Garden. This pressure made one feel a sense of inferiority, as if it alone could crush them to dust. The gray-haired old man's Saint Chi surged as he poured it into the bead in his hand in a very short time. With a shout, the old man sent the bead flying towards Yang Kai. In midair, the bead split into two into four into 8. The sky was filled with beads, covering almost all the space around Yang Kai, but this was not the end. Each of these beads was extremely real and did not look illusory at all, each of them flickering with lightning arcs. With a loud crackling sound, these lightning arcs flew out like thin threads and blasted towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his expression became dignified. He felt the call of death from these lightning arcs, as if he did not handle them properly, he would immediately die. His heart pounding, Yang Kai did not dare to neglect, summoning his purple shield and transforming it into a sandstorm to protect his surroundings. The Firebird artifact spirit flew out from his body and transformed into a fiery red light curtain that wrapped around him and Qian Tong's Feiji Tuesday. All of Yang Kai's golden blood threads also flew out, nearly 100 of them intertwining and weaving into an airtight barrier in front of Yang Kai. Even after arranging 3 strong layers of protection, Yang Kai still felt uneasy. However, there was no time for him to react as the countless lightning arcs had already arrived in front of him. Kacha. The sandstorm protecting the outermost perimeter collapsed upon contact and the purple shield reappeared, its radiance dim and its spirituality greatly diminished. On the other hand, the lightning arcs remained unabated and once again struck the great barrier woven by the golden blood threads. The golden light was dazzling and the lightning arcs danced in the air. The golden blood threads also dimmed and Yang Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. The golden blood threads were an existence that existed between a secret technique and an artifact. They were connected to the cultivator's soul, so if the golden blood threads were damaged, Yang Kai would also suffer. This was the only drawback of the golden blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai had suffered a small loss at this moment. Fortunately, the golden blood thread was extremely powerful, and through the great barrier it weaved, the lightning arcs that had been sweeping through everything in their path were greatly reduced, and the power of the remaining lightning arcs was greatly reduced. Immediately after, they hit the barrier formed by the Firebird artifact spirit. Crisp bird cries rang out as flames soared into the sky, the scorching temperature causing the surrounding space to distort. The monstrous flames and the lightning arcs formed a difficult tug-of-war outside Yang Kai's body, one retreating while the other advanced, the other striking back and forth, creating an extremely anxious scene. However, Yang Kai's face was extremely gloomy. As the owner of the artifact spirit, he could naturally feel the pressure it was under. It couldn't stop it. If it continued to act willfully and allowed the Firebird artifact spirit to continue, it was very likely that its soul would be destroyed and it would disappear from this world. What kind of artifact was that bead? It possessed such great power, and why was there still emperor pressure radiating from it? In just a short time, the barrier formed by the artifact spirit was on the verge of being broken and the monstrous flames seemed to have been splashed with cold water, gradually being extinguished while its cries were obviously not as loud as before. Yang Kai grit his teeth and took back the Firebird artifact spirit. He didn't want the artifact spirit to fall here. A red light shot into Yang Kai's body, and without the protection of the Firebird, Yang Kai's body was immediately exposed to the countless lightning arcs. The lightning arcs were like the sharpest blades as they shot towards him. Yang Kai's face went pale. At this point, he could only push his Saint Chi to protect himself. Yang Kai, this old man will help you. Fei Jitu's voice suddenly came from the side. He grinned, and used some kind of secret technique. The power that was originally sealed actually returned, and then he took out the blue jade bowl. A faint blue light gushed out from the alms bowl like moonlight pouring down in torrents. It turned into a mass of dense and solid existence, blocking the front. Sizzling sounds could be heard as the throbbing lightning arc shot into the blue light. The blue light quickly dimmed. In less than 3 breaths of time, Fei Ji-tu spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. His face was as pale as paper, and his aura was extremely weak. The blue jade bowl that he relied on the most also emitted a clear sound as numerous tiny cracks appeared on it. Immediately, it collapsed and scattered all over the ground. This powerful origin-grade high-rank artifact was destroyed by the lightning arcs in a single confrontation. This made things worse for Fei Ji-tu. Old Fei. Qian Tong's face changed drastically as he turned to look at him nervously. Fei Ji-tu slowly shook his head, not even having the strength to speak. He had already suffered heavy injuries when he was captured, and then his body was pierced through by Chu Zhang's short spear. Now that the artifact that was connected to his soul had been destroyed, it could be said that he was like an oil lamp without oil. However, his efforts had not been in vain. After being blocked by the blue jade bowl, the lightning arcs were much weaker than before. Although they were still powerful, Yang Kai no longer felt any fatal threat. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** countless tiny holes to appear on his body and blood to flow freely. Yang Kai took a deep breath and pushed his Saint Qi, enveloping Qian Tong and Fei Ji too as he stared down with a gloomy expression. Everyone's eyelids twitched wildly as they asked themselves if they would have been able to survive such a violent attack, but Yang Kai had done it. Although Fei Ji too had desperately tried to assist him, after taking the remaining attacks head-on, his aura had not weakened at all and had instead become even crazier. Was he still human? Did he really only have a first-order origin returning realm? Fang Peng and Chu Zhang's faces were dull while the white-haired old man's face was filled with dread. Yang Kai, leave this place first, old Fei. Qian Tong shouted anxiously. Yang Kai's crazed aura suddenly stagnated as he seemed to regain his composure. Gently nodding, Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a drop of golden blood from his mouth. This drop of blood flickered slightly before disappearing into the void. Immediately, a strange energy fluctuation appeared in front of Yang Kai, and a small crack suddenly appeared in front of him. At first, the crack was so small that it was almost undetectable. However, it quickly expanded as if two invisible hands were tearing it to the left and right. Inside this crack was pitch black, chaotic, and empty, as if it could swallow everything. Impossible. Mo Xiaoxing's eyes trembled violently as he exclaimed, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, this can't be a void crack." What? Fang Peng was shocked, a void crack? He was dumbfounded, Chu Zheng was also dumbfounded, everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the crack in space, almost unable to believe their eyes. Probing it with their divine senses, none of them could find anything. Only Yang Kai stood proudly in front of the crack, protecting Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, his cold eyes sweeping over them as he viciously declared, "This sect master will remember what happened today and will repay it 100-fold in the future." His cold voice was like a cold wind blowing from the nine nether purgatory, causing everyone to shiver from head to toe. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he dove into the void. "Stop him!" The white-haired old man was the first to recover from his shock and roared. But at this time, there was no trace of Yang Kai. Everyone reflexively sent out their attacks, but when they entered the void, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, not even causing the slightest ripple. After a breath of time, the void crack automatically closed and disappeared. Everyone's faces paled as their expressions changed. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. In front of the quiet palace, only Mo Xiaoxing's mutterings echoed. Being attacked in the territory he was most proud of, Mo Xiaoxing's pride was torn to pieces. Chu Zheng and Fang Peng looked at each other and saw the fear and annoyance in each other's eyes. Chu Zheng turned his head to look at Mo Xiaoxing and quickly asked, "Great Elder, are you sure that was a void crack?" Haha. Mo Xiaoxing's eyes dimmed as he smiled sadly and replied, "This old master hopes that he was wrong, but that thing could only be a void crack. He can actually tear space. At such a young age, he has actually cultivated the Tao of space to such an extent. It's over, it's all over now. On Shadowed Star, I'm afraid no one can stop him. If he wants to leave, no one can stop him." He was just toying with us before. No one can stop him? Chu Zheng's expression turned ugly. Mo Xiaoxing slowly shook his head with a look of despair. Union Master, you don't understand how difficult it is to deal with someone who cultivates the Tao of space, but this old master understands. If we can't kill him this time, we won't have another chance in the future. Chu Zheng's brow furrowed deeply. Recalling Yang Kai's threat before he left, Chu Zheng's heart also began to pound. High Heaven sect was now deep within the Luyan desert, where no one could invade, and Yang Kai himself was so difficult to deal with and could even tear space to escape. Offending him this time, Chu Zheng was afraid that his days would not be peaceful in the future. Old Bai, you see. Fang Peng, who had been silent all this time, turned his head to look at the gray-haired old man in a brown robe with an inquisitive look on his face. The old man's aura was also quite weak at this moment, as if he had paid a huge price for using that bead-like artifact. Coldly snorting, he said, even the Annihilation Thunder Bead couldn't stop him. This matter is no longer something this old master can handle. This old master will return to the mountain and report to Sect Master and leave this matter up to him to decide. Farewell. After saying this, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew off, not caring about what the others thought. Fang Peng didn't even manage to say anything to stop this old man and could only stare in the direction he disappeared in annoyance for a long time before cursing bitterly. This time, the reason he and Chu Jing had offended Yang Kai was none other than because of Star Emperor Mountain's orders. For this reason, they had suffered heavy losses, but Fang Peng hadn't expected that at this time, the other party would cut off all ties. What was this? Burning the bridge after crossing the river or cooking the dog after the hares had outlived their usefulness? Not only had he failed to obtain any benefits, he had also provoked a troublesome enemy, causing Fang Peng to cough up blood. However, when he thought of Chu Jing, his mood improved greatly. Although Thunder Typhoon sect had also suffered losses this time, at least Fang Tianzhong was fine, unlike Heaven Battling Union, whose young Union Master Chu Chongfeng had died tragically here. Brother Chu, since things have gotten to this point, this Fang will also take his leave, Fang Peng lightly coughed. Does Brother Fang want to leave just like that? Chu Jing raised his eyes and stared at him gloomily. Fang Peng smiled awkwardly. Brother Chu, you also heard what that little brat said before he left. He will definitely not let today's matter rest. This Fang is preparing to go back and make some arrangements as soon as possible before entering retreat for a few dozen years. Even if that little brat is powerful, he won't dare attack my Thunder Typhoon sect's headquarters, right? If that were to happen, he would be overestimating himself. Brother Chu, I advise you to go back and make some arrangements as well. Tell your disciples not to go out for the time being, lest they be defeated one by that little brat. Wait until the limelight has passed. Is that all Brother Fang has? After being threatened, you're going to cower like a turtle? Chu Jing said contemptuously. What are you saying? Fang Peng spat disdainfully. This Fang is simply playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. He has his own Star Emperor Mountain to deal with. I don't want to waste my time on him. Humph, if I don't take revenge for my son's death, this old master vows not to be called human. If Brother Feng wants to be a coward, then do so. This old master and that little brat are absolutely irreconcilable. If he really dares to bully my headquarters, this old master will make sure he never leaves. Chu Jing snorted, his expression fierce. Then I wish Brother Chu all the best. Fang Peng cupped his fist slightly before waving his hand and leading the rest of Thunder Typhoon sect's disciples away. Scoundrel. Chu Jing looked in the direction Fang Peng disappeared and spat contemptuously, but soon, his expression became sorrowful again as he turned to a certain place and said bitterly, Take the young Union Master's body, we're going back. Yes. Immediately, someone walked over, picked up the headless body of Chu Chongfeng, turned into a streak of light, and followed behind Chu Jing, gradually disappearing into the distance. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the ancient sect ruins, there was a barren mountain. The world energy aura here was thin, and there wasn't even much vegetation, making it look extremely desolate. Very few cultivators would set foot in such a place because there were no precious treasures or anything of value here, so it was natural that no one would come here to explore. This mountain range wasn't big, only a dozen kilometers in length. It was similar to Dragon Cave Mountain in the past, but in terms of scenery and world energy, it was even worse. A streak of light rushed over from the distance, and as it passed by this barren mountain, it turned a corner and rushed directly into a natural cave halfway up the mountain. When the light dissipated, 3 figures were revealed. Each of them looked extremely distressed, covered in blood, as if they had just experienced an extremely difficult battle and narrowly escaped death. These 3 were naturally Xianxia, Qiantong, and Feiji Tuesday. A distance of tens of thousands of kilometers should be safe enough. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't want to run further, but Feiji Tu's current state wasn't optimistic, so he didn't dare to delay any longer. This barren mountain provided them with a place to rest. After rushing into the cave, Xianxia immediately put Feiji Tu down and let him lean against the cave wall. Reaching out, he placed his fingers on Feiji Tu's wrist and released his Saint Chi to check his injuries. Now, among the 3 of them, Feiji Tu's injuries were the most serious, his aura extremely chaotic, as if he was an oil lamp that had run out of oil. After a while, Xianxia's brow furrowed, his face gloomy. Xianxia, old Fei. Qiantong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, not caring about his own injuries as he asked Xianxia anxiously. His situation isn't good. Xianxia replied in a deep voice, then immediately looked at Feiji Tu and asked, City Lord Fei, what secret technique did you use to cause such harm? Haha. Feiji Tu laughed miserably, his face as pale as paper, slowly shaking his head. It's not a secret technique. This old master has never cultivated such a heaven-defying secret technique. If it's not a secret technique, could it be? Qiantong's expression changed, as if he had thought of something. That's right. When I was captured, this old man took advantage of the fact that they weren't paying attention and placed the explosive yuan pill under the tip of my tongue. Yuan burst pill? Xianxia's face also changed. As an alchemist, he had naturally heard of the spirit pill. This was a kind of medicinal pill with great consequences. Although after taking it, it could temporarily increase the cultivator's strength by a large margin, once the medicinal effect passed, it would inevitably cause unimaginable damage to the cultivator. What it overdrew was the cultivator's life force. Very few people would refine this kind of spirit pill, and very few people would consume it. This was because consuming it required one to have the courage to face death and fight for survival. It was no wonder that Feiji Tu was able to instantly break through the restrictions placed on him and recover his strength. It turned out that he had taken this pill in his mouth in advance. Xianxia understood. While they were talking, the medicinal effect of the yuan burst pill seemed to have completely disappeared, and the side effects soon followed. Feiji Tu's hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his skin began to wrinkle and dry. Many deep wrinkles appeared on his face. The flowing time-great emperor seemed to have passed hundreds of years in an instant. Feiji Tu originally looked to be in his 40s, in the prime of his life, but at this moment, he had become an old man, one that looked like he had one foot in the grave. Even his cultivation realm was gradually slipping, from the third-order origin returning realm to the second order, then to the first order, almost falling out of this realm. Old Fei. Qiantong lamented. He and Feiji Tu had been friends for hundreds of years, so naturally, he knew better than anyone where the yuan burst pill came from. When the 2 were young, they had gone out together for life experience. At that time, they had come across a yuan burst pill. Qiantong had scoffed at it, but Feiji Tu had kept it. Qiantong had never expected that after 200 to 300 years, Feiji Tu would still use it. For a moment, Qiantong felt both heartache and guilt. If he had kept the yuan burst pill back then, he would have been the one suffering the backlash today. He wouldn't have had to helplessly watch his old friend's life fade away. Feiji Tu was already seriously injured, and now that the hidden dangers of the yuan burst pill had flared up, coupled with the impact of the blue jade bull's destruction, he didn't have much longer to live. Old Qian, why do you look like your parents have died? Feiji Tu grinned, I'm well aware of my own situation. This time, both you and I were careless and ended up implicating Xianxia, but at least I didn't make a big mistake. My old life can be considered to have some value. Old Qian, listen, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect actually dared to act against you and me this time, so they must have some backing behind them. Backing? You mean? Qiantong frowned. This is just my own guess, but whether it is true or not, I can't be sure. Don't be in a hurry to take revenge, my Shadow Moon Hall can't compare to them. If we really have a conflict with them because of this, the ones who will suffer will always be us. Leave the matter of revenge to me, City Lord Fei, please don't be impatient, Yang Kai comforted. Haha, Yang Kai, you're too kind. Since that's the case, this old master won't bother with this god any longer. Fei Jitu gently nodded and immediately fell silent. Xian Tong's eyes were red and there were tears at the corners of his eyes. Why do the two of you look like you're about to part forever? Yang Kai observed their expressions and couldn't help chuckling. Although City Lord Fei's injuries are serious, that doesn't mean he will die. Hearing this, Xian Tong's eyes lit up. Fei Jitu also looked up at Yang Kai in amazement. Just as he said, he knew his own situation very well. If this was just a simple injury, it wouldn't be a big problem. At worst, he could go back and recuperate for a few years. But after taking the Yuan burst pill, it was different. His life force was suppressed and there was no way to prevent his injuries from worsening. If it was delayed for 3 to 5 days, and if it was fast for a few hours, he would definitely die. Yang Kai, at this time, don't joke with this old master. If you really have a way to pull old Fei back from the gates of hell, quickly do it. This old master will be grateful to you for the rest of his life. Xian Tong anxiously said, like a drowning man who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Fei Jitu also looked at Yang Kai with a hopeful expression. Who would want to die if they could live? But, in this situation, did Yang Kai really have a way to save him, or was he just comforting him? This junior naturally wouldn't dare to joke with the two seniors. Yang Kai nodded solemnly before flicking his wrist and taking out a jade bottle from his space ring. Opening the bottle, a fragrant aroma instantly filled the air. As the fragrance entered his nose, Fei Jitu's originally pale face suddenly became a little rosy, and even his dispirited spirit improved slightly. What is this? Xian Tong was also a knowledgeable person and could tell at a glance that the contents of this jade bottle were no small matter, but he didn't know what it was. Looking at its color, it was pure white and flawless, like milk. The 3 great divine waters must be familiar to the two seniors, Yang Kai smiled lightly. What? The 3 great divine waters? Xian Tong and Fei Jitu were both shocked. This bottle contains one of them, life-revitalizing jade cream. As Yang Kai spoke, he flicked his wrist and a drop of white life-revitalizing jade cream immediately flew out of the bottle, wrapped in his Saint Chi, and floated towards Fei Ji Tuesday. It's actually life-revitalizing jade cream. Xian Tong was ecstatic. If this was really one of the 3 great divine waters, then old Fei might not necessarily die. The main reason for his current state was that he had overdrawn his life force, which was why he was unable to suppress his injuries. If he could replenish his overdrawn life force, it would not be a problem for him to suppress his injuries with his current cultivation. Life-revitalizing jade cream was known as one of the 3 great divine waters, and its greatest function was to replenish vitality and vitality. It could be said to be the right medicine for the illness. Xian Tong couldn't be more excited. City Lord Fei, please kindly accept it. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Fei Jitu's face twitched with excitement, but he didn't hesitate to open his mouth and swallow the fingernail-sized drop of life-revitalizing jade cream. As soon as it entered his mouth, a stream of heat flowed from his mouth to his abdomen, and a vigorous vitality suddenly spread throughout his body. Fei Jitu couldn't help but feel refreshed. Without saying anything, he closed his eyes and circulated his Saint Chi to refine the medicinal efficacies. Seeing Fei Jitu's aura stabilizing at an extremely fast speed, as if his life was no longer in danger, Xian Tong couldn't help but shed tears, feeling excited for his old friend's narrow escape. Yang Kai, your gift is too great. Xian Tong wiped the corners of his eyes and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. Elder is too serious. Senior Fei was implicated by me, and he even took the Yuan burst pill to block the attack for this junior. This junior can't thank him enough, so what's a trivial drop of life-revitalizing jade cream worth? But Elder Qian, your injuries. This old master is fine. I can resolve the seal in my body by myself, I just need to meditate for a few days. As for this arm, haha, it's not a big deal. Although this old master is old, his body is still strong. It's only broken, so it will heal in the future. Good, since that's the case, Elder should also begin healing. I have some healing pills here. If Elder takes them, they will help you achieve twice the result with half the effort. Yang Kai said as he took out a few bottles from his space ring, poured out a pill from each bottle, and handed it to Qian Tong. Qian Tong wanted to refuse. After all, as an elder of Shadow Moon Hall, how could he not have some healing pills on him? But when he saw the pills Yang Kai took out, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and accepted them graciously, smiling. Little brat, the things you take out are really good, this old master won't refuse. Of course, this junior will stand guard for 2 seniors while 2 seniors focus on healing. Good, you should also take care of your own injuries, don't leave behind any hidden dangers. Soon, the 3 of them each occupied a spot in the cave and sat down cross-legged to meditate. Fei Jitu's injuries were the most serious, but now that his life was no longer in danger, how much he could recover would depend on his own ability. Qian Tong's injuries were not a big problem, so Yang Kai's was even more so. With his golden blood, Yang Kai's restorative ability was many times stronger than others, and his physical body was extremely tough, so even if he was hit by those lightning arcs at that time, he didn't actually suffer much damage. Now, he only needed to restore himself slightly. Half a month later, 3 streaks of light flew out of the cave and quickly disappeared into the horizon. After such a long period of recuperation, Qian Tong had basically recovered, and so had Yang Kai. Only Fei Jitu remained. Although his life had been pulled back from the gates of hell by Yang Kai, the aftereffects of the Yuan burst pill were too great, and he had not fully recovered yet. His hair was still snow white, but his complexion was rosy and he no longer looked like he had 1 foot in the grave. As for his cultivation, it was finally restored to the second-order origin returning realm. The rest of his recovery was not something he could recover from in a short time. It would take at least 10 or 20 years for Fei Jitu to have any hope of breaking through to the third-order origin returning realm again. This result was certainly disappointing, but it was still acceptable. However, this kind of increase in cultivation was only a recovery, not a real breakthrough. Fei Jitu would not encounter any bottlenecks, all he needed was time. Given enough time, he would definitely recover to his peak. Now that the 3 of them had recovered, they all rushed to Luyan Sand Field. Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had gone to great lengths to deal with Yang Kai this time, and Yang Kai had already told them the whole story. After learning that Star Emperor Mountain was involved in this matter, whether it was Qian Tong or Fei Jitu, both of them felt deeply uneasy. Neither of them dared to return to Shadow Moon Hall, for fear that they would be used to threaten Yang Kai again. In any case, in Shadow Moon Hall, only the 2 of them had some friendship with Yang Kai, so as long as the 2 of them were not present, Star Emperor Mountain would not attack Shadow Moon Hall. Going to Luyan Sand Field was the best choice. The defenses there were impregnable, so even if Star Emperor Mountain sent out all of its forces, they would not be able to break through. When Yang Kai came here before, he had flown all the way here, entering every city he came across to purchase cultivation materials. Now that things were different, he naturally did not want to waste time on the road. After a series of teleportations, it took less than 10 days for the trio to arrive at the periphery of Luyan Sand Field. During these 10 days, the 3 of them had also inquired about the situation, but unfortunately, they had gained nothing. No one on Shadowed Star knew what happened in Fallen Emperor Mountain that day. However, news that Heaven Battling Union's headquarters had suddenly become heavily guarded and that no one was allowed to enter or leave had spread far and wide. The world didn't know why these 2 giants would suddenly have such a reaction, only Kai Yang and the other 2 knew. They were really afraid that they would seek revenge, so they had already begun to make preparations. But was this enough to stop him? Yang could not help sneering. He did not want to cause too much trouble as there was not much hatred between Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union, but this time, they had taken the initiative to attack him, so naturally, Yang Kai would not let them off. Before leaving Shadowed Star for a long voyage, it seemed that he would have to deal with this problem first, otherwise, Yang Kai would not be able to leave in peace. After all, this voyage was not something that could be completed in a short time, and once he was gone for too long, who knew what would happen? Outside Luyan Sand Field, in front of the palace where the space array was located, Yang Kai wore a gloomy expression. This could not be helped though, as this palace where the space array was located had been razed to the ground and could no longer be used. There were many bloodstains on the ground, so it was obvious that a battle had taken place here. The High Heaven sect disciples guarding this place were generally weak, so it was impossible to tell whether they were dead or alive. Unable to directly enter High Heaven sect through the space array, Xianxia could only take out his communication artifact and communicate with the people inside. Although he could also use the Star Emperor token to enter and exit safely, the protection provided by the Star Emperor token could only protect one person at a time. Qiantong and Fei Zhitu could not safely pass through the flame area. After waiting for less than an hour, a small battleship flew out of the rolling heat wave, passed through the flame area, and stopped in front of Xianxia's trio. It was the Flying Shark battle shuttle that Yang Yan had refined before. The hatch opened, revealing Wu Yi's figure. "Xianxia, you're finally back," Wu Yi looked a little anxious. But after seeing Qiantong and Fei Zhitu, she quickly bowed. "Let's go up first." Xianxia gently nodded before leading Qiantong and Fei Zhitu onto the Flying Shark battle shuttle. The hatch of the battle shuttle closed, and with a flicker, it flew into the depths of the flame area at an extremely fast speed. Who destroyed the space magic array? Are there any casualties among the disciples guarding it? After entering, Xianxia asked. I don't know who destroyed it, but the disciples guarding it suffered some injuries, but they're not serious. More than 10 days ago, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared outside the Luyan desert and attempted to occupy the space array. Fortunately, the disciples reacted quickly and triggered the self-destruct spirit array arranged by Yang Yan, allowing them to teleport back. Good, that's good, Xianxia nodded lightly. Xianxia gently nodded. High Heaven sect had very few disciples to begin with, and all of them were cultivators who had followed Wu Yi and left the Haiku family. They had supported each other all the way to where they were today, so if there were any casualties, these disciples would definitely be very sad. Xianxia, do you know who is trying to harm my High Heaven sect? Wu Yi asked angrily. Probably Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect, Xianxia said lightly. Them? Wu Yi's pretty face changed slightly. Why would they want to deal with us? We haven't offended them, have we? Little girl, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others. You really haven't offended them, but since they covet your things, they will naturally act. When Xianxia went out this time, he was besieged by them. Qiantong sighed from the side. How dare they? Wu Yi shouted, her pretty face becoming gloomy. My High Heaven sect has always been a peaceful place, standing aloof from worldly affairs, yet they think we're easy to bully? It seems we have no choice but to teach them a lesson. Xianxia and the others all looked at her in amazement. Fei Zhitu clapped his hands and smiled. Little girl, you're still young, but your ambition isn't small. Worthy of one of Xianxia's followers, such courage. Wu Yi's pretty face blushed after hearing this praise and she quickly said, Junior was just speaking casually, how to act will depend on sect master's opinion. Senior shouldn't make fun of this junior. Naturally, we'll teach them a lesson, Xianxia coldly snorted, if there's enmity, there's nothing to be said. Wu Yi's expression shook. An hour later, the battle shuttle docked in the square of High Heaven sect and a group of people walked out. Xianxia asked Wu Yi to arrange for Qiantong and Fei Zhitu to rest while he walked towards 100 Flowers Peak alone. He was going to find Yixiyun as there was something he wanted to ask her about. Inside 100 Flowers Peak, Yixiyun was tending to the flowers and plants. At her current level of cultivation, it was impossible for her to continue cultivating. The suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles prevented her from breaking through to the Origin King realm, but she had already reached the limit of the Origin Returning realm, so no matter how hard she cultivated, it would be useless. As such, she spent most of her time doing trivial things to hone her heart, hoping that one day she could find another way to break through to the Origin King realm. Her temperament had always been indifferent. Is Sect Master back? Before Xianxia could walk over, Yixiyun's voice reached his ears, apparently having noticed him. Xianxia gently nodded and walked straight over to her side, where he saw her trimming a plant. Did your trip go smoothly? Not very well. Oh? Yixiyun turned her head. What happened? We were set up. Xianxia's mouth twitched as he briefly recounted what happened in Fallen Emperor Mountain. You mean to say that Star Emperor Mountain was behind this incident? Yixiyun's pretty face went cold. But it doesn't matter. No matter who the enemy is, if they dare provoke me, I won't let them off easily. Sect Master is a man, so naturally he distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. I came here this time to ask if there is a bead-like artifact in Star Emperor Mountain. It can split into countless fragments and possesses the lightning attribute. Sect Master is talking about the Annihilation Thunder Bead? Xianxia frowned slightly. Were you attacked by that artifact? Yes, I almost died. Xianxia still had some lingering fear. When he thought about the power of that artifact, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. He had never seen such a powerful artifact before. Was it called the Annihilation Thunder Bead? Was it an Origin King grade artifact? It wasn't Origin King grade. To Xianxia's surprise, Xianxia slowly shook her head, put down the scissors in her hand, and straightened up, as if she was immersed in her memories. After a while, she walked towards the stone pavilion and said, "Sect Master, please come with me." Xianxia followed closely. Inside the stone pavilion, the two sat down and Xianxia personally poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Xianxia before gently stroking her hair and saying, "Sect Master, being able to escape from the Annihilation Thunder Bead is truly extraordinary. This queen seems to have underestimated you before. It was just luck." That Annihilation Thunder Bead was so powerful, could it not be an Origin King grade artifact? Xianxia took a sip of tea and looked at her suspiciously. It is Star Emperor Mountain's guardian artifact, one that has surpassed the Origin King grade. It is an Emperor artifact. An Emperor artifact? Xianxia raised his brow. An artifact of the Great Emperors? Xianxia gently nodded. Impossible. Xianxia paled in shock. He had seen Emperor artifacts before. The 3 blazing flame rings were one such Emperor artifact. Unfortunately, Yang Yan had only managed to collect one of the 3 blazing flame rings while the remaining 2 were still scattered across Shadowed Star, forming the Luyan Sand Field, High Heaven Sect's strongest defense. The Annihilation Thunder Bead is an Emperor artifact, but with the strength of those from Star Emperor Mountain, they were unable to display its full power. Even if I personally used it, I could only display 10% of its power. Is it really that terrifying? Xianxia paled in amazement. The power of an Emperor artifact is not something you or I can imagine. Moreover, with such a low cultivation, forcibly urging an Emperor artifact requires one to pay a great price. After that person attacked you with the Annihilation Thunder Bead, was his aura very weak? Indeed. That's right, if he could fully stimulate the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, even an Origin King could easily be killed, let alone Sect Master. Xianxia wore a look of amazement. This time, if it weren't for Fei Zhi-Tu using the blue jade bowl to block the attack for him at the critical moment, he would have been seriously injured. He might have been able to escape this time, but what about next time? Sect Master, in fact, you don't need to worry too much. Although the power of Emperor artifacts is unfathomable, they are limited by their cultivations, so after a single strike, they will be powerless. You have experienced this personally, so you should understand this better than anyone. Seeing the look of dread on Xianxia's face, Xianxia spoke up to comfort him. That's true, Xianxia gently nodded, the fear in his heart greatly alleviating as he suddenly relaxed. The power of an artifact had always been linked to the strength of its user, so no matter how high-grade an artifact was or how powerful it was, if the strength of its cultivator was not enough, it would not be able to display its full power. The Verdant Dragon Bone Sword was one such example. Although Xianxia could now wield it as if it was his own arm, he still felt that it still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. This potential did not lie with the Dragon Bone Sword itself, but with him. His own strength limited the power of the Dragon Bone Sword. Sect Master, if you want to take action this time, you might as well bring this palace along. Since the Star King Mountain has already deviated from its original ideals, this palace naturally cannot sit idly by. Furthermore, I would also like to meet an old friend and settle old scores. Oh? Xianxia raised his brow, his heart burning with curiosity. In fact, he really wanted to know why Xianxia had left Star Emperor Mountain all those years ago. After all, she was the leader of this behemoth, her identity and status were extremely respected. If she had not been forced to do so, it would have been impossible for her to leave and live in seclusion for over 100 years. However, this kind of thing was not easy to ask. If Yi Shiyun was willing to tell him, of course, he would listen, but if she was unwilling, there was no point in forcing her. What was certain was that Yi Shiyun definitely had some kind of grievance with Star Emperor Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai did not voice his doubts and instead said solemnly, "My plan is as follows. Great Elder, please listen carefully. If there is anything inappropriate, I hope Great Elder can give me some pointers." So, Yang Kai began to explain his plan in detail. An hour later, Yang Kai left 100 Flowers Peak and returned to First Heavenly Palace. Inside the palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, took out the feather spirit arrow, and poured his Saint Chi into it to recharge it. The artifact Yang Kai obtained in Fallen Emperor Mountain this time was indeed quite powerful, and although there was a limit to the number of times it could be used, it still could not be erased. A second-order origin returning realm cultivator was unable to block a single blow from it, and even a third-order origin returning realm master like Chu Jing could only dodge, not daring to meet it head-on. Inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, the feather spirit arrow's energy had been completely consumed, so Yang Kai naturally needed to recharge it. In less than an hour, everything was ready. Yang Kai carefully put it away. Just as he was about to make some preparations for this operation, his expression suddenly changed. He grinned and stared at a certain spot on the ground, waiting quietly. A moment later, a small head popped up from the ground. It had sharp edges and strong lines, like a rock. However, the two eyes on the head were extremely bright and spirited. Stone mongoose. This time, Yang Kai did not bring the stone mongoose with him and instead left it in the sect. Firstly, Yang Kai did not expect there to be so many twists and turns on this trip. Otherwise, he would have brought the stone mongoose with him. Secondly, the stone mongoose had another task. The stone mongoose's task was to guard the stone embryo of another stone mongoose. After leaving the Emperor Garden last time, Yang Kai had fused the blood essence stone with the stone embryo in hopes of giving birth to a second stone mongoose, so he had given the task of guarding it to Xiao. Now that Yang Kai had returned to the sect, Xiao sensed something and immediately came to First Heavenly Palace. Yang Kai did not know whether the second stone mongoose had been successfully born or not, so he was looking forward to it. However, when he saw Xiao, the stone mongoose, he could not help but frown and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Its originally clear and bright eyes were now filled with panic. As soon as it popped up from the ground, it immediately crawled over to Yang Kai on all fours, then bent its waist and grabbed Yang Kai's trousers, uttering some strange words as it anxiously dragged Yang Kai outside. What's going on? As the master of the stone mongoose, Yang Kai could naturally feel its anxiety and uneasiness, but the stone mongoose was also a living creature with low sentience. Yang Kai had only given it a drop of golden blood when it was born, so he could not clearly understand its thoughts. "You want me to go with you?" Yang Kai asked again. The stone mongoose nodded vigorously. "Lead the way." Yang Kai gently nodded, allowing the stone mongoose to drag him out. Soon, one person and one stone mongoose left High Heaven Sect's headquarters and headed towards the depths of the mountain range. High Heaven Sect's headquarters was now located on the site of the ancient Supreme Profound Sect. This site was extremely vast, and High Heaven Sect was small, so it only occupied a small part of it. Now, the place where the stone mongoose was leading Yang Kai could also be considered the headquarters of Supreme Profound Sect, but it was located atop a mountain peak. This mountain peak was tall and straight, towering into the clouds. It was a picturesque scene. An hour later, the stone mongoose led Yang Kai to the top of this mountain. At the top, there was a spacious platform that resembled a public square and a magnificent palace. This was probably the palace built by Supreme Profound Sect in the past, but it was now empty. In front of the palace, there was a strange blood-red round stone about the size of a washbasin on the ground. Faintly, the rich world energy in the surroundings was being drawn into the round stone. He could even hear a series of thumping sounds that sounded like a heartbeat coming from the round stone. It was strong, powerful, and had a clear rhythm. The second stone mongoose's stone embryo. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The stone embryo had been well taken care of by Xiao. After fusing with the blood essence stone, it almost had its own life, but the strange thing was that the life inside it had yet to break out of its shell. Logically speaking, after such a long time, it should have been born. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that there was something wrong with the stone embryo. No wonder Xiaoxiao was so anxious. After arriving here, Xiaoxiao rushed to the stone embryo and anxiously circled around it, scratching his ears and cheeks. He looked like a monkey that had been tickled, and no matter what he did, he couldn't get what he wanted. "Let me take a look, don't worry." Yongkai comforted him. The stone mongoose was obedient and immediately sat to the side, watching anxiously. The stone embryo had bred its own kind, so even if Xiaoxiao didn't have high intelligence, he knew how to protect his own kind. Yongkai came to the stone embryo and released his divine sense to investigate, his expression changing slightly. There was an unimaginable amount of energy condensed within the stone embryo, and it was constantly increasing in strength. It was unknown whether it was because the world energy here was too rich or for some other reason, but the stone embryo was constantly absorbing world energy from its surroundings. The heartbeat became more and more obvious and powerful, but no matter how Yongkai investigated, the life inside showed no signs of breaking out of its shell, not even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. No spiritual energy fluctuation meant that its life was incomplete and it had yet to develop intelligence. Yongkai was confused. He didn't know how to deal with it. The stone mongoose was a special life form that young Inflammation had told him about, otherwise, he wouldn't have known that such a strange life form existed in the boundless world. As for how the stone mongoose could be safely born and what to do at this moment, Yongkai had no idea. Perhaps if young Inflammation was here, she would be able to answer his questions. However, since returning from the Emperor Garden, young Inflammation had merged with the bodies of the great emperors and fallen into a deep slumber. Even if Yongkai went to find her, he wouldn't be able to get any help. After thinking about it carefully, Yongkai reached out and touched the stone embryo. In any case, the energy stored inside the stone embryo was too large at this moment, so there was definitely something wrong. The reason the stone embryo hadn't been born smoothly and hadn't developed intelligence was most likely related to this massive amount of energy. This was probably the reason why a weak body couldn't withstand nourishment. Yongkai wanted to guide the energy out of the stone embryo so that it wouldn't cause any harm to the fragile stone embryo. But as soon as his hand touched the stone embryo, a mysterious and complex pattern suddenly appeared on it. After the pattern rotated, it turned into a terrifying energy that rushed towards Yongkai. Yongkai's face changed drastically and he hurriedly dodged to the side. With a whoosh, the energy wave brushed past his body and shot straight into the sky. A few breaths later, a hole appeared in the distant sky, as if the heavens had been pierced. Yongkai's face was filled with shock and he no longer dared to act rashly. Xiaoxiao stared at him and uttered some inexplicable words, as if he was pleading for something, his eyes filled with sadness. Yongkai slowly shook his head. At this point, he was afraid there was nothing he could do to help and could only let nature take its course. As if he had seen through Yongkai's thoughts, Xiaoxiao's expression became a little dispirited, his head drooping as he sat there in a daze, staring at the stone embryo in front of him. Time passed slowly, and the energy contained inside the stone embryo grew larger and larger. The heartbeat rhythm also became more rapid, causing Yongkai's heart to palpitate. This was an extremely abnormal rhythm, like a continuous drumbeat, and as the sound rang out, the light on the stone embryo began to flicker, sometimes brightening and sometimes dimming. This situation lasted for a full 5 days, and it wasn't until the 5th day that the situation changed. The blood-red light on the stone embryo suddenly became extremely dazzling, and at the same time, a shocking energy fluctuation erupted from the stone embryo. Yongkai's eyes widened as he stared at the movement in front of him. Slowly, the light dimmed, and the intense vibrations disappeared at the same time. The terrifying energy fluctuations contained in the stone embryo also disappeared without a trace. Yongkai's heart sank as he released his divine sense to probe the stone embryo, his expression becoming dim. Even the vitality the stone embryo originally possessed had disappeared, as if it really was just a piece of stone that could be found anywhere. Xiaoxiao also noticed this and quickly rushed over to the stone embryo, patted it lightly with both hands, and muttered some incomprehensible words before picking it up and sending it to Yongkai, stuffing it into his arms, obviously wanting him to think of a solution. Yongkai opened his mouth, but in the end, he was speechless and could only sigh deeply. As Xiaoxiao's master, Yongkai could naturally feel the impatience and uneasiness in his heart. If he could, he would not refuse Xiaoxiao's request. However, Yang Kai knew little about the stone mongoose, so he had no idea what had gone wrong that caused the second stone mongoose to not only fail to break out of its shell, but also die. Even if he wanted to, there was nothing he could do. Master and servant were connected, so sensing Yang Kai's helplessness, the light of hope in Xiaoxiao's eyes gradually dimmed. He sniffed lightly, like a child who had been wronged. After a long time, he gently placed the stone embryo in front of Yang Kai and carefully touched it, as if he was afraid that his movements would cause any harm to the stone embryo. Immediately, Xiaoxiao rushed to the edge of the cliff and beat his chest with his hands, producing a sonorous sound like a drum. His small body rapidly grew, and in the blink of an eye, he became a stone giant more than 100 meters tall. Like a giant gorilla, he stood at the top of the mountain, his back stooped and his hands hanging on the ground as he stared at the clouds. A long roar, like the roar of a rolling dragon, came from his mouth. The howl resounded through the sky, and it contained an unimaginable destructive force that caused the sea of clouds to be turned upside down. The howl was filled with grief and sorrow that could not be wiped away. A drop of something that looked like crystal jade slid down from Xiaoxiao's eyes and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The stone mongoose was crying. Yang Kai had never thought that the stone mongoose would cry one day. He could not imagine what the second stone mongoose's stone embryo meant to Xiaoxiao, causing him to be so sad. But at this moment, Xiaoxiao's back was bleak and lonely. It was as if Xiaoxiao was the only one left in the world, and he would be alone for the rest of his life. Yang Kai suddenly got up and hurried to the stone embryo, stretched out his hand, and flicked a golden blood thread around his wrist. A wound that was a few inches long and deep to the bone immediately appeared. Golden blood seeped out of the wound and dripped onto the stone embryo drop by drop. It shouldn't be like this. Xiaoxiao's birth was so smooth, and Yang Kai was also confused at the time. Xiaoxiao had integrated with the blood essence stone in the black book space on his own and easily broke out of his shell. Why was the second one so difficult? At this moment, even its life aura was completely gone. No matter what the reason was, it was still Xiaoxiao's kind, and Xiaoxiao's expectations for its birth were 1,000,000 times higher than his own. Yang Kai did not believe that such a powerful creature would die just like that. He had done his best and left to the heavens. The sound of golden blood drip, 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 drip. Golden blood contained an unimaginable amount of vitality. When Xiaoxiao was born, Yang Kai had done the same thing, but he had only used a single drop of golden blood. But now, he no longer cared about the cost. Perceiving Yang Kai's actions, Xiaoxiao immediately turned around and ran over, squatting in front of Yang Kai, looking at him gratefully before glancing at the stone embryo from time to time, a worried look on his face. Time passed by little, and the stone embryo was completely dyed gold, but to Yang Kai's disappointment, his golden blood did not have any effect and the stone embryo showed no signs of absorbing it. This made his expression dim. Xiaoxiao was also like an ant on a hot pan, twisting restlessly. Suddenly, a very weak fluctuation spread from the stone embryo. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, thinking he had been expecting too much and was hallucinating, but when he carefully released his divine sense to investigate, he couldn't help smiling. There really was a fluctuation coming from the stone embryo. It was the fluctuation of life. As if a single spark could start a prairie fire, when this extremely weak fluctuation spread out, the stone embryo began to absorb the drops of pure golden blood that had fallen on it. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the golden blood that had not been accepted by the stone embryo began to flow into it. Asterisk dong dong, asterisk the sound of a heartbeat reverberated through the mountain peak once again. This was the rhythm of life. Yang Kai grinned, and the sorrow in the stone mongoose's eyes disappeared, replaced by nervousness and worry. Asterisk dong dong, asterisk the sound grew louder and louder, and the interval between each sound became shorter and shorter. The originally extinguished fluctuation of life once again spread out from the stone embryo, and the dim light began to bloom again, but unlike before, this time, the light was blood red mixed with a hint of gold, giving it a mysterious appearance. Patterns began to emerge from the surface of the stone embryo one after another, as if they were alive, flashing and disappearing. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. When Xiaoxiao was born, he had never seen such a scene, so he didn't know how this stone mongoose was different from Xiaoxiao. The sun set and the moon rose, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai had already stopped dripping his golden blood into the stone embryo, and after absorbing 20 to 30 drops of pure golden blood, the stone embryo began to glow again. At this moment, Yang Kai and Xiaoxiao were waiting anxiously. Suddenly, a light cracking sound rang out, and Yang Kai's expression brightened as he quickly looked over. With one look, he couldn't help but be overjoyed as a small crack had appeared on the stone embryo. Not long after that crack appeared, more and more cracks appeared one after another. Soon after, the stone embryo was covered with dense, crisscrossing cracks like a spider. Gotcha. The stone embryo cracked open, revealing the life that was being nurtured within. The second stone mongoose. Like a chick breaking out of its shell, it struggled to get out of the stone embryo and looked at this new and strange world. Its movements were very clumsy, and it seemed that because it had just been born, it took a long time to get out of the stone embryo and sit on the ground. However, it was actually a golden stone mongoose, which surprised Yang Kai quite a bit. Its entire body was golden, like a suit of golden armor, and he didn't know if this had anything to do with the amount of golden blood he had dripped onto it. Just like when Xiaoxiao was born, the first thing this golden stone mongoose did after sitting up was to swallow all the fragments of the stone embryo into its stomach. Its speed was so fast that it didn't even chew. After swallowing, it just sat there in a daze, motionless. Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was jumping up and down, clearly overjoyed. But this wasn't the end of it. It rushed over to its companion, picked it up, put it on its shoulder, and began to run around the peak as fast as lightning. Round, 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 repeating this monotonously, not showing the slightest sign of exhaustion. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh, but at the same time, his brow furrowed slightly. Creatures like the stone mongoose weren't born with high intelligence, and Xiaoxiao was the same. It was only happy that its companion was born safely, and that it would be able to keep it company in the future. However, Yang Kai had a vague feeling that something was wrong. There seemed to be something wrong with the golden stone mongoose. After a long time, Yang Kai finally spoke up to stop Xiaoxiao from playing around, and asked it to put down the second stone mongoose. Xiaoxiao naturally didn't resist. Only then did Yang Kai start to carefully examine it. After a while, his brow furrowed even tighter. Sure enough, something was wrong. Although this golden stone mongoose seemed to be stronger than Xiaoxiao when it was born, its intelligence wasn't as good as Xiaoxiao's. It could even be said that it was in a completely chaotic state. After Xiaoxiao put it down, it just stood there in a daze, far less lively than Xiaoxiao. Yang Kai tried to give it a few orders, but it didn't respond at all. Its intelligence was incomplete. Yang Kai's expression darkened. Although stone puppets didn't have high sentience to begin with, they still had some. On the other hand, the golden stone puppet had almost no sentience at all, and Yang Kai didn't know if this was related to the various hardships it had gone through when it was born. Although the golden stone mongoose was a living creature, it was no different from a fool. In fact, it was even worse than a fool. When he realized this, Yang Kai fell silent. Fortunately, Xiaoxiao didn't notice this. Otherwise, he didn't know how sad it would be. While he was deep in thought, Xiaoxiao opened its mouth and spat out a piece of rare ore that it hadn't refined, as if it was offering a treasure, and eagerly handed it to its companion. Fortunately, although the golden stone mongoose didn't have intelligence, it still had instinctive reactions. It actually knew how to pick up the rare ore and gnaw on it. With a crunching sound, it swallowed 2 to 3 pieces of the ore, and then continued to stand there in a daze. Xiaoxiao didn't seem to know how it had offended its companion that made it treat it so coldly. It scratched its head in puzzlement, and could only continuously take out more ores and give them to its companion. The latter didn't refuse either, and the two little guys cooperated with each other very well. Looking at the golden stone mongoose, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Although the current situation was better than before, it still wasn't perfect. Fortunately, he had tried his best. The golden stone mongoose didn't have intelligence, so there was nothing he could do. Looking at it, Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly thought of something, his expression fluctuating. After a while, his eyes lit up as he carefully examined the golden stone mongoose, excitement flashing across his face. He suddenly thought of a way to make the golden stone mongoose act on its own. The stone mongoose was currently acting like a fool because it didn't have complete intelligence. If he could solve this problem, then all his problems would be solved. Yang Kai couldn't make up for its intelligence, but he could implant it. He knew soul fission technique. The soul fission technique was created by Great Demon God. In Tongxian realm, Great Demon God's talent was unprecedented and would never be surpassed. Yang Kai had obtained a drop of golden blood from Great Demon God in the holy tomb of Nine Heavens Holy Land. After refining it, he comprehended one of Great Demon God's secret techniques, soul fission technique. At that time, although Yang Kai had also cultivated this technique, he hadn't been able to find a suitable host, so he could only keep his soul clone in his knowledge sea. Later, after entering Tongxian realm's territory and wandering to the floating continent, Yang Kai was forced by Guizhou to test the operation of the space array. At that time, Yang Kai didn't dare to take the risk himself and could only release his soul clone into the space array. Although his soul clone suffered great damage and was almost destroyed, after so many years of cultivation, it had been restored to its original state. Not only that, but it was also many times stronger than before. This soul clone was a very special existence because Yang Kai cultivated it alone, so it didn't have much involvement with his knowledge sea. Even if it disappeared, it wouldn't affect him. When he was cultivating the soul fission technique, Yang Kai knew that as long as he could find a suitable vessel and infuse his soul clone into it, he could create an existence similar to an embodiment that could be used to travel to places inconvenient to the main body or do things inconvenient to the main body. For example, Yang Inflammation was the embodiment of the great emperors. The great demonic god was only a saint king, but with his heaven-defying talent, he had comprehended the soul-splitting technique and understood the secret technique that only great emperors could grasp. From this, one could see that his reputation as a legend was not undeserved. The stone mongoose did not have sentience, but its body was in perfect condition, so wasn't it the most suitable vessel? Yang Kai rubbed his chin as he stared at the stone mongoose, not saying a word as he pondered. After a long time, he decided to give it a try. He did not know if it would succeed, but it was better than letting the stone mongoose remain in a state of dementia. Ordering Xiao to stand guard nearby, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in front of the stone mongoose and pushed his spiritual energy to the limit, summoning a gray shadow from his mind. This shadow was somewhat illusory and unstable, but if one looked closely, they would find that it was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's silhouette. This was naturally the soul clone that Yang Kai had nurtured in his knowledge sea for many years. This soul clone rushed straight into the stone mongoose's mind and disappeared in an instant. High Heaven Sect, Conference Hall. All the origin returning realm cultivators in the sect were gathered here, headed by Great Elder Xianxia. Changqi was seated below while Haoan, Guqi, Ning Xiangchen, Wu Yi, and Qianyu, as deacons of the sect, were also present. Not only that, but Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were also present. The hall was silent, and everyone had a cup of tea in front of them. Disciples were constantly coming forward to replace the cold tea. Where did Sect Master go? Why haven't we seen him for more than a month? Subordinate sent people to investigate, but he doesn't seem to be in First Heavenly Palace. Changqi looked at Yi Shiyun and asked with some worry, Great Elder, do you know where Sect Master is now? He is still in the sect, but this queen does not know what he is busy with. It seems that he is cultivating some kind of secret technique. This queen does not dare to pry into his affairs casually, so let's continue waiting, Yi Shiyun replied faintly. With her powerful cultivation, she was naturally able to detect the strange movements coming from the mountain peak a few days ago, so she was able to determine Yang Kai's location. However, as she said, since Yang Kai was cultivating some kind of secret technique, she had no intention of prying into it. Sect Master will return one day. Before he left, he had already decided on the direction of this operation, and after discussing it with this queen felt there was no problem. This time, all of you will be accompanying him, so the sect will be left to Deacon Wu Yi and Deacon Qianyu. Yes, Wu Yi and Qianyu nodded. In addition, Elder Huang Wan is currently in secluded retreat to break through, so you must look after her well and not allow anyone to disturb her. As for Yuner, that little girl is too lively and active. Once this queen leaves, she may become restless, so the two of you must keep an eye on her while she cultivates. Great Elder may rest assured, Elder Sister Qianyu and I will take care of everything in the sect, but everyone must return safely, Wu Yi said solemnly. And, with the starship refined by Master, I think this time's attack shouldn't be difficult. Right, have the manpower and materials on the starship been properly arranged? Everything is in order. Good. Yi Shiyan nodded lightly before turning to Qian Tong and Fei Ji, junior brothers, thank you for your hard work this time. Senior sister Yi is too polite. Qian Tong chuckled, old Fei and I were captured by them last time, and if it weren't for Yang Kai turning the tide and rescuing us, I'm afraid we would have been silenced. For this operation, the two of us are duty-bound. Fei Ji also nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Fang Ping and Chu Zhang's insidious and cunning actions, how could he have fallen into such a situation? Not only had his hair turned white, but his cultivation had also fallen by a minor realm. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of hatred. Sect Master is here. Yi Shiyan's expression suddenly changed as she raised her eyes and looked towards the outside of the hall. Hearing this, everyone else also looked shocked and turned to look. Sure enough, a moment later, a streak of light shot over from the outside. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure appeared, his expression slightly tired, but his eyes were full of vigor. Did something good happen to Sect Master? Yi Shiyan seemed to have discovered something. Kind of. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not explaining too much, simply sweeping his eyes around the hall and asking in a deep voice, is everything ready? Yes. Then let's go. Yang Kai smiled brightly. Everyone got up one after another and walked out. On the square, the Origin King grade starship was docked, its hatch opened wide, and a group of people filed in. After a while, with a loud hum, the starship shot off like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Heaven Battling City was a towering city that covered a vast area. Tens of millions of cultivators were active in the city all year round, and there were many large and small shops. This was the headquarters of Heaven Battling Union. As one of the two giants of Shadowed Star, Heaven Battling Union had a golden signboard that naturally attracted countless cultivators to this city. Some hoped to join Heaven Battling Union as a member, some were looking for opportunities here, while others set up shops here to earn Saint Crystals. Heaven Battling City was one of the largest cities on Shadowed Star. This city was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The outer city was the place where Heaven Battling Union communicated with the outside world's cultivators, and various shops were scattered here, while the inner city was only accessible to Heaven Battling Union disciples. Any trespassers would be killed without mercy. Heaven Battling City had stood tall on Shadowed Star for thousands of years and had only become more and more prosperous. This was inseparable from the strength of Heaven Battling Union. Every great force had its ups and downs, and Heaven Battling Union was no exception. Although its reputation was great, it would always provoke some enemies. Over the past 10,000 years, Heaven Battling City had been attacked several times by powerful enemies, but each time, it had been able to survive. Even when Heaven Battling Union was at its weakest and had a shortage of masters, it had still been able to hold on. The most dangerous time was several thousand years ago when the ancient Yang sect launched a fierce attack. At that time, on Shadowed Star, in addition to Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect, there was also the ancient Yang sect that stood on equal footing with these two great forces. For some unknown reason, the ancient Yang sect and Heaven Battling Union had a conflict that eventually led to a clash of swords. At that time, Heaven Battling Union was the weakest of the three great forces and did not have many masters, so it could only helplessly defend. The ancient Yang sect sent all of its elites to attack the city, putting Heaven Battling Union in a precarious position. However, after a great battle, although Heaven Battling Union suffered heavy losses, it was still able to hold on while the ancient Yang sect suffered heavy casualties and could only retreat. At that time, Heaven Battling Union relied on the Myriad Eye Spirit Sealing Grand Array in the inner city. Ordinary sects would rarely set up their headquarters in a city, most of them choosing to set up their headquarters in the mountains. After all, with so many people coming and going from the city, the world energy would be diverted, which was not conducive to the cultivation of the sect's disciples. However, it was rumored that the reason Heaven Battling Union chose to set up their headquarters in Heaven Battling City was because there was a frozen jade ice spring in the inner city. The endless cold energy emitted from this frozen jade ice spring formed the power of the Myriad Eye Spirit Sealing Grand Array. This Spirit Sealing Grand Array was also arranged with this ice spring as its array core. After that battle, the myriad ice spirits sealing Grand Array's fame spread far and wide across Shadowed Star. Later, the ancient Yang sect defended Star Emperor Mountain and was destroyed overnight. The ruins of the ancient Yang sect then became the famous Grand Burial Valley. Yang Kai and Yang Yen had visited this place once before, and it was from there that Yang Kai obtained the sun's true essence and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, as well as his 5 elements indestructible sword qi. Without the ancient Yang sect's interference, Heaven Battling Union was able to flourish, otherwise, it was unknown whether there would even be a Heaven Battling Union today. Originally, as one of the 2 giants of Shadowed Star, it had always been the other sects and great forces that acted at its whim. However, since 2 months ago, some rumors and slanders had been spreading in the city. It was rumored that Heaven Battling Union had offended someone it should not have and was now in a very bad situation, like it was treading on thin ice. When this news spread, 90% of people scoffed at it. What kind of person could Heaven Battling Union have offended that it needed to act so cautiously? It was already good enough that Heaven Battling Union did not seek trouble with others, so who would dare stroke the tiger's whiskers? Besides Star Emperor Mountain, who could force Heaven Battling Union to submit, even Thunder Typhoon Sect did not have the ability to do so. However, there was no smoke without fire, and Heaven Battling Union's subsequent ban on Heaven Battling Union caused many people to speculate about what was going on. Heaven Battling Union had been powerful for countless years and acted arrogantly and domineeringly. Many sects and families who were unwilling to submit to it had been exterminated, and even those who were willing to submit had been exploited, so naturally, many people hated it to the bone. Now that the situation had changed, many people couldn't help looking forward to it. Many people wondered if Heaven Battling Union had actually offended Star Emperor Mountain. Could it be that it was about to follow in the footsteps of the ancient Yang sect? If this was the case, it would be great news. In any case, the atmosphere in the city today was indeed different from before. Everywhere one could see Heaven Battling Union disciples hurrying about. These people were actually purchasing all kinds of materials wantonly, as if they were preparing in advance for some important event. At this moment, there were 2 First-Order Origin returning realm cultivators flying slowly over the city. Both of them were wearing Heaven Battling Union robes, but unlike ordinary disciples, their robes were embroidered with swords and sabers, giving them a murderous look. Law enforcers. Heaven Battling City was a large city, so naturally, there were law enforcers patrolling the city. Once someone was found to be not abiding by the rules and causing trouble, they would be punished by the law enforcers. Serious offenses would result in death, while less serious offenses would result in a fine of St. Crystals. As such, all the cultivators in Heaven Battling City were very afraid of the cultivators who wore these robes, as if they were not careful, they would be targeted. At this moment, these 2 law enforcers both wore worried looks. Brother Huang, what do you think is going on? Since the Union Master and Great Elder returned last time, they have issued some inexplicable orders one after another, and now they are ordering the disciples to purchase supplies like crazy. Is our Heaven Battling Union going to war again? The short-haired man on the left asked suspiciously. Brother Chu, you're asking the wrong person. This Huang is just like you, a law enforcer with low status. If Brother Chu doesn't know, how could this Huang possibly know? Another elderly man on the right slowly shook his head and replied with a smile. The short-haired man chuckled, Brother Huang is too modest. Although we are all law enforcers, Brother Huang is different from this Chu. You didn't join the union halfway. I have long heard that Brother Huang has some kind of relationship with Great Elder Mo. Could it be that Brother Huang hasn't heard about this matter? The elderly man heard this and smiled proudly. Although this Huang and Great Elder Mo have some kind of relationship, it's nothing more than a blood relative. If we were really close, this Huang would have already taken up a position as a deacon in the inner city instead of coming to the outer city to be a law enforcer and deal with these unscrupulous merchants, dealing with trivial matters all day long. That being said, Brother Huang may have a chance to stay in the inner city. With Brother Huang's aptitude, as long as you stay in the inner city, you will definitely be able to break through to the Second Order within 3 to 5 years. This Chu is truly envious. If such a day really comes, this Chu hopes Brother Huang will not forget this Chu and give him a few pointers. Of course, the 2 of us have been friends for several dozen years. Do you think I won't give you any benefits? The elderly man laughed heartily, seemingly in a good mood. Looking around, he found that no one was paying attention to him, so he couldn't help lowering his voice and saying, "Brother Chu, although this Huang doesn't know what happened in the Union, when I went to ask Great Elder about something a few days ago, I inadvertently heard him discussing something with the Union Master. It seems to be related to that little brat named Yang Kai." Yang Kai? The short-haired man frowned, faintly feeling that this name was familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he asked in surprise, could it be that High Heaven sect master? High Heaven sect master. The elderly man nodded lightly. He's just a child, why would the Union Master and Great Elder be talking about him? Could it be this matter is related to him? It seems that the last time the Union Master and Great Elder went out, it was to deal with him. Unfortunately, that little brat is as cunning as a fox and managed to escape. Before he left, that little brat said he would retaliate against my heaven-battling union. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The short-haired man sneered, that brat is just a junior, yet he dares to say such words. He really doesn't know his place. This Huang thinks so too. But, even if he wants to retaliate, why are Union Master and Great Elder acting in such panic? Do you think my heaven-battling union is afraid of him? Don't let your guard down, Brother Chu. The elderly man's expression turned solemn. That kid really doesn't have much ability. He's just a first-order origin returning realm, which is about the same strength as the two of us. For him to have this level of cultivation at such a young age, it can be seen that his aptitude isn't bad, but if we were to really fight him, either one of us would be able to kill him. But Brother Chu, don't forget, High Heaven Sect has an Origin King grade starship. Hearing this, the short-haired man's expression became solemn as he nodded. I have also heard about this. It is said that High Heaven Sect does indeed have such a starship, but whether this is true or not, no one has been able to confirm. But even if they do have an Origin King grade starship, so what? My heaven-battling city is not to be trifled with. If he dares to drive that starship here, it will be the same as striking a stone with an egg. The tens of thousands of elites in the Union will make sure he doesn't return alive. Haha, Brother Chu is right. It's just a starship, and it seems to be just a small starship at that, it won't be able to do anything. The Alliance Master and the Great Elder are being too cautious. The elderly man burst into laughter with a disapproving look on his face. As he laughed, however, his voice suddenly subsided. What's wrong? The short-haired man looked at him suspiciously, not understanding why. The elderly man did not answer though and instead stared towards the distant horizon. After a long time, he pointed and asked, Brother Chu, look over there, do you see something approaching? Is there? The short-haired man looked in the direction he was pointing and sure enough found a small black dot rapidly approaching heaven-battling union. This black dot was originally inconspicuous, and because it was too far away, it was impossible to see what it was. But soon, a vague outline appeared in the vision of the two men. It turned out to be a long, shuttle-shaped, dark starship. In the blink of an eye, the starship had arrived 50 kilometers outside of heaven-battling city and stopped just outside the city. A starship? The short-haired man and the elderly man exclaimed at the same time. An energy fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate uneasily came out from the battleship. Although it wasn't big, only a few dozen meters long, facing this pitch-black battleship, the two of them felt like they were facing a towering mountain that they couldn't climb. They were inexplicably frightened. An Origin King grade starship. The short-haired man exclaimed again, could it be? Just now, he had been talking to his companion about High Heaven Sect's Origin King grade starship. Could this one be one? After all, Shadowed Star was limited by artifact refining, so there had never been an Origin King grade starship. Let alone an Origin King grade starship, even an Origin grade mid-rank starship had never appeared. So, there was only one explanation. High Heaven Sect had really sent a starship to attack. This starship, which was only a few dozen meters in length, was the smallest type of starship and was suspended above heaven-battling city. Compared to the larger city, it was like comparing heaven and earth, but its arrival caused the entire city to tremble. Countless pairs of eyes turned towards this starship, and countless people looked up, wondering what this starship was doing here. The next moment, the answer was revealed. A dazzling light suddenly flashed from the starship and gradually grew brighter until it was as dazzling as the sun. As the light grew stronger, a sensational energy fluctuation was transmitted from the other side. Crystal cannon. The short-haired man and the elderly man both stared blankly. Under the pressure of this huge energy fluctuation, their hands and feet went numb and their Saint Chi was unable to circulate properly, making it impossible for them to move. They could feel how enormous the power contained in this crystal cannon was. Such an attack, not to mention hitting them, even if it brushed past them, their souls would immediately be destroyed. However, no one had ever sent a starship to attack the headquarters of another great force. The starships on Shadowed Star were, at best, origin grade low rank. Such starships didn't have strong defenses and were simply too large, so if they were used in a battle between sects and great forces, they would only serve as live targets. They wouldn't be able to play much of a role and would eventually be destroyed. But today, the tens of millions of cultivators in Heaven Battling City witnessed an incredible event. A starship had actually arrived outside Heaven Battling City and used its crystal cannon, seemingly intending to attack Heaven Battling City. Just as everyone was in a daze, a bright beam of light shot out from the battleship. It was silent, but it destroyed everything in its path, turning all the houses and buildings in its way into dust. Even the void was hit, leaving a visible mark on it. Con long long, a moment later, a rumbling sound rang out from inside Heaven Battling City as the crystal cannon's beam of light swept through everything in its path. The violent energy fluctuations were still chaotic, as if even the world principles could not repair the damage caused by the crystal cannon in a short time. There were no casualties, the crystal cannon only destroying many buildings in Heaven Battling City. Obviously, it was just a show of strength. Not good, quickly report this to the elders in the inner city. The short-haired man and the elderly man both felt a chill run down their spines as they shouted, no longer daring to remain in place and flying towards the inner city on their star shuttles. The two of them had boasted so much just now, but in the face of such a strong enemy, they could only flee. There was no need for them to remind them, as after the crystal cannon fired, all of Heaven Battling City fell into chaos. Countless people ran around in panic while others stomped their feet and cursed angrily. A delicate shout suddenly came from the warship. The voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, allowing them to hear it clearly. This queen is Xianxia, the great elder of High Heaven Sect. On the orders of the sect master, I am here to inform everyone in Heaven Battling City that my High Heaven Sect has always stood aloof from worldly affairs, but Heaven Battling Union has gone too far and attempted to harm my sect. I have come here today only to settle the grievances with Heaven Battling Union and do not wish to harm the innocent. All those who have nothing to do with this matter, please withdraw from Heaven Battling City within a quarter of an hour. After that, my sect will launch an attack on Heaven Battling Union. As soon as these words came out, the entire city went into an uproar. Who was Xianxia? Basically no one had heard of her before. Except for some old origin returning realm cultivator who knew of her strength, no one else had heard of her. But no matter who she was, the fact that she wanted to attack Heaven Battling Union was enough to make anyone feel incredulous. How could Heaven Battling Union be easy to provoke? Driving a small starship and daring to attack a behemoth like Heaven Battling City, were the people of High Heaven Sect all fools? Did they have nothing better to do? This kind of behavior was really laughable. Most people felt that High Heaven Sect was overestimating themselves. However, there were also some well-informed people who knew about the mysteries of High Heaven Sect and the tyrannical power of this starship, so after hesitating for a moment, they did not dare to stay in the city for long, packing up their things and quickly withdrawing. No matter what kind of grievances there were between High Heaven Sect and Heaven Battling Union, and no matter who won or lost this battle, once the two sides started fighting, it was certain that the fish in the moat would be affected as well. If they did not leave now, they would likely be implicated. For a time, Heaven Battling City was in chaos as many cultivator fled. However, most people chose to stay. After all, packing up their things was not something that could be done in a short time. Many of these people had opened shops in the city and had a lot of supplies, so how could they just leave? They also knew that Heaven Battling Union would just sit back and watch, so they decided to wait and see. If this High Heaven Sect was just an embroidered pillow that looked impressive but was useless, then there was no need to bother. If it could really compete with Heaven Battling Union, then it would not be too late to leave. Heaven Battling Union really did not sit back and watch. High Heaven Sect had already stepped on their nose and insulted them to their very doorstep, so if Heaven Battling Union did not respond, wouldn't they be losing face? Immediately, more than a dozen streaks of light rushed over from the inner city and soon arrived outside the city, stopping 1,000 meters away from the starship. Among the dozen or so people, the one leading them had a ruddy face, a big nose, cross-eyed eyes, and messy hair, giving him a rather comical appearance, but the powerful aura he exuded was not to be underestimated. A third-order origin returning realm master. It's Heaven Battling Union's second elder, Lu Feng. Even he was alarmed. The people around him are all elites of Heaven Battling Union, so there's going to be a good show to watch. What kind of background does this High Heaven Sect have? Their tone is so arrogant. Who cares what background they have? Lu Feng has a bad temper, so he definitely won't let them off easily. Heh, let's just watch. Discussions broke out all around as everyone stared up at the sky, waiting for the show to begin. In Heaven Battling Union, there were countless masters, and there were no less than 10 third-order origin returning realm masters, but among these people, Lu Feng, who could become the second-ranked elder, was also famous. Yang Kai had met Great Elder Mo Xiaoxing and Third Elder Liang Yong before, and both of them were naturally strong, but compared with Lu Feng, they lacked ruthlessness. As such, Lu Feng held the position of Enforcement Elder in Heaven Battling Union. He was responsible for punishing disciples who made mistakes. Basically, no one who fell into his hands was unscathed. The disciple of Heaven Battling Union was most afraid of this person. Just now, Lu Feng had been leading some people to deal with some trivial matters in the outer city, but he had not expected to encounter such a scene, so he had immediately rushed over. At a glance, Lu Feng saw that the other party had used crystal cannons to clear a several thousand-meter-long passage through Heaven Battling City. In the vicinity of this passage, all the houses had collapsed and everything had been reduced to nothingness. Heaven Battling Union had been in power for so many years, but they had never encountered such a thing. Staring coldly at the several dozen-meter-long, dark starship, Lu Feng shouted, "Which scoundrel dares act so atrociously in Heaven Battling City? Quickly come out and face your death." His voice was like a deafening clap of thunder, echoing throughout Heaven Battling City. Anyone could feel Lu Feng's anger at this moment. Inside the starship, there was no response, no refutation, not even the slightest movement, just quietly floating mid-air, as if there were no living people inside. However, an inexplicable pressure was like a boulder weighing down on everyone's hearts. Good. You dare to not put me in your eyes? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding inside? It's just a battleship. Watch how this elder smashes it into pieces. Saying so, Saint Chi madly surged from Lu Feng's body and with a flick of his wrist, a giant axe appeared in his hand. This giant axe was as tall as a person, white in color, and had an extremely sharp edge. Pouring a Saint Chi into it, the giant axe artifact suddenly burst with a dazzling light. Immediately, Lu Feng raised the giant axe high and condensed a huge axe phantom composed of pure energy. The axe shadow was more than 100 feet long, as if it had been enlarged by 100 times. From the axe shadow, there was a frightening energy fluctuation. Everyone's expression changed. Lu Feng, as the third elder of Heaven Battling Union, was naturally not an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master. As soon as they saw the third elder take action, the others who had followed him here naturally wouldn't just sit back and watch, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques one after another. For a time, a multicolored light bloomed. Under Lu Feng's control, the huge axe shadow fell like a guillotine and slashed towards the starship with unstoppable momentum. The other attacks followed closely behind. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong, asterisk a series of violent bangs rang out as terrifying energy fluctuations collided where the starship was. However, the starship remained motionless, only a faint, almost fragile film appearing on its surface. All the attacks were blocked by this thin film, none of them having any effect. Everyone's eyes bulged, and even Lu Feng, who had always been proud and arrogant, couldn't help but widen his eyes, almost thinking he was seeing things as he cried out involuntarily, "Impossible." He was well aware of his own attack. The blow just now, although it seemed casual, was actually his strongest attack, but even so, it hadn't shaken the starship in the slightest. Even if it was really an Origin King-grade starship, it shouldn't be so sturdy. That seemingly fragile thin film actually had such a strong defensive ability? While he was in a daze, a slight humming sound came from the starship, and immediately, from a certain part of the starship, a series of mysterious and complex patterns appeared. These patterns were visible to the naked eye and gathered together in the void. In the blink of an eye, these patterns condensed into a huge spirit array. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth madly and rapidly poured into the formation. From inside this spirit array, something slowly emerged, as if it had been summoned from the endless void. Soon, this thing appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It turned out to be a spear composed purely of energy, as thick as a child's arm and as long as 78 meters, giving it a fierce appearance. The spear trembled slightly before piercing through the sky, ignoring the obstruction of space and blasting towards Lu Feng and the dozen or so heaven-battling Union disciples. Not good. Lu Feng's complexion changed drastically as he exclaimed. From the moment he took action to the starship's counterattack, everything had happened in the blink of an eye. He never expected the other party to be so decisive, launching such a ruthless attack without even saying a word. By the time he realized something was wrong and tried to dodge, it was already too late. With no other choice, Lu Feng could only summon his defensive artifact and throw it forward, transforming it into a blue light curtain to block the attack. This blue light curtain had just taken shape when it was broken. A beam of light passed through the position where Lu Feng and the dozen or so people were standing and continued onwards to the inner city of Heaven Battling City. After a full 10 breaths of time, a violent explosion rang out from the distant inner city. When everyone looked over, the place where Lu Feng and the others were originally at was already empty. Only a dark red mist of blood suffused the air and sprinkled down. The onlookers' cultivator were dumbfounded as they stared at the void in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. The attack just now was not the power of a crystal cannon, but it was far more terrifying. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as fear filled their hearts. When they looked at the starship again, the look in their eyes had changed. No one could ignore the lethality of this starship's attack just now. The tender voice from before once again came from the starship. There is not much time left. If you want to leave Heaven Battling City, please do so quickly. When the time comes, my High Heaven sect will immediately launch an attack on this place. Those who remain will bear the consequences. The tranquil Heaven Battling City fell silent for a moment, but soon, countless cultivators rushed out of the city, not daring to linger any longer, no longer wanting to observe what was happening. They originally thought that a single starship was nothing special. Heaven Battling Union had countless masters, so no matter how strong this starship was, it could still be destroyed at the cost of countless lives. But the tragic death of Lu Feng changed their minds. Even a master like Lu Feng could not shake this starship, let alone survive a single blow. Today, Heaven Battling Union was likely in big trouble. At this moment, everyone regarded this starship as an existence that could pose a threat to Heaven Battling Union. Watching a good show was one thing, but none of them wanted to lose their lives here, so naturally, they ran as far away as they could. Inside the starship, Xianxia nodded with satisfaction when he noticed the departure of the cultivator. According to the information he had previously inquired about, there were tens of millions of cultivator living in Heaven Battling City. Of so many people, less than 1% were related to Heaven Battling Union, so Xianxia did not want to hurt too many innocents and incur public anger. No matter how powerful this starship was, it could not withstand the attacks of tens of millions of cultivators. Any defense had its limits. Fortunately, the scene in front of him was pleasing to the eye. Xiantong and Fei Ji too, who had come to help, were stunned in place, unable to recover for a long time. Although the two of them had come to help, they were really frightened by the power of this starship. They had never seen how terrifying an Origin King-grade starship was, but judging from their experience, High Heaven Sect starship was likely one of the best even among Origin King-grade starships. Sect Master, the power of that heaven-punishing divine spear array seems to be quite good, Yi Shiyin reported softly. Even if this queen was hit by it, I'm afraid she would be seriously injured. Naturally, anything refined by Yang Yan has always been the best, Xianxia grinned. After the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, the world only knew that High Heaven Sect had an Origin King-grade starship and that its crystal cannons were incredibly powerful, But no one knew that this starship had been carefully equipped with countless terrifying weapons by Yang Yen. The previous heaven-punishing divine spear array and protective film were just the tip of the iceberg. With this starship alone, Yang Kai was confident he could raise heaven-battling city to the ground, otherwise, he would not have rushed here so aggressively to attack heaven-battling Union. It's just that the consumption of Saint Crystal sources is quite high, more than 5 times that of the crystal cannons. Yi Shiyin frowned. It's fine, we don't lack Saint Crystal sources now, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. The starship's lethality was largely due to the existence of Saint Crystal sources. If Saint Crystals were used as energy sources to power the protective film and heaven-punishing divine spear array, their power would likely be reduced by half. Saint Crystal sources, on the other hand, were different. The amount and purity of energy contained in Saint Crystal sources was not something Saint Crystals could compare with. Only the stone mongoose could produce such a thing, and only after swallowing 3 or 4 high-rank Saint Crystals could a single Saint Crystal source be refined, so one could imagine how precious it was. Before, there was only a single stone mongoose, but now, Yang Kai had 2 stone mongooses, so the speed at which he could produce Saint Crystal sources had naturally increased greatly. As long as the supply of Saint Crystals could keep up, Saint Crystal sources really wouldn't be a problem. Yang Kai, those Saint Crystal sources. Qian Tong chuckled to the side, hesitating to speak, as if he was a little embarrassed. If Elder wants some, after this matter is over, I'll send some to you and City Lord Fei. Using those things to cultivate is indeed better than using Saint Crystals. Yang Kai naturally knew what he wanted to say, so he wasn't stingy. If that's the case, it would be impolite for this old master to refuse. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too looked at each other happily. Since entering the starship, everything they had seen and heard had caused them to exclaim again and again. The space inside the starship was much larger than it appeared from the outside, naturally causing them to gasp in amazement. This was definitely something that could only have been refined using Space Force. Everything inside the starship made them yearn for it, especially the Saint Crystal sources. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too had never seen such a thing before. As the starship displayed its might, the cultivators in Heaven Battling City rushed out like a tide. Naturally, Heaven Battling Union was aware of such a big matter. At this moment, in the inner city, inside a palace, Chu Jing slammed the table after hearing the report from his subordinates and shouted, "Going too far. Relying on a single starship, he dares not put my Heaven Battling Union in his eyes? I'd like to see how that little brat will raise my Heaven Battling City to the ground." Saying so, he hurriedly walked out, seemingly wanting to meet the enemy. Chu Changfeng had died tragically at the hands of Yang Kai, causing Chu Jing to be unable to sleep these days. Now that he learned that his enemy had arrived at his doorstep, of course he was anxious to avenge his son. Mo Xiaoxing frowned slightly to the side, but he did not stop them. After all, Heaven Battling Union had been humiliated. If they did not meet the enemy head-on, it would only make the world look down on Heaven Battling Union even more. But before Chu Jing and Mo Xiaoxing could walk out of the palace, a disciple ran in from outside in a panic and immediately knelt down before reporting in alarm, "Union Master, Great Elder, bad news. What's all the fuss about? Did High Heaven Sect do something again?" Chu Jing shouted. "Union Master is wise, Second Elder has fallen." "What?" Chu Jing and Mo Xiaoxing were taken aback. From the time they received the news that High Heaven Sect had sent a starship to attack the city until now, less than 10 breaths had passed, yet Second Elder Lu Feng had actually fallen? Wasn't the speed a little bit too fast? Lu Feng being able to hold the position of Second Elder of Heaven Battling Union was a testament to his strength. If Mo Xiaoxing had not cultivated the Tao of Space, he would not have been Lu Feng's opponent. In such a short time, Lu Feng had actually fallen. What kind of conspiracy had the other party used? How did Second Elder fall? Give us a detailed report. Mo Xiaoxing did not dare neglect and quickly asked. The disciple naturally did not dare to conceal anything and told them everything he knew. After listening, Chu Jing and Mo Xiaoxing looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. With just a single blow from the starship, Lu Feng and a dozen Heaven Battling Union elites had been obliterated. Just how terrifying was this attack? Was an Origin King-grade starship really so powerful? This news completely overturned Chu Jing and Mo Xiaoxing's understanding of starships. They had always felt that starships were too large, difficult to move, and extremely fragile. Besides being used to transport materials and mine ores in the asteroid sea near Shadowed Star, they had no other use. Not only that, but the cost was also very high. If one was not careful, the warship could be destroyed. As such, even though Heaven Battling Union was one of the two giants of Shadowed Star, it had no more than 5 starships. Over the years, these 5 starships had only been used to mine ores in the asteroid seas and dead stars, but had never been used in combat. But today, High Heaven Sec's starship had arrived in Heaven Battling City and was demonstrating its might. Was the gap between an Origin grade low-rank starship and an Origin King grade starship really so big? Even Lu Feng couldn't block that attack, so the two of them definitely couldn't. Union Master, if what this disciple said is true, I'm afraid we can't go out to meet the enemy and can only defend the inner city. Mo Xiaoxing frowned worriedly. How could I not understand Great Elder's meaning, but if we don't fight head-on now, I'm afraid we will become a laughingstock on Shadowed Star. They will think my Heaven Battling Union is a coward. Chujing said with a stern expression. No, Union Master, we can't care what outsiders say for the time being. High Heaven Sect daring to come to Heaven Battling City so aggressively is only relying on this starship. Once this starship is destroyed, they will be nothing more than a toothless tiger, nothing to fear. However, if we want to destroy this starship, I'm afraid manpower alone is not enough, we can only rely on our spirit arrays. Great Elder said. Chujing stared at him. That's right, Mo Xiaoxing sneered. My Heaven Battling Union has stood in this city for thousands of years and is not someone who can be casually humiliated. Since High Heaven Sect wants to attack, we can only wait patiently. Since ancient times, the winner is king while the loser is a bandit. As long as we win this battle, what fear is there of not being able to raise the prestige of my sanctuary union? Chujing took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and calmed down after a long time. What Great Elder said is correct. In that case, pass down the order to activate the Myriad Eye Spirit Sealing Grand Array. This old master wants to see if that little brat starship is more powerful than our Union Spirit Array. Inside the starship, Yang Kai and the others waited quietly for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, the entire outer city of Heaven Battling City was empty. The tens of millions of cultivators had all evacuated, and the originally bustling streets and shops were now extremely deserted. Even the dazzling array of goods had been taken away. It was not an exaggeration to say that the outer city was now empty. These cultivators had not gone too far. Although the starship had killed Lu Feng with a single blow, which made everyone feel that High Heaven Sect could pose a threat to Heaven Battling Union, no one could tell who would win or lose. If High Heaven Sect won this battle, with High Heaven Sect's style of conduct, they would not implicate the innocent. If Heaven Battling Union won, they would have to return and continue operating. So no matter what, they would be fine. What's more, this kind of battle was bound to be extremely exciting, and no one did not like to watch a good show, so of course they would stay and watch until the end. For a time, the area 10 kilometers outside of Heaven Battling City was surrounded by countless cultivators, all eyes fixed on the starship and the inner city. Many people thought that Heaven Battling Union would not be able to hold back after being insulted like this and would come out to meet the enemy, but to their disappointment, even as the starship slowly sailed towards the inner city, there was no movement from Heaven Battling Union. For a time, there was a tide of boos. Heaven Battling Union had been powerful for many years and acted arrogantly and domineeringly. Countless cultivators who ran shops in this city had been exploited, so of course they did not have a good impression of Heaven Battling Union. At this moment, seeing Heaven Battling Union acting so cowardly, they could not help but mock them. A cultivator close to Heaven Battling Union immediately retorted, and the two sides quickly quarreled until a great battle broke out. At first, the battle was just a small-scale one, but as time passed, more and more cultivators were involved. Hatred and resentment were both repaid. The battle between High Heaven Sect and Heaven Battling Union had not yet begun, but the cultivators who had been driven out of the outer city were already fighting fiercely. From time to time, someone would scream and fall as blood flowed. At least 1 million cultivators were involved in this dispute, and the number of casualties was innumerable. At this moment, the starship had already arrived outside the inner city. The entire journey was extremely smooth, and Yang Kai did not attack the outer city of Heaven Battling City. After all, there was no point in venting his anger on those buildings. Sect Master, they seem to have activated a spirit array. Yi Shiyin used her divine sense to investigate for a moment before reporting. I see it. Yang Kai grinned. I heard that Heaven Battling City's inner city has a powerful myriad eye spirit sealing array, so this is probably it. What should we do now? Please advise us, Sect Master. Don't worry, charge through the spirit array. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The starship only paused for a moment before rushing straight into the inner city. Inside the inner city, there was a cloud of mist, but if one observed carefully, they would be able to see that this cloud-like mist was actually nothing more than an extremely cold aura. The myriad eye spirit sealing array had the frozen jade ice spring in the inner city as its array core, and there was more than one frozen jade ice spring. In fact, there were a total of 3 springs. These 3 springs had accumulated a massive amount of colding chi over thousands of years, enough so that even an origin-returning realm master would be frozen into an ice sculpture if they were caught off guard. At this moment, the colding chi from the 3 springs was being released at a crazy rate, enveloping the entire inner city, making it appear as if one was looking at a flower through a fog. Even the starship soon disappeared from sight after entering this fog. This isn't good. This colding chi can actually freeze one's divine sense. The myriad eye spirit sealing array truly lives up to its reputation. Qiantong frowned. Just now, he had wanted to investigate the situation around him, but as soon as he released his divine sense, he couldn't help shivering. If he hadn't withdrawn it quickly, his divine sense would have been frozen solid. Inside the starship, without the detection of one's divine sense, everyone was essentially blind. However, how could a starship refined by Yang Yan not have a way to fix this? At this moment, inside the starship's hold, a monitoring array was in operation, and a High Heaven Sect disciple was paying close attention to the reaction of this array and reporting back. Soon, there was a reaction from the surveillance formation. Sect Master, there is a team of more than 20 people approaching from the left, about 10 kilometers away. After 10 breaths of time, fire 3 crystal cannons in that direction. Yang Kai grinned. Qiantong and the others took a deep breath as they secretly mourned for those who attempted to launch a sneak attack. 10 breaths later, 3 beams of pure white light shot toward the left. Silently, all the enemies discovered by the surveillance array disappeared. Overconfident. Yi Shiyin slowly shook her head. The cultivator on Shadowed Star really underestimated the terror of an Origin King-grade starship. Even she, if not for her understanding of the mysteries of this starship, would likely have underestimated it. After all, on Shadowed Star, no one had ever used a starship in battle. Sect Master, someone else is coming, the disciple reported again. Good, deal with them the same way, Yang Kai ordered lightly. He had never encountered such an easy battle before. Relying on the power of the starship, he didn't even need to take action himself to kill his enemies. This feeling was quite subtle, but he enjoyed it a little. Heaven Battling Union had sent out 3 waves of people, but none of them had even managed to get within a kilometer of the starship, all of them being killed halfway. 3 waves of people, a total of 60 to 70 people, many of whom were origin-returning realm masters, had died so easily that Chu Jing almost coughed up blood when he learned about it. After realizing that it was impossible to launch a sneak attack with this method, Heaven Battling Union was unwilling to make such a useless effort and let their disciples die in vain. Sect Master, they don't seem to be moving, Yi Shiyin frowned. If they don't move, we'll move. Blast this inner city to smithereens. It would be best if we can break the myriad eye spirit sealing array's array core, Yang Kai sneered. As long as the array core was broken, Heaven Battling Union would be a fish on the chopping block. A moment later, the hull of the starship buzzed softly and white beams of light shot out in all directions, carrying with them the power to destroy heaven and earth. End of chapter 15:12. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.